like he said, who cares about curvature? What a joker. See what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, can you see?
Joker.
What a joker, man.
What an absolute player.
And then he's asking for a map. All maps are flat.
Maps, am I right, boys?
Just ugh. Anyway, glad that's kind of over. If anybody is just joined the chat and is willing to discuss the Earth and what it is and what it does, according to what you believe, then please feel free to take the stand. Tell us what your name is. I always forget. But yeah,
my name is Cont Fuck. Do you know what height is?
Height?
Yep.
What, elevation above a standard?
Correct.
Let's say the height of a mountain above mean sea level.
Yep.
Or your height using a standard.
Yep.
In feet or inches or meters.
Yep.
Up.
So you do know. So
yeah.
Because you know when you told us to look for a place to find out 100.
When you were building your zip line across the Atlantic.
10 miles. 10 miles of So let's say I found that place. So I've got 10 miles in front of me from seashore to seashore.
Okay.
On the sea level.
Yep.
And I sought myself to erect a pole that was 100 meters higher. Let's make it 2 meters higher than the other side, which was 10 miles away or 10,000 miles away. Do you think I could hop on one side and just cruise all the way downhill forever to the other side?
Like a zip line?
Yeah.
Yeah. If it on a flat surface,
okay.
If you build one end higher than the other end and connect them with a wire, you're probably going to be able to go to the higher end and zip down to the lower one.
Oh, really? Have you tried that?
No, because I think
why?
Because you'd sag an awful lot.
Oh, so
at that height, you might want to get a little bit higher.
200.
Dude, let's put it like this, right?
Sets.
You're blowing my mind, dude. Please, you're blowing my mind. No, I've never done this before. It sounds like a great idea.
I reckon you should
maybe
invest.
I should.
I'll invest in you to do.
Maybe we should do it between England and France.
No. Oh,
Flames already do that.
You don't need to fucking have a zip line.
Flames already do that. I mean, it's effectively the black.
I'll help you construct this. I'll help you construct a zip line around the world because it's flat. So all you need to do is.
No, you won't.
All you have to do is go
like
2 meters up. All you need to do is go put 2 meters up, and then on the other side it's 1 meter up. And then once it gets too saggy, you put.
He can't hear you.
Yeah. I mean, mentally, it sounds like you're describing. Yeah, sounds like he's describing a right angle triangle. I mean, if you're going to start from the top and diagonally descend to the bottom, why not just look at a plane?
Yeah.
You ever look into how planes?
Because a plane costs fuel.
I don't want the waffling.
All I get you to do is climb a ladder, mate.
Oh, not serious.
Yeah, seriously, mate.
It's how you can tell when
all you have to do to get across the world is climb up a ladder 1 meter, and you go 1,000 meters. Then climb up a ladder 1 meter and climb up. That's all you have to do, mate.
What slide?
Right? Because the world's flat, mate. All you have to do is climb up a meter, and then.
Is that what I mean? It sucks, man. That's all we get. I want to have a serious conversation.
Welcome to the internet.
I've been waiting for, I don't know, 8-9 hours.
Looks like we're going to get a lot of new zip line transportation. Get your luggage ready. Hang on. Yeah, and then you're getting to your destination. How silly do we get here? Stupid, isn't it? honestly.
Perhaps it's entertaining. So what else? Oh wait,
What
who's
do you mean stupid, mate? This is fucking
who's Nando?
insane technology. This is insane technology.
I'm sorry.
I
Who's
say 2
Tommy?
meters, but just say you go 100 meters up and then get on the swing, or you get on the zip line.
You gotta control your mic. I was asking a question. Who's Namakando? Why is he on server mute? Does he have to be?
No, you can unmute him.
Yeah, he was a bit noisy earlier on, that was all. So yeah, you can unmute him if you want.
What's up?
No. There. Are you good to be unmuted, or do you have background?
I'm not on a bus anymore. No background.
All right. You're good to. Okay. I'm gonna unmute Splash too, and you guys figure out how to have a conversation with someone who won't shut up.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Splash, what you're describing already exists. If you've ever been skiing, it's called like a gondola, right? Essentially. But you understand that cables have a certain amount of weight to them, and they're also flexible.
Yes, they
and
sag. Yes, they sag.
you know, the farther that you have to, the farther you want to travel, the longer you have to make these cables, right? And
That's
so
right.
to keep that linear relationship down the mountain, that's a big key there,
Yep.
down. You have to put
Correct.
poles every so often, right? So this
Correct.
already exists. This actually proves that the Earth is indeed flat because you can't have height on a ball. Can you
Well,
describe height on a ball, please?
well, I'm
Yes,
just
it's the distance from the center of the Earth.
okay. So I'm going to explain to you how. So you're exactly right. The string goes across from one side to the other side, and it sags. But we have never tried building like so. I'm not sure what country you're from, but pick the highest spot in your country and fucking put a pole
Are
there
you just still marveling that we
straight
should do
across the
this?
next one. Yeah, why not?
Dude, I mean, we're
And
with
all
you.
you have
I'll
to do, all you have
send
to do
you a
is get
DM,
there
mate.
and
We'll
then
get
go
you planning, but can we fucking
fly
move
down.
on now?
Wait. But let me
Where do
say
you want to go?
something
Where
to
do you want
that.
to go, chap? Where do you want to
That,
go?
that would also
In your
work
own
on a
country.
globe, though.
Where do you
Flash,
want
Right,
to
I'm
go
gonna
in
have
your
to mute you
country?
again, Splash. Lovely idea. I'll be in contact
Flash.
about zip lines
Of
across
course,
the
mate.
earth. No
Sorry, mate.
worries.
I apologize. I
No
apologize
worries.
for the
You can stay unmuted if you just let the chat continue away from zip lines across the earth. I'll be in
Why?
touch. Great idea.
Because it's very important.
Wait. I want to say something. So,
I know you
Splash,
do.
you have a misconception. That would also work on a globe.
We don't have to worry about global kind of thing. It's just think about your city.
It wouldn't only work on a flat Earth.
No, it would, because you don't have height on a globe.
Yes, you do.
You have in and out
This
from a
would
center point, like you described earlier. But in and out
theoretically work
are not
without a
height.
flat Earth. FY,
Well, that's
this
the
would work
same
Height.
without
thing.
a
That's
flat Earth.
how that's defined.
No, it's not. And you can go ahead, like, is there height above the center
Yes.
point, or is there height above the horizontal datum? Which one is it?
Can I just say, okay, this would work without a flat Earth.
Can you answer the
but,
question?
Okay,
Answer the question.
I'll just explain to you, and
You're not answering the question, are you? Okay.
I have to mute Splash because he's not
Answer
engaged.
the question.
I'm talking to you, not gonna whatever, not gonna work here anymore. So anyways,
But he may
tell
have
me
answered the
about how
question.
height. Tell me how height is apparently a distance from a center point on a sphere.
Oh, that's what it is.
No, it isn't. In fact, you're begging the question in this case. In geometry, it's the description that you're talking about would be in or out from that center point. It will never be height. You're begging the question of a globe
Correct.
and then calling your distance above the surface of that globe height, but that is not accurate. Height is always a vertical relationship from horizontal. Sorry to tell you.
I mean, so you're not contradicting what I said. So
I am contradicting what you said. In fact, I'll tell you what let's do. Instead of you begging the question about this sphere, why don't you show me the measurements of this sphere? Why don't you show me between points on the surface of the Earth where we have curvature? That way we don't beg the question of the sphere in the first place.
Between points where there is curvature.
Yeah, drop over distance, consistent with an Earth sphere radius 3,959 miles.
You basically just have to go to the beach.
Okay, great. You show me how that works. How much measured curvature do you have on the beach? Show me one.
Well, there's a horizon, and it's a sharp one.
Oh, you think that the horizon is Earth curve, do you? You think that's the tangent point of the sphere?
Well, yes.
Okay, great. So if it is the tangent point on the sphere that you're looking at, then it would be at a very predictable distance based on the radius that we're given, right?
The radius and on like weather conditions for like refraction and stuff.
What? What refraction?
Well, there could be some lensing effects, you know, like if it's a hot day and like there's water vapor and stuff.
Now we have lensing effects and water vapor. So is the horizon Earth curve or not? Now you're saying that it's the Earth curve, but and then all of a sudden it's not because there's optical effects. Is it physical geometric Earth curve or is it not?
It's physical geometric Earth curve, and it always has the same distance from you. It always has the same distance from you, but
Perfect.
it might look further or closer depending on the day.
Oh, so it's not geometric then. So it will change based on the conditions.
No, it doesn't change. It only looks like it's changing. Like your eyes are fooling you. It's like an optical illusion, a mirage.
So it's a mirage. So the horizon is it is Earth curve, but it's not. You're contradictory, my friend.
When it looks closer than it is, that's an illusion. When it looks further than it is, that's an illusion. Because it is actually a physical thing. So it actually has a distance from you.
How are you going to prove that then? So when is it? Should we just? Is there only a time that we can air on the Earth so we get rid of all these conditions? What day would that be? Which day is no Atmo day?
Well, I can prove it by getting on a boat and just sailing and having an assistant on the beach see when my boat starts sinking beneath the horizon, and then I can tell them how far I had to travel to get to the horizon. So they might see me 6 kilometers away, but I might actually only be 5 or something.
Can we do this the other way, where we just stand on the beach and watch the boat go away?
Yes.
Great. So if I show you an observation where the horizon is no longer blocking out the boats or buildings in the distance at the predicted rate, then what are we going to do?
I don't know. What are we going to do?
I guess that means that the horizon is not Earth curve. If that's the case.
Why would it mean that?
Well, because you told me earlier that the horizon wasn't Earth curve. Because you told me so. You said the optical effects. Remember? If it's farther away, it's not Earth curve. It's closer, it's not Earth curve. It just has to be the cherry-picked version that you decide.
There was no time I said it was not Earth curve.
Oh, so the horizon is always going to be Earth curve, no matter what.
Correct.
No matter if it's in the if it's in the wrong place or the right place, it's still Earth.
It's always in the right place. Why would it be in the wrong place?
Well, isn't it geometric?
Like, do you mean physical when you say geometric?
Yes.
It's the thing.
Yes.
Yes. It's Earth curve. It's geometric. It's physical. Whatever.
It's physical Earth curve. So then, wherever it ends up, it's always going to be the curve of the Earth, and it's going to be geometric, and we can measure a tangent, like a line to it, and it's going to be where it's supposed to be every time.
Yes, depending on what you mean with where it's supposed to be. If you're assuming if
it's geometric, dude, you're saying it's geometric, so we have to be able to have a geometric relationship with the Earth and our observation point, right? The tangent.
Yes, you can create a tangent.
Okay, great. So let's create a tangent with what I'm about to post. I'm sure you've probably already seen this before. I know you have because you're already talking about refraction. But then you're going to need that tangent point again when you talk about your refraction. So I hope you're prepared. Are you ready? Okay, so in the side chat, we've got some distance demarcations and an observer at 1 foot height at right where the water meets the sand. So this is 1 foot above sea level, and we have a horizon there that you can see behind oil rig number 2, 10 times farther than it ought to be. So this is geometric according to you. This is a tangent point that we're drawing a line to. So that means that the radius of the Earth, geometrically, is about 260,000 miles.
This is an extremely
radius.
messy photo. I can't even
Well, it's a video.
properly make out
You
the
see the
horizon.
video? I don't care about what you can or can't do. I'll give you the video, and you can, go ahead and validate this for yourself. You can go to Santa Barbara. Those oil rigs are still there.
I'm probably like 9,000 kilometers away from Santa Barbara.
Well, why don't you pick a spot where you're at, close to the ocean or a body of water, and you tell me about this tangent point horizon you keep hoping that will be an actual thing.
I don't have to hope. I've been to the beach. I've seen the horizon.
Okay, you saw a horizon, and you say that's a photograph of a horizon, a still from a video I can post for you. You say is the geometric tangent point of a globe. And it's now the Earth is all of a sudden, geometrically, according to you, then that tangent point, about 260,000 miles in radius. Great.
260,000 miles in. Where do you get these numbers from?
The globe
We're
Earth
just
model.
using the Pythagorean, Pythagorean theorem, dude. This is just a simple calculation.
Almost
geometry.
no distances pertaining to the Earth are 200,000 miles.
No, this is your claim. Why is your globe
Right.
260,000 miles in
How can it
radius?
be my claim and not my claim? I just said almost no distances pertaining to the Earth are that large.
No, you
why it
said
would
this.
be?
You said that the horizon was a tangent point. And so geometrically, this is how big the Earth must be according to you.
Must not. Definitely not.
Well, you're saying that the horizon is not a tangent point then?
It is.
Okay, and if it is, then the Earth, according to you and this photograph and the geometry, is 260,000 miles in radius. Congratulations.
Definitely not.
Well, I'm
what that
sorry. Why
comes-
are you claiming that then?
Like, even in 10th grade, I already calculated that no, it's not.
Did you
Okay,
use the
well,
right
calculate-
calculation? Sorry, says
I
he. Did you use the
calculated
right
that
calculation?
Jedi.
It's 5 kilometers.
Dude, you understand that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance is going to be based on the observer's height, square rooted and multiplied by 1.225. So if you're at the
Perhaps.
beach and let's say you're 6 foot tall, right, you're going to end up, if you use the calculation based on the radius of the Earth, 1.225 multiplied by 6 foot squared, it's going to come to 2.8. That's 2.8 miles away. If you have a horizon that's further than that, and you're using the horizon to calculate the radius, then as says who points out, using that horizon, you're going to end up with a radius value of, what was it, 250,000 miles? If the horizon changes distance, then so must the radius of the Earth. If it is based on that tangent from your eyes to the toppy of that curve. Sorry, Sese.
The horizon doesn't actually move, only how you see it, like how far it looks.
Yet, how far it looks, the horizon being the apparent place where the horizon appears to meet the sky. The horizon is only optical. So we're talking about the thing that we see, the curvature of the Earth, the horizon, that should be at a calculable distance based on the radius of the Earth. You're saying it doesn't move. We're going to show you that it does most definitely move. In actual fact, it's never at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would be needed for the Earth to be the claimed radius. What we observe is a horizon, like has been posted in the side chat, and says who walked you through, horizon well in excess of these distances. And if we're going to use that for proof that the Earth is a sphere, then the Earth is increasing and decreasing in radius all of the time for any observer, depending on the weather conditions and what camera they're using, blah, 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 blah. And that's just ridiculous. Come on, dude, you have to speak now, right?
Picking the right mushrooms. The right mushrooms.
Okay. Good people are taking their time to explain something to you. Says who's
Yeah.
tried. I had to jump in because you were speaking for him and it was frustrating me. Tried to calm it down and explain this to you really simply. We would, both of us and everybody else, would at least need an acknowledgement that you understand now. Or if you don't, you need to ask some questions.
Yeah.
So all I have, like photo-wise, from you guys is a really unclear photo where
No,
one can barely make out
that's
the
not true.
horizon.
That's not true. I've posted Jin CBR1. I've posted my images twice with the videos twice, and one that who says who was talking about on the horizon, looking at a ship at distance, zooming in. I've been facilitating everything you would need in the way of material. You're ignoring me because I'm just too sharp for you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been posting backup stuff
Okay.
all the way since he's been talking, and he's ignoring
Okay.
it. Yeah, have a
Okay.
look.
Maybe he wasn't aware of the side chat, but we can direct him to it now.
Yeah,
My
go ahead.
friend, I can appreciate one photograph maybe not being up to somebody's standard. Okay, I will tell you this though. We've got thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of these observations now, collected over a period of, say, the last 10 years, give or take. So it's not just this one. Jin CBR's got his. We've got thousands of them demonstrating the horizon isn't the geometric curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and the image I've posted it's got an accompanying video with it, and it just explains everything beautifully, laid out clearly for him, so there's no mistaking.
That's
Different
cool.
observer height, of course, 8 feet, which then extends that geometric horizon to 3.46 miles. But the objects we're looking at are still further than that anyway. So there we are. The horizon is well beyond that. And then we've got the ships on the horizon disappearing, but yet we can zoom them in. There you go. It's all there
Excuse
for
me,
you.
I'll clear my throat
Horizon
then.
has never been defined as Earth curve. It is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the ground or sea, meaning that it's apparent. It looks like the surface of the Earth, but it is not geometric. Somebody ripped you off. Somebody told you that it was Earth curve, and you bought it, like most of us, no problem. But sadly, it's just an optical position. It's an apparent location. Okay, that's it. It's not geometric. It's never been geometric. It can never be geometric for the reasons that you stated: refraction and optical and weather and blah blah blah. Of course, it can't be geometric. So then we're going to have to actually find physical drop between points that match the radius that you've been given. And there are no measurements of that physical drop over distance, not one anywhere. Sorry to tell you.
And once again, I facilitated the template which he would need to use to try and verify and confirm the curvature of the Earth to 3,959 mile radius therein. But he won't be able to do that because he doesn't want to do that. He'd rather spend hours arguing with us, ladies and gentlemen. That's the other.
Well, let's see if he's even still here. Is he still
Yeah,
arguing with us, or is he taking it in now?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Jedi,
heard everything you said. I'm just trying to complete my shopping.
Okay, Jedi's doctoring him all the way through. Very good. Taking good care of our Glober.
I don't know, maybe I had a rush of empathy. I don't get that
No,
often
that's good.
these days, to be fair.
I
But
am in a bit of a shock though, Jedi, but it's good. Very
but
nice.
let's look where our friend started. And Adam had claimed that the horizon's the curvature of the Earth. It does not move, if I remember his words correctly.
Yeah.
Now, I guess the majority of us were under that illusion for me personally, decades. Right? I'm old. So, yeah, this illusion was on me for sure. And he's in that position now. I guess we were lucky enough to come across his information in more calm circumstances, probably in our living rooms, watching YouTube in our own calm surroundings, taking our own time. Coming
Yeah.
into us is slightly different. But I appreciate his question. I appreciate where it's coming from. The horizon, right? That's the curvature of the Earth. Boats go over it and sunsets and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, that's where we all started, my friend. And we're here to tell you that's not true. The horizon isn't the curvature of the Earth. It's an optical location based on optics. The human eye, right? It's only visible where light enters through an aperture. It's based on what you can see or how far you can perceive of the surface at distance. Before you can't see it anymore, you lose resolution of that surface, and because there's a field of vision directly above your head of empty sky, at distance it appears to meet that surface. Now that distance changes. Doesn't always have to be the human eye. We can get cameras out, high-powered zoom cameras, blah, blah, blah. And the weather conditions are going to change. One day it might be quite foggy, quite dreary out, a bit grey. Other days it might be quite bright, but quite cold. There might be different densities in the atmosphere, different temperatures. This is going to change. This is going to vary, what we can see at distance. But what we never see, where we should see, and I'm making this dramatic for everyone, is the curvature of the Earth. Because that should be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. Keep that math simple for you because it goes past really quickly and sounds complicated. If you've got a 1 foot observer height and you find the square root of 1 and you times 1 by 1, you get 1. So that means if you put your camera down 1 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon is 1.225 miles away. Can't be any further. What we have observed, though, using optics, many observations, we can observe a horizon at, say, 1 foot above the surface of water in excess of 10 miles. Now, if it's at 1.225 and then at 10 miles, you must understand that's not a small difference. That's magnitudes of difference. We can make different observations on different days with different optics and see a horizon further in the distance. Some observations from a 1 foot observer height may seem to show the horizon at about 30 miles away. Now, I can't help you at that stage. The Earth is clearly not a sphere. If the horizon was geometric, it would be where the mathematics dictate it would be. It would be physical. It would block things at distance. It doesn't. The Earth is measured to be flat as it is observed. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking. I hope that was informative enough for you.
I'll add to it's also flattened in the x-axis.
It's a continuous curving circle. It's a continuous curving circle.
Nope. Try one more time.
No child will tell you that. A continuous curving circle. When you ask them to show you how an aeroplane flies, they run around the room or in the park and the plane is flying horizontally, not taking a curved trajectory as it would need to if it's following the curvature of the Earth. You cannot be following the curvature of the Earth and at the same time be flying horizontally. That would be saying that a straight line is a curved line, and they're two distinctly different actions. There we are. Otherwise, we don't know what horizontal is then, ladies and gentlemen. If you can be horizontal on a curved ball. Silly.
Horizontal means parallel to a tangent on the ground.
So not curving.
Thank you.
You
So
want to
you
identify?
can put a
Yeah,
tangent.
no, you can't. You cannot go parallel to a curve. That's correct.
Can be parallel to a tangent on a curve.
You would have to
No.
follow a curved trajectory.
How do you prove it's a tangent? How do you identify the tangent point without begging the question?
Where you're standing.
Yeah, how do you tell that that is a tangent point?
So what you've done is an internal critique. You've assumed it's a sphere, and therefore you're asking me to explain what
You're assuming it's
tangent
one
would.
when you say you have a tangent point.
Yeah. How did you know that point where you are?
You can have a tangent on a flat Earth.
No.
Sorry,
you
no,
can't.
that doesn't fit the definition of a tangent.
You see, ladies
A
and
tangent,
gentlemen, more confusion.
a tangent is a horizontal or straight line that meets a curved surface at one point. So if you're on the top of a ball, you imagine yourself on the top of a ball, you can have a horizontal plane projecting outwards from your feet in all directions, like you were to put a ruler on top of a ball. That's a tangent. Now, the one that we're talking about is the one to the geometric horizon. That's you standing on top of a sphere. That line is projected from your eyes and it meets the horizon, the top of that curve at distance. This distance to the horizon, where the tangent imaginary from your eye line meeting that curve, will change the higher you get. It's quite simple.
Even though the horizon's perceivably flat.
Yeah. Now, the question is, why a tangent? Why are we assuming that we've got a tangent to a sphere in the first place? Because if we were to measure a tangent from our eyes to the horizon on different days, on different optics, we get different results. We can have an Earth radius, like Ceci said earlier, 250,000 miles. And that's being generous. The radius of the Earth is supposed to be 3,959. That gives you a horizon of 1.2 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is just a geometric claim.
So let's just recap, ladies and gentlemen. Basically, as Jedi just explained, when we're observing outwards towards the horizon and we're observing from 12 inches, just 1 foot, standard 12 inches, the geometric horizon, that means the horizon for the Earth ball size that we've been given, should only be 1.22 miles. That's as far as we can see. Right? But we're seeing further than that. That's as far as we should see. But we're seeing beyond that. Therefore, the Earth can't be the size that they told us. Can't be that size ball. And we're not measuring curvature now. We're measuring horizontality here. So there's no curvature. We're seeing beyond that distance. Earth cannot be a ball. It's as simple as that.
Just want to be clear. and
Yeah.
I'm not being picky, Jin. I do
No,
apologise,
you go
mate.
ahead.
It sounds like I am. We see a horizon further than we should. We've always
Yeah.
been able to see objects beyond the horizon of the mountain, depending on its angle of size. But in this instance, we're talking about a horizon. We see a horizon distance further than it should be, if we're honest here.
Yeah. That's right. That's exactly what I was saying. Exactly that. And that shouldn't be if the Earth is what they say it is. And this is how we know, because we go out to measure. And of course, the air can reduce how far you can see. I mean, thick, patchy fog, and you're lucky to be able to see 20 feet in front of you. Right. But, so that those conditions do exist from time to time. But most of the time, we're seeing well beyond that.
Hey, what's up, Jen?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good, never better. You are unwavering, unceasing, unstoppable, great force for the greater good.
You got it. You got it. Yeah. And we're doing the greater good here. We've been doing it for the last, hour and a half. It's been good. It was a little bit topsy-turvy with a few idiots. Well, I won't call them idiots. A few individuals just rocking the boat too much and not actually adding to the conversation. So they had to go. But it's been good. We've been able to articulate the truth to the Globers and the listeners at the same time. So you've arrived at a good time.
You destroyed them?
What I haven't done any destroy. What we've done is just lay down the facts and let them see it for themselves. That's what we've been doing. When we're doing much destroying, just getting them to calm down, listen to what you're saying, listen to what we're saying, so the listeners can understand, and that they're digesting, which is good. Yeah, they're digesting it now. This is what's going on. Earlier on, they were refuting and just being a nuisance, really, and where they've gone, removed them or muted them anyway. It's been very good. I'll have to say the standard here again. It's the first time I think it's the first or second time they've returned to politics after a short break. So yeah, we're glad for the people who come in thick and fast. Listeners are learning quite a lot, and I love it. We try to keep it clean and concise, because that's what the flat earth is. It's simple. 8-year-olds can get their head around this and can go out and conduct the long distance observation tests, drop over distance tests, and see whether or not the earth's curving. 8-year-olds can do this. So that's what we're trying to get across to the listeners. It's not that difficult. It's not beyond the housewife, for example, who may be thinking, oh, it's above my head, all that science. Well, it's not actually science. Anyway, it's shopping, going to the shop, supermarket maths. Very simple. Point A to point B, there must be a certain amount of curvature there. If it's not there, why is it not there? Is it because the earth is indeed flat? Well, it is. That's why. There you are. It's that simple. We had a couple of individuals shouting out about maps. Where's your map? Where's your map? How can you go from point A to point B? Where's your map? Show me this on your flat earth map, kind of thing. And as we've been saying that, we don't really have a map per se, ladies and gentlemen, but the planes are getting to their destinations. And as my colleague stated earlier on, precisely, says, what is the distance between point A and point B on your flight path? Then how much curvature should there be? And what did the guy say? We don't care about the curvature. He got muted after that. Because if you're not caring about the curvature, then why are you arguing? Then we let him off the hook after 20 minutes, and he went straight back to where's your map, where's your map? So there you are, just a nuisance. That's all they've got. They don't have a globe, so they're going to be a nuisance. And then we had one that was drunk. We had a drunk Australian. And I've often said, when people come to the server drunk, you're not really going to be putting your best foot forward. So you best not say anything and just listen, or call it a day for the day and come back when you're sobered up. But you won't find gin CBR1. You're never going to hear me drunk at all. Never. I don't drink to get drunk. I only drink with my meal, and that's it. Occasionally. So I'm always going to be putting my best foot forward. I might slip on a banana peel now and again, but there you are. I'm not perfect.
I forgot I was on death and all this time. What's new?
Mm. Yeah, I enjoy the psychology of it all the psychology being displayed. And people who are genuinely looking into the flat earth can't believe how simple it is. It can't be that simple, they keep saying. It's not no, it's not. Where's the maths? Where's the complicated bits? And there is none. Because either it's curving or it isn't. And water is always finding its level, seeks its level wherever you put it. And that's it. And the earth isn't curving at the rate that it should be to form the oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles circumference, radius of which is 3,959 miles. And we're not able to measure those numbers. We can't find it anywhere. When I made that discovery that the earth was indeed flat after all, I just went, wow. And I had an instant flashback to all the places that I've flown to that were all horizontal. And that's when I thought, wow, what made this earth? That's what you think. What made this earth? How was it made? If it's that level. Remember, all our leveling tools are coming because of the flat earth. Because of the earth being flat, we needed to make sure so that we build horizontally and not have buildings topple over, all due to the flat earth. Then our leveling tools come after that. So you've got to think, what built the earth? What was it? How did the creator do this? Amazing. That's when you have a little bit of fear. I'm not a God-fearing man because I don't think God puts us on the earth to fear him or to fear God. But you do have that feeling, don't you? Because you don't know how you came. But yet you know there's a force out there that's created everything, including your hands, your body, your feet, the blood that courses through you. Yeah. Right. There's a lot of where humanity is taking this earth for granted due to the education humanity has received and then the continuous bombardment of misinformation and distraction. That's what's going on to the point now where humanity is just not even connecting with Earth. Only a few people connect with Earth properly. You know, you might get one or two artists, a famous fisherman, describing how he's doing his fishing, and you can tell he's connected to the Earth. A few of those people are around, but the general populace, they're not connected to Earth at all. They're in those concrete jungle prisons. So it is unfortunate, but this is where we, the flat earthers, come into your house through the Discord. You're going to learn that way. Don't miss the beauty of the flat earth that the Creator created for you to live on. Don't miss it. That would be the biggest miss of all. I thought for a second there was a cricket in my room. You know, that bounced off the cabinet door and it was hitting me in the ear. But what? You got a cricket in here? Very good. Yeah, with these smartphones, they really do throw the sound around. They bounce off a thing. You think, wow, that's live. Pretty good.
It can be weird.
Yeah, especially with these new smartphones with like so many speakers on them, sounds coming from all directions. You think, what's happened there? Yeah, a very interesting flat Earth tool for navigating is the sextant, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, the sextant is a flat Earth instrument for the sailors of the day, back in the day, to use to navigate the Earth. Okay, and part of the operation of the sextant, of course, is to get elevations of the sun. Yeah, but in order to get that elevation, you've got to have a horizontal baseline first. It's not, you don't get it from a curved surface. It's got to be level, and that would be the ocean. There's your first clue that Earth is indeed flat. And then the instrument itself looking across the horizon and then getting the image of the sun on the mirror from the elevation from a horizontal, forming that triangle there, right there. So the sextant is indeed a flat Earth instrument. It always was. Yeah. Okay. Just in case you were wondering, talking about tools. The Earth came first, then came the tools to use on the Earth. And one of them was a sextant.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Stop explaining yourself to those who have no intention of understanding. Never explain yourself to someone who has already decided what you are. You're wasting treasure. You're casting pearls before swine, as the saying goes.
Yeah, what's that guy's name? Alan something or other.
Alan Watts.
Alan Watts, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he raises a good point. Yeah, I would agree with him with that. But I'll only engage if the questions keep coming, though. But I don't ram it down people's throats, and I don't chase people. Once they've shown that they're not really interested in that, fine, don't push it. So I agree.
You should have said, "Yeah, that's what I'm asking you."
Alan
What? Alan
typical.
Watts?
Yeah, typical.
That's funny.
Yeah. The Aussies are quick on the ball there. Hello, what?
He's actually one of my favorite modern day philosophers. I used to go to sleep just listening to his lectures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of living in between what he says. Yeah, that's what I've been doing all my life. It would seem, but I agree with what he says. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some things that I don't agree with him on, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, the trickiest part with the flat Earth um, downloading onto the Globers, genuine, not the ones we meet on the Discord here in these servers, but generally when they come in, newcomers, is getting them to acknowledge what we have said is definitely opposite to the globe, and do they understand that? This is why we're calling it, saying it's flat. We're not able to measure that curvature, and as you haven't been able to measure it yourself, don't you think something's up there at that point? Don't you think something's up? No, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong most of the time. But do you know the model even? They don't even know the model. But yet we're wrong. Have you checked anything? No. Okay, but we're wrong still. That's the tricky part, getting them to understand their position. And they're exhibiting a lot of ignorance here. You don't know your model, and you're right. I know the model, sleep, eat, shit this stuff out, know it inside out, and I'm wrong. But I've done the checking and you haven't. That's the tricky part. They're getting them to acknowledge that they're amiss. Yeah, because when that happens, then the conversation becomes a lot more smoother. And then they tend to acknowledge what they're saying and where they've gone wrong, and then they ask for more information, and then they go away, and then maybe 3 out of 10 will come back and say, you know what, you guys were right. The earth is indeed flat. I'm good. I went out and did this, or but the other 7 would still be looking, and then they never come back.
You remind me of the guy earlier who said he doesn't have to know what entropy is in order to know that you don't know what entropy is. Like, what the?
Yeah.
How? You literally admitted that you don't know. So how can you possibly be qualified to make that judgment?
Yeah, because he admitted it. He admitted it himself. And at that point, I would have just muted him for the rest of the day because he's not contributing. Right? He doesn't know. I'm wrong, and he's adamant that I'm wrong. So okay, boom, leave it there. Let the listeners make their decision because you're causing chaos.
It's just another case of all flat earthers wrong about everything.
Yeah. That's the psychology that I was speaking of earlier on. That kind of psychology. We're wrong about everything. You're going against thousands and thousands of years of proof and knowledge and mountains of evidence. But yet, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't a shred of one that can just make a sheet of paper level. The height of a sheet of paper, there isn't that much proof. No proof, in other words.
The reason why they do that, though, is because they're constantly, told by all the anti-flat earthers that are through social media and YouTube and everything. They're constantly told Flat earthers don't know nothing. They're dumb. They get it wrong. They don't know anything about anything. They don't know the model. They don't know our position. They don't know their position. So imagine if you're drilled with that every day for years, like it's the brainwashing. It's like it's brainwashing on top of the brainwashing. And McToon's very notable for that. He's the main one always doing that. But at this point, we've learned he's just projecting. He's projecting his audience's level of knowledge onto the flat earthers.
Yeah, it never works though. If I'm ever dealing with him, he soon comes unhinged. He puts me on mute. The porosity of the truth and the way I deliver it, especially in his case, he's got to mute. Otherwise, his ears are going to be bleeding.
The straw man nonsense they do is on the same level as some of the stuff that Disney's done. There's this one show, Big City Greens, where one of the episodes he's mocking flat Earth and talking about basically the Pizza Planet, Space Frisbee, ice ball thing.
Exactly.
So they get this, mainstream media, they get this daily. This is normal for them. So to come in here and mock us, yeah, I would mock that straw man too because of how ridiculous it is.
What's that flat Earth society nonsense that they put out there? Got nothing to do with the real flat Earth. Exactly. And the other stupid one is where they got the asteroid hitting the disk in space and then flipping off the dinosaur. Have you seen that one, the animation one? Yeah.
I remember somebody made a kind of clap back to that one where they have the asteroid bouncing off of a dome or something.
There you go.
It was kind of funny.
Yeah. And yet, when the people who are listening in the live streams, they're thinking, "Well, how comes he's not answering the flat earthers' questions? Because why isn't he showing us how they measure that curvature?" They're thinking. Said, "Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. You will notice how he's obfuscating his obligation and responsibility to inform you. And then you yourselves are thinking, well, I haven't measured it. You better go and measure it then, because we're telling you it's flat. You're saying it's a globe. You haven't checked it yet. You better go out and check then." Yeah, because that's how you're going to know. They want to dissuade everybody from actually going out to do there. We're the experts. Nothing to see around here. We've got it. Trust us. We're giving you the truth. No, don't trust them. Check them out first. Check everything. They've lied about everything. They've lied about everything they've been telling you about Earth. Everything. Check everything again.
It's kind of a twisted form of social shaming where they make people think that the very idea of questioning it is ridiculous, and if they do question it, they're just as ridiculous as those people.
Yeah. And when I get to that situation, I always ask the individual, do I not have the right to question and scrutinize at the highest level what they're telling me? Do I have that right? Yeah. But yes, you do. But are you intelligent enough to do that? Well, that's for me to decide, isn't it? Isn't it? Right. Thank you. And I'm scrutinizing it. Now I'm giving you my findings. So what you're supposed to do is look at my findings and then go out and try and confirm or validate or disprove my findings. Because that's how you're going to know whether I'm lying or not. You see. Right. Thank you. Going on like I don't have the right to ask questions. I've just got to accept. No. I will scrutinize heavily. Yes, I am prepared to do the study to actually go out and check this. And as I said earlier on, it's easy peasy 1, 2, 3 ABC because 8-year-olds can do it. So it's not that difficult, actually. That's where the idea comes in. It can't be that easy. It is that easy. And then comes the embarrassment of being bamboozled. That's such an easy thing that they could have proved. Yes, That's right. Acknowledge that mistake and then try not to make another one like that ever again. Right. That means you're going to have to check everything else. Good. Right. Now you begin to get it. Now you see what your government's doing, what they think about you. Aha. Check everything. And then you become the expert. Like me, the professional expert specialist. Try me.
Nowadays, it seems like they want to talk about everything else but the shape of the Earth when you ask them about the shape of the Earth. They don't want to talk about the surface.
Straight to the stars they go, ladies and gentlemen. Straight up. They go straight up. They don't even talk about the surface anymore. Yeah, I love it. I do. Yes. They're very quiet these days, the Globers. Very quiet. Remember, they suffered a 10-year straight, never winning a single debate every day for 10 years. They've not won a single discussion, slagging match, okay, discourse. They've lost. Don't know how you can wake up in the morning and say you're going to come to Discord later on. You're a loser. So there you are. They haven't won a single debate. That's got to tell you something. Something's got to be wrong if they haven't run a single debate. And now we're now into March, and they've already lost 3 months. Already lost. They've lost for 3 months already this year.
That was my take at the beginning because they were sure. You talk to the globalists. They were sure Artemis was going to fly this year. Like this was going to be the year 2026, February. It's over. Flat Earth is done as soon as Artemis 2 flies around the moon and we have returned of manned spaceflight. Then they kicked it to March. Then they kicked it to April, and they kicked it again to 2032.
Look at that, 2032. Ladies and gentlemen, that obviously they're not going. What they're doing in the meantime is advancing the technology to deceive you. The green screens, blue screens, pink screen nonsense that they're using, that's what they're going to be doing. And they're advancing that to the point where we can't tell the difference. That's what's going on in the meantime.
Hey, 2032 is just in time for that comet or that asteroid or whatever it is that's going to pass by us or hit us.
Yeah, that big one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Right now they're blaming solar flares for why they can't do it.
Oh, there you are. Solar flare particles. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. The showstopper. Yeah.
What's funny too is like we had a dude come in here this morning say flat earthers shouldn't be allowed. It should be a crime for flat earthers to talk about the Artemis program. We're like, why? Why would that be the case? He says because flat earthers are hillbillies. They're rednecks without an education. And you're like, well, okay, what about the director of NASA, Jarek Isaacman? He has a GED. He dropped out of high school at the age of 16. Should he be allowed to talk about NASA as a director of NASA? And the guy was like just stumped. He couldn't think of an answer because in his mind, every director of NASA has like a doctorate in astrophysics. Like you walk into any government building is just chock full of the best scientists. I go, no, you have a social media, justice warrior, some sort of radical, like shit poster who worked his way into NASA by being friends with Musk, and he has a GED.
Wow.
And then, he couldn't believe it. He was like, he had to look it up and fact check it. He's like, because the dude he was like British, his big thing too. Like, his big thing was like, I come here to laugh at the 90% of people who are uneducated. And you guys are some of the most uneducated people there are. And it's like this British guy. And I'm like, huh, really?
Yeah.
So is
That's
that just the
problem.
American dream? The American dream is you could be an uneducated GED high school dropout and just like have some sort of Disney princess story and get your way all the way up to the director of NASA and then cancel the Artemis program for the betterment of humanity? And dude, crack, like really, I mean, APOC was here. If he's still, yeah, APOC's still
No,
around.
I can imagine. I can imagine what you're saying there, because when they make a statement like that flat earthers shouldn't be allowed to even talk about the subject matter, we should be locked up. It's because we ask the correct questions that exposes the hideousness of the idea of going to space, because we're using all their information, and I've got it dialed in on the fly. You know, I can wake up at 6 a.m. and I can just regurgitate it straight out. That's how dialed in I've got it, right? And we had one come in yesterday trying to talk about how rockets fly and to the moon, and I destroyed him where he sat, just drowned him with the facts. And that's what it is. We shut them down with their own information. There's too many anomalies and holes in it. That's why. And we expose all that. That's what we home in on.
Yeah, that guy from earlier, he also I think it was the same guy, saying how he's he dipped in to see how the other 90% of the population is, because he, for some reason, he thought he's part of this top 10%.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was either before that guy or maybe it was the same guy. But the conversation that we were having with this guy, he wasn't even sure if he had hands. Radwin asked him, because I had asked him if he had milk in the fridge. He's like, I don't know, I can't be sure. he said he couldn't have 100% with, he couldn't say yes with 100% certainty. And then Radwin joined in. So then I told Radwin, hey, we got one of those brain in the jars, right? And then so Radwin goes, do you have hands? And he's like, I can't be for sure.
You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? They can't even say for sure that they've got hands. This is how disingenuous they're being. In order to keep space travel alive and the globe, they are prepared to go to that level. I don't know if I've got hands.
And they're
looking at their hands. They're looking at their hands and they don't know.
And then the irony that I then followed up with is that, and I told him, I said, that it's a ball, and that space and the universe and the 17 million miles to that star, that, but you don't know if you have milk in the fridge. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. I mean, look at that. Look at the psychology of that right there. That's why you see, if people are listening properly in these live streams, they're just thinking, the flat earthers, they've got it well sussed. They've sussed it all out, haven't they? Look at that. I mean, how silly is that person? Doesn't know he's got hands, but yet he knows they've gone to the moon. Wow.
Well, why would you argue for knowledge about the material realm, such as, the earth is a globe and space exists, if you can't ultimately have that knowledge, right? Why would you argue for something that you don't have any knowledge of, other than you're trying to argue for a bias? So you're going to choose to argue for something using, let's say the material realm itself, and hopefully that will affirm your bias. But at the end of the day, you don't actually know if any of it exists.
Yeah. See? There's the psychology again, right there in front of your face. Thanks. Exactly. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, when you're listening to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on the politics, you're having a lesson in psychological crazy behavior. You're getting coherent logic from the flat Earth side, and when anything that's stupid being said, it's always coming from the so-called intellectual globus. They're the ones who are acting crazy. Yes, topsy-turvy, bizarro world you are living in currently. We're the ones that are bringing it level to you now, straight and level. Yeah, like the flat Earth. Oh, I love this. You never get tired of flat Earth, and you just never get tired of it. It's just, yeah. Might raise your voice now and again. It's only because you're trying to reel in the fish on the end, the globe on the end of your fish on your rod. But outside of that, you never get tired of this. Wow.
So I have a question. If in the April launch window, Artemis does fly around the moon, will you guys accept that it happened?
Now I'm going to scrutinize how they lied. That's what I'll be doing. That's what I'll be doing, ladies and gentlemen. Because when you know space travel is impossible, when you know this, you
It's
start
not
to look at the
impossible.
net. Excuse me. Let me finish what I'm saying so that the listeners understand the psychology that I employ. When you know space travel is impossible, you then scrutinize to work out how did they pull off the deception.
How is
That's
it
how it works.
impossible? How do you know that?
Okay, let me tell you how I know that, ladies and gentlemen. From all the examples that I've seen of what happens to man-made materials in a vacuum here on Earth, which is nothing like what is claimed to be in space, one, we know that that's not possible right there. The phenomena is known as cold welding, off-gassing, degassing, and then you have solar flares, which is what's supposed to be the reason why they can't go at the moment, pushing it back to 2032. Then you've got the cosmic ray particles, radiation. It's an impossibility. When you know that, then you look at how they're going to trick you with the optics, the camera work. That's what we look for now. Okay.
Well, how does cold welding make flying in space impossible?
Well, first of all, rockets don't work in a vacuum, ladies and gentlemen. So there's no. Hang on, you've asked me, so I'm going to explain. Rockets do not work in a vacuum. Okay, the idea that a rocket can leave the Earth's surface, keep going up, and then take a parabolic arc, somehow end up in the vacuum, and still be able to propel itself. Remember, it's supposed to be traveling at 18,000 miles per hour. That's Mach 24 in a vacuum. How is it able to do that when the rockets cannot work?
So,
How can
a
it be there?
Rocket works in a vacuum because it doesn't push against air. It is expelling mass in the opposite direction that it wants to go,
Ladies and
according to
gentlemen,
Newton's third law of motion.
ladies and gentlemen, never been proven in space. The material coming out of the nozzle is pushing off of the atmos. The documentary you want to watch, which is only 15 minutes long, is called Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. I say
What is
again,
atmos?
Easy Debunk, Rockets Don't Need Air. 15 minutes. The guy is from England. He takes you through exactly step by step how rockets work. And there's a little experiment you can conduct for yourself. Brilliant one, okay? Rockets don't work in a vacuum.
But they do, because
No,
they're
they don't.
expelling mass in the opposite direction. So,
They
like, when
don't,
you
ladies
take
and gentlemen.
Okay,
fuel
hold on,
and oxygen, you burn it.
Talon. Let's this part right here. We'll just start from the very base level. You think that apparently, or maybe this is not your claim, that space travel and going to the moon is all possible. So I guess what you're going to need to do from the very beginning is help us understand what the Earth is, what the moon is, all these distances, how they're known. Just start from the very beginning. Because I agree with you. How do you know it's not possible?
Well,
No, we don't want to start with rockets. We want to start with the geometry. We're going to have to get. We'll get to the rockets later, Talon. We're going to have to get the rockets later. That's not the basis of the argument, is it?
That's all we were talking. He said that you can't. That a rocket doesn't work in the vacuum, and I disagreed. And I'm trying. And he's so far has not been able to prove that rockets don't work in a vacuum.
You started this
when they do.
You started this with space travel and going to the moon. That's where this started.
To the moon. Okay.
But we're going to have to get all the geometry right before we even. Right, we want to know how far we're going in this rocket. So, what is the distance to the moon, and how was that?
But wait a minute. Now we're talking about the distances. It's
Oh, so you're not talking about going to the moon? I guess not. No, that's fine. So you're done here then, Talon?
You have to go.
Talk about this. You don't want to talk about the moon, do you?
I do. That's exactly what we're talking about. We're
Okay,
talking
so
about
great.
flying
So
to the
tell
moon.
me, how do we know the distance to the moon?
So we measured it
How?
with a measuring laser and a different
Great.
you can
Show
use
me how
any
that
one.
works.
Oh my gosh, I want to talk. I would like to talk to Jan about.
Yeah, I know you would like to
flying
talk
to the
about
moon.
something else other than
But
the most important, like how far is
why
this
are you trying
rocket
to bail
going?
out Jen?
That's weird, Talon. No, I'm not actually trying to bail Jen out. I just got an opportunity to come off mute. I was doing something else. So now that we're here and we want to talk about the moon, we can skip the rocket part. We'll get to that later. The first thing we need to know is, what is the distance to the moon? What is the moon? How did we figure out all this stuff? I want you to tell me how we did that, and then we'll validate it from that point. Okay?
So the distance to the moon is 238,855 miles.
Great. Now, how was that
The moon is
determined?
a natural satellite.
Okay, so how was that determined? Just slow down, bro. It's okay. How was that determined?
Three major ways that we can measure the distance to the moon. Depends on how fancy your measuring stick is. So the laser.
Well, just tell me about how was it done?
I've now answered 2 times. This is the second time.
Well, this is weird. So I asked you, how does that all work? What did they use? Give me the laser and how they bounced it off this particularly, I guess, solid object as it's transiting, all that stuff. Just walk us through it. Get us the data, Talon, not the claim. Tell us how it's done, what we can do to validate it.
We can use radio signals, send a radio signal to the moon, and then measure the time it takes to get back.
Okay, terrific.
There you go.
So,
all right, so that's how we.
How do we do
know
that?
How far away it is. There we go. Okay.
How do we do that? Walk me through the process. What kind of radio do I need? What's the setup?
Radio that they used before we had lasers to measure the moon? What are you talking about? What kind of?
Dude, just give me an example of what was done and how we can do it. So we can
use
validate this,
high-power
right?
radio transmitters and telescope antennas. Radio telescopes.
Okay, what do they look like? What's the who made these? What are we doing? You and I want to validate this, right? We're not just going to take their word for it.
Are we all old enough to know what an?
Wow. So at this point, it's going to be ad hom or just poisoning the well. I don't know what this "we" statement is. Can you tell me how this was done so I can validate it, please?
High-power radio transmitters and large radio telescope antennas.
Okay. So where are we going to do this?
To where we have those things.
Where are they at?
Holy shit, bro. I don't know where they put the fucking telescope.
Wow, this is weird. I don't know where you're staring at me, dude. Relax. It's okay. So you don't even know where these high-powered radio antennas are at, but this is a claim that you're making like you know something about it. So someone on the internet posted something for you and wrote it all out for you, and you read it, and you thought, this has been done, no problem. Even though you didn't ask any other questions beyond that, you just believed them, carte blanche, No, where's the radio antennas at, and how do they work, and how does this all work, Talon? Please tell me.
So the radio antennas, they transmit the signal. A radio transmission is sending radio waves through the...
Don't need all that, bro. Where are these antennas? Where can we go? Because I'm sure we have access to this stuff, right? I mean, I guess the taxpayer paid for it, so I should have access to these radio antennas. And then I can aim them at the moon or something, right? No problem. Where can I go? How does this work? What has been done? Come on, man. Clean up your shot group. This is ridiculous.
Okay, you gotta let... You're being unreasonable. You can't ask... I'd have to Google all this stuff.
Oh, now you have to go. So you haven't even read this on a website? You just pulled this out of your ass? This is ridiculous, Talon. You don't want to just come in here and pull stuff out of your ass. That seems like trolling.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, asking a bunch of questions and never letting a person.
No, I mean, asking very pointed questions about the thing that you made a claim about, that is reasonable. Pulling stuff out of your ass is not reasonable. Muting you so you don't run your mouth and make up more bullshit on top of the bullshit you already made up, I think is also reasonable. So I want to cut you off every time you start off spouting more bullshit, and I want details about the thing that you made a claim about. That's reasonable.
Okay, I'm getting you detailed locations of radio transmitters and antenna telescopes. This is relevant because
obviously we need to know how things are being done to get the distances that we need, right?
right, but
And we don't
knowing
want to have
where a
any
thing is isn't
presuppositions on
relevant.
top of this.
But knowing where a radio antenna
it's
is
relevant.
isn't relevant to what it does. It's not relevant.
No, it certainly is. I want to know about the facility. I want to know about the actual things being used, that, you know, like the specs of the instrumentation and what frequency of radio signal that they're propagating through the vacuum of outer space, which also is going to be another question coming up later. Things I'm sure you have answers for, right, Talon? You're not going to pull stuff out of your ass. Are you, Talon?
Well, no, I wouldn't pull it out of my ass. This is common.
No, you wouldn't pull it out of your ass. So let's talk about the facilities. Let's talk about the radios. Let's talk about all the things necessary for this to be possible. That way, we're not making stuff up on the spot. Great. So, where's the facility? Let's look at the instrumentation. And hopefully, all the claims about these instruments that they do isn't based on some presupposition or things that are physically impossible, right?
Well, like I said, you haven't explained why it's relevant.
I don't need. Oh, I already have. I brought this up early. It's recorded too on live on YouTube. So you made a claim about going to the moon, or asking like from a position of incredulity, like you tell me how it's not possible. Actually, I want to know how it is possible. Let's not talk about how things aren't possible. Let's deal with the positive claim. How is it possible that anybody could get to the moon if it is indeed a physical object that we can travel to and land a Jeep on and go golfing? Let's talk about all the possibilities, right? So if it is possible, let's see how we can get the first thing down. Is the moon a rock in the vacuum orbiting a spherical Earth? And we know the distance of that thing, and we can land on it with the technology that we have. But if I hear you make up one more thing, you're just going to stay on mute, Talon, because we already know your game. Just make up bullshit on the spot, and then argue from incredulity, right? Like, I don't know why you're asking questions about the things that I claimed. So, let's get to it. Radios.
Okay, do you want to talk about the Goldstone Solar System Radar Complex in Fort Irwin at the Mojave Desert in Barstow, California?
Yes, let's talk about that. Tell me about it.
So it sends radio transmitters to the radio transmissions to the moon and back, and then it measures the distance to the moon.
Okay, great. So tell me about these radio frequencies.
From anywhere between
the short wave, the long wave.
What kind? You have to. There are different bands. Like there's an L band, an S band, an X band, and different hertz. So the lower hertz, obviously the lower frequencies, and then the higher hertz are the higher frequencies.
Okay. Terrific. And these are sending radio signals to the moon.
Correct.
Okay. And so the moon, in this case, that is what, 238,000 miles away? That's how they measured this?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately 238,000 miles. So the moon is this physical object, and it is between the Earth, which is a sphere, right? Yes, the Earth is a sphere?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's talk about that. Could you give me the drop over distance measurements that have been taken that I can verify on the surface of the Earth to validate this claim?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, wait, I thought you wanted
Post those in the side chat.
The wavelength of measurements. There's 3.6 to 11.6 the wavelength centimeters. That's what I'm getting from what I'm looking at right now. I just want to say that I don't think that humans made it to the moon. I think that we radars can get to the moon. I think that drones can get to the moon. I don't think that humans made it to the moon, though.
We're just measuring the distance to the moon. We used rockets to get to the moon. That's how we got there and landed with rockets.
I get yeah.
Well, we don't have any evidence for that yet, Talon. So
Yes,
we need
there
to
are
get to that
evidence of
point.
rockets.
Right.
There are evidence of rockets, so I'm
No,
right about
I
that.
didn't say that there was. Yeah, I know. Isn't that weird how I said there's no evidence that rockets made it to the moon, and you went to there are evidence of rockets? That's not the question. I know that rockets do exist. In fact, they're being used on the surface of the Earth right now to destroy people in their homes needlessly. So, that's not the question. Please do not strawman me. If you do it again, you will stay on mute. If you strawman me one more time, Talon, it'll be over for you, right? So, tell me, how do we measure this drop over distance? How can I verify these measurements, please? How was it done?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How do we measure the drop over distance on the surface of the Earth of the globe that you're talking about? The place that we're going to be launching these rockets from, this globe that you believe in. Where's the drop over distance measurements that I can verify, please?
They're on the internet.
On the internet. Great. Can you find those for me?
That's where they are.
Okay, you're done. You've lost today, Talon. All you had to do was get on the internet, get me the measurements, and then we could go ahead and verify them, but you didn't want to do that today. It's the same old trope, right? So you failed. Your troll doesn't work here. You're a time waster. We'll leave you on mute and we'll wait for people that are serious about the conversation. Even if they freak out and are incredulous like you, we'll wait for them because you're just that intolerable. And I think that's your whole point here. But I mean, congratulations. You've kind of ruined our faith in humanity once. If that's your objective, congratulations, you pulled it off. In the meantime, you know, the insubordinate children or the insolent children will stay on mute.
Well done for dismantling the right from scratch. Yeah. In order to go to the moon, if we could go there, you'd have to have a globe in place first. The Earth must be spherical. And as there's no evidence for that, how could you be going to space? There you are. That's simple. Like I said, when you know that the Earth is indeed flat and you know that space travel is impossible, when you look at NASA's material, you look at how they deceived us. That's what you're looking at now. You're looking for the way they put that together. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I've got to look for because I know that we can't go there. So how did they deceive me this time? Or how are they deceiving you? As it were, not me. Yeah. So well done again. Because I was just going to go through how rockets don't work in a vacuum, link you to the sources to that information, and then link you to other sources from the experts in the field, Ralph Renee, what's his name? Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne, okay, and Bart Sibrel, for example. There's quite a lot of material out there. David Percy, Mary Bennett, Ronnie Strong. I could go on.
Tony V came in. Tony, you think that it's possible to go to the moon, but you don't think human beings did?
Well, I think either we have been to the moon and they're lying to us, and we've colonized, like we have a colony on the dark side of the moon. That's why we can never see it and they never show it because we have bases there. Or either that, or we can't make it through the Van Allen belts, which seems like something hard for humans to do. But I think that rockets and I think that mechanical things can make it through if you protected it properly. I think that's a possibility. I just don't think that. I don't know. That Van Allen belts are it's a killer. It seems like.
Yeah. You've also forgotten that China in 2013 supposedly landed on the dark side, if you remember rightly. And because it was on the dark side, the spacecraft probe module didn't move for 2 weeks because it was on the dark side. It had to wait 2 weeks for the sun to come round and then warm up everything, and then it started moving on the dark side. By the way, didn't see any bases there, and that was awful imagery, by the way, from China, 2013.
I still don't get how the moon can actually do like a complete or like rotation in 28 days and us not see the other side of the moon. That still like baffles me. Like I've seen what they say, how it works. It just doesn't seem to make sense in my head. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
if it's rotating, we should be able to see every single side of the fucking moon.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to cuss. My bad. I didn't mean to cuss.
That's all right. Yeah, tidal locking, they call it. Yes. So no, we don't go.
Like, how's it rotating if we're like? I don't get how we're rotating and it's rotating and it stays. It just doesn't make sense to me. I guess I'm dumb. I don't know.
Well, hold on, Tony. Are you under the impression that we're on a sphere and the moon is another orbits the Earth?
Yeah, I do think it's a sphere. So that's a different argument altogether. Yeah.
Well, I mean that's ultimately the topic of the room. So, what evidence do you have drop over distance measurements on the surface of the Earth that would validate that?
Oh yeah. I don't want if I don't know. It's just from what I see, it seems like it's a sphere. I'm not going to go
What do you mean
into
what
it
you
right
see?
now. Well, I'm making dinner for like my new girlfriend tonight, so I shouldn't have come in there. I just wanted to kind of chime in about the moon thing. I can't get into the whole Earth thing right now, but I am making dinner for my second date tonight, and so I'm kind of excited. So if you guys could talk about something cool, that'd be awesome. But I don't want to.
Yeah,
I got 2 hours. I got 2 hours to make dinner.
no worries. Go ahead and just go on mute, and I'll just go ahead and cover why the Earth is not a globe. Mostly because there is no measured curvature anywhere on the surface, and nobody sees any curvature. Nobody experiences any spin, and nobody definitely experiences a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum on the surface of the Earth, which would be necessary if the Earth were indeed in a vacuum. So, since all of that is already established to be false, we don't have to worry about dark sides of the moon or whether or not China ended up over there or all that. TV is not where I get my sources of information for physical reality.
And I would agree with that. That's my sentiment. I haven't watched TV in about 7 years now. Not watched the TV. It's become a dust collector. But yeah, they NASA did put that up. Remember in 2013 that China supposedly landed on the dark side. But obviously they didn't. But there you are. I just thought he'd missed that point.
Did I miss it? I heard him was asked if he had any proof of that, and then I spaced out. Did he
No,
did he have
he
any
had
proof?
no proof.
Oh,
He had no
just double
proof,
check.
and he was straw manning. And in the end, he straw manned himself into a mute position. That's what he's gone and done to himself now. So he's now muted. Yeah.
All right.
Well, we had Tony. Tony wanted to talk about bases on the dark side of the moon, all this pre-assumed nonsense. And he was happy to talk about that. And then as soon as I asked him about curvature of the Earth, he has a date that he has to prepare for, so he's cooking dinner. If anybody knows who she is, please reach out to her and help her understand that she's dating a complete moron, and just buyer beware type of stuff. Let her know about that, because then all of a sudden he's like, I gotta go. I don't want to talk about the Earth or curvature or anything, and that was the end of Tony.
Yeah. Now that's the second time that someone doesn't want to talk about the curvature in the last hour and a half, let's say. Yeah, because the other guy said, he was asked point blank, where's the curvature between these two distances? How much curvature? And the guy said, I don't care about the curvature. Oh, well, there you are. Yeah, these pointy questions are very painful.
It's the only question that has to be asked at this point. But wrangling people back into that mindset, because they have been trained to point at the sky, to point at NASA, to point at the horizon, to point at all kinds of different things that are ultimately not the thing that we're trying to get at, which is between points, actual vertical drop. They don't want to talk about that. So when we get back to that, especially with Talon here, who's just such a great ambassador for all mankind, his great intellect and good manners, he says, well, the measurements are on the internet. He wouldn't provide them. He just decided, I'm going to give up. I'm going to make a smart ass answer. And then, you could have just said, I give up, Talon. That would have been better. Just say, I give up. There's no evidence. So whatever I've been told about the array in New Mexico or whatever that are shooting radio waves at the moon and determining that it's 250,000 miles away, none of that even matters if the first rock that you're on, blasting these radio signals through outer space to another rock, if that rock that you're on isn't a globe, that's the ultimate thing that we're talking about here. So if it's not a globe, the moon can be whatever you want it to be. The rockets, all that other nonsense, you can believe all that if you want to. But if the Earth is flat, that's the topic that we're ultimately covering. And if you don't have any evidence for the globe, the rock that you think that you live on, just say, I give up. Just do it. Don't troll. Don't be a douchebag. Just chill.
Yeah. He hasn't validated it for himself. He hasn't confirmed anything. So it's all belief at this point in his position. That's the integrity of his position. Is He doesn't know he's on a globe. He believes it through the information on the internet. That's all he's got. Nothing's been confirmed or validated, whereas we have validated that the Earth isn't curving at the rate it should be. We make no claims to any shape, just that the surface is constantly horizontal everywhere. No measurable curvature, and we're not rotating. Right, that's it.
I mean, I guess I could have misunderstood Talon. Maybe I muted him too fast. Maybe he's trying to tell us that the only measurements that exist for the Earth curvature are digital, and they exist on the internet only, and in physical reality cannot be measured. Maybe that's what he was telling me. So maybe he's talking about a conceptual digital globe Earth that only exists on the internet, and that's where the measurements exist. So if in the side chat he wants to just let us know that that's what he was talking about, physical reality, there is no Earth curve to be measured, I would totally accept that position. We're just talking about a concept, and we can, all of his music is about this imaginary digital conceptual globe that he's appealing to. He's still going to have to take those somewhere else, to where they're talking about Bigfoot and unicorns and tooth fairies and shit. But if he's just talking about a digital conceptual Earth, by all means, I apologize.
Yeah, but in actuality, the globe doesn't exist in the physical sense where we live today. It's not there. That's the problem that he's got.
Earth is round. Prove me wrong now.
Like a coin? Like a record? Like a frisbee? Like a CD? Explain round.
Round like Earth is. Let's not talk bullshit. We're not talking about normal square or circle. We're talking about Earth. We all learned in school what shape is that.
It's called a sphere. Yeah. That would be the most accurate way to describe it, not just round.
Not really. It's actually oblate spheroid if you want to go to specifics.
Okay, no worries. So then if the Earth is round, as you claim, then there would be drop over distance between points on that sphere, correct?
Not correct. Incorrect.
So then a round spherical object, and the most basic attributes of a sphere and the most defining feature of a sphere is drop over distance between all points on that sphere, making is not the thing that we're going to be trying to measure to determine that it is a sphere, please help us understand that.
So what you're trying to understand, what I'm trying to get from what you're just saying is, point A to point B, correct? The point A to point P, theory, right? Is that what you're trying to refer to?
Yeah, so from point A to point B on a sphere, if you have a horizontal tangent plane, and then if you have a drop over distance from that plane, horizontal plane with vertical drop, that would be the thing that we're trying to find. Is there any vertical drop from a horizontal tangent plane that we can create to show physical drop over distance on the sphere that you're describing?
Of course there is.
Okay, how do we measure that?
We can measure it. We did measure
How?
it.
When? Who? What method? Show me.
Do you want me to show you the method, or do you want me to tell you the method?
No, I want you to show me the method so I can go out and validate this.
Well, I would really want to, if I can turn on my camera, I can show you how you can do it, but I can't turn on my camera, so I can just verbally explain it to you. So,
why don't you just post something in the side chat? Certainly, this is available for everyone to recreate, right?
Okay, you want me to send it in a side chat? No problem. 1 second, let me try to see how can I actually find it, because I've been always fucking proving it experimentally.
Well, it wouldn't be an experiment; it would be a measurement.
Correct.
Yeah. APOC, you're hot micing, bro. What are you chewing?
Sorry, I'm eating chips.
Mute up.
Sorry, I'm grubbing over here. Enjoying the conversation, by the way. I'm waiting for this evidence, so I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait till he posts it.
So, the answer that we all are trying to find, I actually got a permission to show on my camera. So this is the thing, right? Who was I talking to? Is this says who? That's you? Is that a person I
Correct.
spoke to? All right. So
yep.
If you can rephrase your question for the people that just joined real quick, just so they can hear your questions once again, before we come to the conclusions, because some people joined in the side chat and stuff. So if you can just rephrase your question just once again, real quick.
We need a measurement of physical drop over distance on the surface of the Earth, that being vertical drop, consistent
Okay.
with a sphere radius of 3,959 miles.
Great. All right. So, as everyone heard the question, I just want to say, I don't know. I don't know.
That's an honest answer.
That's obvious.
I'm
So
a
if
bad, I'm a
you
bad
don't
person.
know how we're going to be doing that, what?
I said I'm a bad person. I don't know.
Why does that make you a bad person?
I don't know. It seems like everyone's judging me.
Why? What are you talking about?
I don't know. But can you explain it?
Yeah.
Explain what?
I mean, what you just said. The question that I didn't have the answer on.
You're not a bad person for not knowing something. I'll explain it to you. There's a lot of things in the world people don't know about, and that doesn't make bad people. So I explain that now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, says who you're roboting at the moment. Sorry about
Yeah,
that,
is
mate.
he lagging only for me or?
No, he's roboting. You're lagging a bit there. But I said you
I
were being
apologize.
honest. Yeah, I said
Hold
you
on.
were honest. When you gave the answer, I don't know, I said that's an honest answer because nobody knows. So you gave the correct answer, by the way. So we give you 10 points for your first honest answer. You don't know. Doesn't make you a bad person. Just means that you don't know. Just like
Thank you.
everybody else. You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of stuff that people don't know. Nobody knows everything. So just because you are ignorant of something doesn't make you a bad person. I would hate for you to think that.
So, do you personally believe that Earth is flat?
No, I know it is because there's no measured drop of over distance anywhere on the surface of the Earth, consistent with a sphere radius 3950. In fact, every major industry, every aerospace company, every surveying company measures the Earth to be flat. All the navigators, they measure the Earth to be flat. Nobody actually has measured any Earth curve, so it's not even really about belief. It's known to be flat.
Yeah, and I'm very proud to know that, because now I can challenge the likes of NASA's and the cosmologists, theoretical physicists, astronomers, and cosmologists, right? I can actually challenge them. I'm very proud. I have become the nerd that I used to ridicule when I was at school with the kids who knew it when I didn't know it, okay? I'm very proud. Thanks. Great to know.
So, Mr. Says who, I just of what you just said, I wanted to debate saying that modern geodesy, the science of measuring Earth, explicitly models Earth as an oblate spheroid, as I said, not a plane. So
Exactly.
surveys, yeah, but the correct curvature in a long distance measurement, like for example, over distance, the curvature drop
They don't do
relative
that.
to a tangent line is approximate.
They don't do
What
what
is this?
you're thinking they do. They don't do what you
Well,
think
yeah,
they
he
do.
said it
You're
correctly.
thinking they do.
Wait, but let me just
Yeah, they model
Hold
it.
on,
They
before
model
you
it as
go
a
any,
globe, but
yeah.
they measure it as flat. They measure it as flat. They model it as a globe.
All right, so let me just say an example, a practical example. A 10 miles, the surface drops as around 7.8 meters because they're doing meters
Can you
and
get us the
kilometers.
data on that measurement, please?
Definitely. It's called the drop relative to a tangent line. Drop is equal
Can you
to
get us
d
the data?
squared underscore 2r. Yep, definitely. Let me just drop
Yeah,
into
we'd
the
love to
chat.
see the data on that measurement, like an
Yeah,
example of somebody actually measuring that drop.
Yeah, we want the raw data, not the calculations based on the model that's being pre-assumed. You understand the difference, right?
yeah, definitely. Give me just 1 second. I'll drop it in the chat.
Okay.
Ever heard of Samuel Burley?
No,
Just 1 second.
it wouldn't matter. I don't give a shit what their name is. I want to know what they're doing and how they're doing it and what their instrumentation is and the measurements that they're getting.
Okay. So, look, there's this satellite. Hold on.
Oh my gosh. Satellite? No.
Yeah, from the modern
No.
technology. I mean, what do you want to see?
And the satellite requires, even for that satellite to exist, the Earth has to be a sphere. Okay? So, we want to go back to where anybody has measured the sphere first.
All right, so we got as I said, we got in 19th century they did a great trigonometrical survey of India led by William Lambton and later George Everest, where data scale measured arc length of meridian. Data science says distance was equal to 2,400 kilometers. Difference in latitude measured astronomically. Results used to calculate Earth's radius with high precision. Mount Everest was also
Okay.
measured in this survey as well.
Okay, bro, I've just really got to stop everyone right here. Because no, seriously, it says I'm so sorry, but this is typical of what Talon says and presents to us, and I'm just wondering
that's right.
if he is possibly in your DMs, considering that before, just earlier, you didn't know jack shit, and now suddenly you're an expert on geodesy.
No, I was just wanted to see if
trigonometrical surveys.
To be honest, I'm going in a lot of rooms, and I firstly say something
Yeah,
like
is
I don't
someone in
know
your
because like
DMs like
no,
Talon? Is
nobody's
Talon
in my
in
DM.
your DMs?
My DMs are closed, but the reason why I said I don't know first because I wanted to see the reaction because like used
All
to
right,
be
I'm going
people
to
are
take
so
your word for
toxic.
it. If we find out
Yeah.
any different, there's going to be hell to pay.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry about that. Don't get mad because I know some stuff. Okay, but is anyone going to debate this?
No, you haven't presented anything with us or to us yet.
Well,
You just made a claim. So
I just said
no.
you. Hold on. Did you ask me something before
What?
satellite? Right?
Yes, I did. What is the raw data measurements that we can verify? You just made a big claim about how this is done with meridians, and then you had astronomical, and you had all kinds of things baked in there, right? I want the data of the drop over the distance.
Okay. Well, as I said, I mentioned the thing in the 19th century, but there's also data on that as well. Like you're asking for
I
actual
posted it.
measured numbers. Okay.
Yes.
Great. Give me just 1 second. There's this thing from here. Copy because I have to copy from my PC. Okay. I just posted in the side chat. Yeah, it is Wikipedia link. I mean, what am I gonna do, bruh? Like, what the fuck? So as you can see, there's hold on 1 second. I just posted in a side chat, by the way. So this is bad for level measurement in 1970, where we can see the
Okay,
distance
great.
measured
So what do they do?
miles. Huh?
What do they do?
You're lagging again.
What did they do?
So it was experiment setup where 3 poles placed in the canal, um, where they had start with 13 feet above water. The middle was 13 foot, and the end was also 13 foot. So a telescope observed the targets, where predicted curvature was using Earth radius, which is around 6371 kilometer, and drop over 6 miles
Okay.
was equals to approximately 24 feet, which is 7.3 miles. So observed data was showing Wallace reported points, relative height seen, middle marker, which is higher than line of sight, and end marker as a lower than line of sight. The pattern matched the predicted curvature profile of a sphere. In
I get you. So,
in 1870,
hold
sorry.
on, bro. Hold on. Let's slow down. Slow down. So, what was Wallace's observer height?
I just told you. There was a start position.
Wait,
There
are
was
we
a
moving
middle
on from
position.
this? Because this isn't the trig. This is nothing to do with the geodesy performed in India during their trigonometrical survey. All
I know
right,
he
okay,
ran
we're
away from
moving on
that, and
from
now
that.
he's
Okay, no measurements from that trigonometrical survey of Earth curvature. Cool. Okay, just wanted to clarify.
right. Yeah, he ran away from that one. Now we're doing Bedford level. This will be fun. So I need to know his observer height and the distance, target distance at the end of the canal. I want to know what it is.
Well, I just told you. I mean, I literally told you like a minute ago. I read the whole
But
thing.
could you remind me? That's why I want you to. Hey, bro, slow the fuck down.
Okay, but I
What
just
is?
want to say for the
I
people
hear
that
you
are in the
say
side chat. I
it's
mean,
just slow down, bro. We're gonna go through this nice and easy. If you
for
said it, I
sure.
missed it. What was his observer height?
So as I said, they're the parameters. I'm gonna open them again. Observer height with telescope has value. Right, fuck. Somebody called me. I'm sorry. So observer height with telescope was 13 feet and 3 inches. So that's equals to 4 meters above water. There was distance to for target, which is 6 miles, equals to around approximate 9.66 kilometers. And middle target distance is approximate of 3 miles, which is approximate 4.8 kilometers, as I said. So height of for target center was the same height as telescope. Height of top middle disk was the same height as telescope, and lower middle disk was. And somebody called me again. So lower middle disk again was 4 feet below the upper disk. So Wallace arranged it to the 3 key points were at the same height: telescope line of sight, center of the black band on the distant bridge, and center of the upper disk on the middle pole. So predicted curvature for the
Perfect.
experiments. it calculated that Earth had its accepted
Okay,
radius
okay.
for 6 miles.
I understand that. You've already said all that. Okay, now we're going to take this one step at a time. Number one, how much refraction was calculated into this, so we could correct for that? And then number two, how much optical drop was accounted for? Number three, why was this not done with a theodolite? And number four, why was this distance so great?
All right. So, as I said, some stuff can't be proven, but how much refraction was accounted for? We can Wallace assumed that a standard terrestrial refraction coefficient used in 19th century, surveying typical value of k equals 0.13, the same value that I used before, minus 0.17.
Before you move forward, that K value, where does that come from?
The same one that I told you, the value of distance. I literally read it before. I named it K because it's the value of distance.
Bro, relax. That K value has to come from somewhere, not just distance. How is that K value determined?
I mean, I told you. Do you want me to post it in the chat as I'm reading? The K value is serving in the coefficient of terrestrial atmospheric refraction. So it's not assumed. I told you that value before.
No.
Light traveling
Is it
horizontally.
determined? Where does the K value where did they get that from?
K value is equal to curvature of light ray underscore curvature of Earth. So typical
I get
average.
that.
But that's
How
what I told
was that determined? I don't care what you're telling me. How is it determined?
What do you mean? How is it? It comes from measuring the vertical refractive index gradient of the atmosphere. Like it's.
Great.
What do you mean?
How'd they do
Huh?
that?
How
did they do that?
The refractive index N.
It's a super easy question. There's a K value. Great. They've established a K value, which apparently is universal all of a sudden. Apparently it's the same all the time, no matter what the conditions might be. Where did that actual value come from? How was it determined? What is that K vector? What is the history of the K factor? What laser did they point through the sky and say, oh yeah, light bends at this rate always, no matter what, or maybe it's a sliding scale? How did they determine this K value?
Yeah, the instruments. Yeah, and yeah, that's perfect questions. They've had this before and again and again and again, and they don't have it.
Hold on, Michael. He's working on it.
In that argument, it's funny how they never want to make mention that he was seeing something 6 miles away, when from that height that he did it at, there should have been a 24-foot worth of drop. So you would have
Well,
been
yeah,
able to
13
see.
feet high.
Huh?
He's 13 feet high.
Yeah, which is about a 4.45 mile away geometric horizon. Everything should be hidden behind that.
Well, so these these posts or these flags or these markers are 6 foot above the surface, right? So he's not measuring along the line. He's actually starting above the line of flags, and then he's measuring downward over them. But the other thing that they never account for, which I think is really interesting, is optical drop. Optical drop. Because the thing about surveyors is they pick short distances, quarter mile, half mile. If they have to, they'll do a kilometer. But they really try to keep it nice and tight because they fight with things like, I don't know, I guess we'll call it refraction, and also optical drop. Nobody ever thinks about optical drop. So now we got this moron in the 1900s named Wallace, who's 13 feet high, measuring a distance of about 6 miles, with a telescope, not a theodolite, I mind you, with a very large amount of optical drop, and they're going to call it Earth curve. But if we're going to call it refraction, I want to know where that K value came from. And they're not going to have the answer for that either.
And they never copied the Samuel Rosebotham's observation test. They didn't do it like him at all. They did something completely different, didn't they? That's the other thing.
Yeah, well, in that test, they just put a flag on the back of the boat and sent it all the way down that canal, and they saw the flag at the end of it, which is about 7 miles or something.
Yeah, but he claimed to have seen the boat and the flag. So not just the top of the flag. So mathematically, if there's a 6-foot flag off the surface and you're 13 feet up, then that will give you, you'd be able to see the top of it. But when you're saying that, when he's saying that he can see the boat too, then that's where it falls apart, because you
Yeah.
wouldn't be able to see the boat at all. It would have been behind their 24-foot, drop of curvature.
Yeah, and I thought the flags were at 8 feet. That's what in the Samuel rope of them. I think they were 8 feet. That was the observation, right? And then they let the boat go along, and they could see it 6 miles later, still visible. So they did something different. The Wallace bunch just completely messed it up. Like you said, he was a moron.
Well, we lost that guy. Apparently, asking about a K value was too much.
Yeah, whenever that K question comes up, they disappear every time. They don't have it. There we are. So there you go. No COVID again. There you go. Can't go to space. Shut down immediately. I love this. Oh, you never get sick of this stuff.
In the side chat, Josh told the other guy, "Watch this." Then but he's muted, so there's nothing to watch. It's hilarious. uh
Yeah, Josh, they might speak English, but they still drag their knuckles when they walk, so it's not really fair.
I mean, what's the difference? You don't know what you're talking about when you kind of speak English. And from one of the conversations in the text chat earlier today, there's some people that are obviously American and can't even type English. So it's kind of the same.
In all fairness, I used to rat on one of my mates for his crap ability for typing, and then when I met him, he has to duck down to walk through a doorway when he puts his one single hand across the keyboard that nearly spans 3/4 of it. His reason he couldn't type for shit is when he presses one key, he presses about 9 at a time.
Big
We
old
used to think
dude.
he was just a numpty, and he's just a very large man. It shocked the shit
Wow.
out of us when we met him in person.
I'm still super sus on the fact that Talon loves that whole trigonometrical survey argument. And I'm pretty sure he's presented that whole Wallace thing to us before as well. It was just so typical of him. He was in here, muted, not long before that other guy turned up. That guy admitted he didn't know jack shit, right? He was honest about that. Next minute, he's rambling off stuff like he's, an expert. I
Yeah, you
seriously
picked that one
think
up
that
pretty
someone
quick.
was in his DMs. Yeah, and I suspect it was Talon, and I know I can't prove it, but bro, come on, that was sus.
And we're not holding an impossible position or something that's unreasonable, because at the end of the day, the Earth has to be first established and validated to be an oblate spheroid. Once you've got that in place, you can then start to talk about your gravities and your rotation, and then maybe you can go to the space and do your space traveling, one step at a time. But they love to jump to satellites, and we've gone to the moon. We got stuff on Mars, just like that. Just like that, gish galloping and jumping all over the place. Nothing being validated. They haven't validated the moon. I used to say that all the time. Can you please establish the Earth to be a globe first? Can you do that? But they can't. And says who went when he said satellites. Oh my God, he went. Yeah, I know what you meant.
what you will find over here is, young Josh, is you get a lot of people that want to come in here and just debate. They don't really give a crap about the subject matter. They just want to debate for the sake of, hey, I won a debate. Then when they start researching stuff, you're realizing when they're starting to stutter and stammer, and they realize they know nothing of the subject matter, it's actually when it becomes interesting. You think we're here to beat up on people? No. We're here just to pass on information. What they do with it after then is up to them. Referring to yourself, are you there, Josh?
What's happening here, bro? Yo, Flat Earth, man.
What's going on, Kept?
Yo, what's up, man?
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
The Flat Earth.
My best photo profile is fire.
The Flat Earth, bro. We're in it.
So what do you think? It's
I think it's
flat,
round, bro.
or
That's what
it's
I've been
ball
told.
tard? You've been told it's round, so you think it's round.
Yeah,
Dream.
exactly.
Have you ever gone out and checked it out?
No, I don't go outside, really. I generally stay indoors.
Like your mum's basement type indoors?
Yeah, sometimes I, like, talk to flat earthers online. It makes me
doesn't sound
quite
like
happy,
me.
to be honest. People like yourself is how dumb you are.
So why haven't you gone out and checked it out?
You're a scientist? What degree do you have, by the way, actually?
You just blindly
You don't have any
accept
degree,
the
you're just
you just
generally
blindly
online,
accept
tapping
you
all
just
day.
blindly accept the information you're given.
No, you're just spending all your day here talking about the same
No,
things
I
over and over.
don't spend
Keep
all
it
my
up, though,
day
man.
here. I just got
Use
here.
your behavior, but keep it up.
I got here about 10 minutes before you, kid. Are you going to run away? Yeah. Hey, Josh, that's a classic example of the fuckwits we get here. Are you starting to comprehend it now?
Hello.
Hello, Bimmy. I thought that was a Timmy then. I was going to say, oh, here we go. But you're lucky. Oh, good.
Yeah, I just had a question about flat
Yeah,
Earth.
what is it, man?
So this guy's saying like that if you have like a boat in the ocean and it goes away, the hull disappears first, and that's supposed to be evidence that the Earth is round.
Yeah, we get that a bit.
Yeah, but like why do people say that? Like what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? It actually looks like it's disappearing because of the way optics works. It looks like it's disappearing bottom up, and they just assume that bottom up means it's going over a curve. That's just an assumption. Instead of looking into it and going, holy shit, it's not going over a curve. It's just the my optical limit getting reached and the way it works, and they can understand it. Like Lats has just posted up in the side chat, things disappearing from bottom up. They're Lego pieces sitting on a flat floor, and all they've done is varied the temperature in the room.
Okay.
So what happens is, so just so you know what's going on, so you can go, oh wow. When you stand at the beach looking straight out, your eyes naturally balance themselves, and your line of vision is straight ahead. So from your line of vision to the bottom of the boat, or where the boat connects with the water, it generates an angle. And then from your line of vision up to the top of the boat generates another angle. So what happens, as that boat sails away, that angle gets smaller and smaller and smaller because of perspective. But here's the kicker. When that angle gets down to 0.02, you can't resolve the image anymore. So naturally, from your eye line, and I'm going to assume you're 6 foot tall, 6 foot down to the water is only 6 foot. From up to the top of the boat, and we're talking these large cruise liners, might be, 80 feet, 90 feet? So the top angle's a lot bigger than the bottom one. It's pretty easy. When it hits 0.02, you can't resolve the image anymore. So that's the resolution limit of your eye. And that's what happens. Because the bottom one is a smaller angle, it will just be non-resolvable first. So that's why the bottom of the boats become all blurry and you can't. They just sort of look like they're fading into the water because you just can't resolve the image anymore. That's all it is. So yeah, they're not really disappearing over a curvature. It's just that you can't resolve the image.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
people usually say like, then how come if you use binoculars, it doesn't make it come back?
well, it does make it come back. It's because they're people that just some of them are just what we call anti-FE. It doesn't matter what we say; they'll just go against it. You know, I can hold a blue pen in my hand and be on camera and say, "Hey, I've got a blue pen in my hand," and they will argue about it. There's actually people that come in here and do that, which is amazing.
Well, just to kind of touch on what he just said, when they're saying you can't like zoom that back in on that, like just kind of imagine this. If you were to go out to the ocean right now with your own eyes, a boat's going to get so far, then it's going to disappear. You're not going to see it no more. You can't resolve that. But if you're to get like a Nikon, 1000, and then zoom in, and then you'll see it. And you're like, oh wait, there it is. But eventually, that also has a limit, just like your eyes had a limit before you picked up the camera. So what they're talking about is when you see something that apparently disappeared prior to you picking up that camera, but when you zoom onto that, then they're like, oh, see, you can't re-zoom that in, but that's only because you reach the limits on that camera. The same way you reach the limits on your eye. The same way, like 400 years ago, they didn't have a P1000 where they can zoom in to see something that quote unquote disappeared over the globe Earth or the geometric horizon. So they're just manipulating like the observation, or should I say the description of what's going on. They're just being disingenuous because that's not really what's being like presented to you guys, like to show you the truth. But they go, oh well, tell them to zoom back in, like zoom this back in now once you've maxed out your zoom. So just be careful, like when you listen to these guys, because they're very deceitful. And
Yeah.
there's also times when the like the optical effects that are going on, because we do have refraction, like contrary to popular belief when they say flat earthers don't believe in refraction. No, actually, because of refraction, there's these optical phenomenons that happen, and there's times when things look like they are halfway cut off by water, which they will say that's the globe cutting it off. But the reality is that it's just the conditions. So then they'll say zoom into that and try to see the boat. Well, no, you can't do that. All you have to do is just wait a couple hours, and as that optical phenomenon gets reduced in, optically to you the way you're seeing it, then you'll see the fullness of the boat. You don't have to zoom in. You just have to wait for the conditions to change. So whether it's the air getting warmer or colder, just depending on what's going on. But here, I'll post a video to give you an example of what I mean on the side chat. Unless you've seen it already, I don't know.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yes. Okay. So this video it's he's out there. This boat is anchored off the shore, off the coast, and 3 hours goes by, and it goes from being halfway blocked, like the way they present it, and say, "Oh, look, it's behind the curve of the Earth." But 3 hours later, you can see its entirety. So that's what anti-flat earthers are not only going to dismiss and hand wave when you present it to them, but also to themselves. They don't want to see this reality because it goes against their paradigm, their falsehoods. And then they'll cope at that point, come up with excuses and all this nonsense. It's just reality, though. Oh wait, Josh posted it earlier, a minute while I was talking about it. Cool. Yeah, he posted exactly what I was talking about. But see how that captured image, you would say, "Oh, look, the boat's behind the curvature of the Earth." But then when you see the full video, you see, "Oh, wait, look, now you can see the boat in its entirety because the conditions changed and that
Does this
refraction
happen like up close too?
up close. No, this is miles away. That boat was miles away from the shore.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, these optical illusions, wouldn't they like do they happen up close or they just happen far away?
Usually it's something that's observed like miles away, but
Hey,
like if you
OG, APOC, hold up a second.
Uh-huh.
Where is he? Bimmy, if you scroll up to 52 minutes past the hour, Lats has posted up a Sky Free YouTube video.
yeah, so if you're talking about like can this happen, like if you're just like let's say 10 feet or 20 feet away, it could happen. You can see that effect. And him mentioning Sky Free, it reminds me of they do have those type of videos where they show, I think they're like 20 or 30 feet away, and all they do is just open up like a door and let cold air come in, and just that quick temperature inversion that happens when the cold air meets the warmness of the house or wherever they're at, like you'll see the objects, some get stretched thin and some seem to disappear behind this layer that's formed, and that's equivalent to what you're seeing over the great miles and great distances over the ocean when they're saying, "Oh yeah, look at it's behind the water, the curve of the Earth." No, it's just an optical phenomenon, and things get blocked up. They get blocked out from the air. Sometimes it mirrors the surface up to where it looks higher, and then or that mirrors the sky to makes the horizon look lower. That's not even the real horizon. It's just if you saw with your own eyes, you might think it's the horizon, but it's not because it's just a mirroring effect that happens when the sky's mirroring onto the surface of the water, and then that's when you see boats floating. Have you ever seen that effect, like a Fata Morgana?
No.
Oh, that's actually it looks funny when you see it. You're like, what? It's you ever watch SpongeBob with the little that oh yeah, oh you just posted it.
Okay.
See how the boats here, I'll delete my oh we would have both deleted at the same time. Luckily I missed the button. Or else we would have both
Is it Fata Morgana or Fata?
Fata Morgana. Fata Morgana.
Fata Morgana, okay.
Yeah. And see he
So this
posted
is
the
refraction.
it's these are optical phenomenons that are caused by like these different, because there's a bunch of different, like you have looming, you have sinking, you have like there's all these different descriptions within that family of light taking crazy paths. Sometime they're all in the same family though, but they're called different things because some things like some they're all different temperatures and different like variants. There's variables that make them different from one another. Does that make sense? Like when you see a mirage or when you see something sinking, like you get what I'm saying? They're all part of this optical phenomenon family, but they all have their own little descriptions in the studying of them, in people saying, hey, what's that? Why is that thing inverted? Like sometimes you can see something and it looks upside down in the sky. And you're like, what? Like, how is that even possible? But again, optical phenomenons, like that's reality. That's our reality. We see things weird sometimes.
I
That
see.
one where you see the ship there looks like it's up in the sky. TIR, total internal reflection. So what happens is because the angle of yourself or whoever's taken the image in this case is so shallow, so close to the surface of the water, the light actually reflects back off of itself internally across the surface of the water and the air that's there, and that's why it makes them look like they're hovering. You can see there where the second one where I've posted up where the image color is inverted, you can see the horizon on the right hand. You can see it clearly on the right hand side. Left hand side's hard to see, but on the right hand side you can clearly see the horizon there.
Okay, and then there are also people who say like the higher you're standing, the more you can see of the boat.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is the data is compressed. So when you're down low, your angle of vision is cut off, half of it by the water. Makes sense now, doesn't it? So as you get up higher, remember that angle I was talking about earlier? So now when that angle gets greater, all of a sudden you can resolve the image again. It's just to do with angles and distance from the item. The further away you are, naturally perspective makes things smaller, and that angle gets smaller. Once it hits 0.02, ta-da, you can't resolve the image. When you get elevated again, all of a sudden now, the image is not compressed. You can see it again, and that's it. It's not really much more to it.
Yeah, that works vertically too. I just posted like
the building one. Yeah, I haven't seen that for a while actually.
Yeah, see how all the windows are like scrunched up at the top, but they're like widely spaced at the bottom. This is the same thing. Just you're looking up and it has the same effect as if you were looking across the surface of the water. You have to understand that the further away you get, there's more like compressed. So that's why like when you
It's just
look
perspective. That's all it
right.
is. It's just perspective. The same amount of information in a smaller space. So because the angles to those pieces of information are now smaller, you can't resolve them. That's why the top of it just looks like a blurry line.
Exactly.
As opposed to individual windows. You're trying to look at the individual window, but the angle to that is so small, you can't resolve it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Have you ever noticed like when you're looking up at a building, it looks like it's falling on you if you like staring at it?
No, I can't honestly say I've never thought of that.
Yeah, that's never happened to me, man. You might be
Like
hallucinating.
that's been happening to me since I was a kid. You stand in front of a building, it's way taller than you. You look up, like you're pretty close to the building. And if you just stare kind of at the top of the building and the sky at the same time, it looks like it's like falling or coming towards you or moving. It's almost like you can see like
You sure you don't just have astigmatism?
Definitely not. Does anyone else like has literally anyone?
I don't get such a privilege, mate. Where I live, I can nearly throw rocks on the tops of nearly every building in my town. They're that short.
He don't got no skyscrapers there, huh?
So, like, why is the Earth flat, guys? I thought it was round.
Why is it flat? That's a great question.
Yeah.
We do know it is flat because when we go to measure and check for the curvature, we can't find any. It's non-measurable. But the why it's flat, that's a different.
How would you measure the curvature?
That aligns with your natural experience of it too, right? Because you observe it to be nothing but flat and motionless. People often forget that part.
So wait, why are they? So you're saying that basically there's like, but why does the world want to force us to believe it's like round? Like, what do they get out of it?
Well, money, obviously.
It's a religion.
Money?
Yeah.
Well, most
aren't there
religions
like
don't really talk
companies?
about it.
There's like entire
it's a
companies
religion that
based
is
on it.
exploited just like any other.
Yeah, but what do you get out of it?
Like NASA,
this,
doesn't
like,
NASA get money to exist? That's like one source of money from like believing that the Earth is round.
What's that? About $74 million a day. That's a pretty nice incentive to keep spinning bullshit.
Well, flat
Yeah, I
Earth
mean, you get
doesn't
all the
really
things that
negate
you would
their.
get from exploiting a common belief system:
Yeah, but it doesn't
money,
negate their
power,
funding. Like
control.
the Earth
We're
could
not
still be
we're not
flat, and they
trying to
could still
negate
be.
anything. It's
No, I'm saying
them
they
that are
could still be
exploiting a
around.
common. Okay, Ali, you were taught a story at school. Now, were you told a lie, or was it just misinformation that's been passed on through generations?
Well, like generations thought the Earth was flat before they thought it was round.
Interesting.
No,
So
they didn't think
So
it; they
which one's the
experienced
lie?
it. You still do.
Generations
Well,
also
okay.
thought
So
like.
experienced reality. So you've got two choices: experienced reality is the lie, right? Or what you see on the TV is the lie.
Well, the generations also thought a lot of funky stuff. I don't like, sacrificing babies was fine. Kind of weird.
Hey,
no,
bro, no,
that's
no,
just
no, no,
very
no, no.
particular
I'm talking
groups.
about
Non
so
sequitur.
they experienced the Earth as flat and stationary back then, and you still do now, right? So
But
either
that doesn't make any
experience
sense.
physical reality,
You only experience direct
right?
forces that are upon you at that specific time, and forces
So
you are aware
either
of.
your experience of physical reality and the surface that you live on is false, or they show you on TV about that reality is false.
I don't think they get any money whether I believe it's flat or round. To be honest.
Hey, Ali, why are you just
Oh, so there's
totally
no
not
such thing
listening to
as
what
science
T-Dub
fiction movies?
said?
Just like the world, like they wouldn't get any money for saying 2 +
Yeah,
2 is
I know
4.
you're hooked on that. How about you respond to what T-Dub said? Are you experiencing reality, or are you accepting what's on TV reality?
I am experiencing and
Excellent.
accepting the things which I don't know.
So when you walk outside, you don't see any curvature, you don't feel any spin, but when some clown show on TV says it's spinning and curved, you just put your blinkers on and accept that.
No, man. I've been in a car and a plane before. It definitely looks like it's a globe, to be honest with you.
You can tell it's a globe from being in your car.
I
You're a
can
special
feel it.
kind of unit.
I'm not even gonna lie. I can feel it. If you've ever been in a plane, you can feel like
I have been in a
you're
plane
in
multiple times. I didn't see any
well,
globetard in there, man.
and it feels like it's subjective opinions, right? You can't mock my opinion for what I feel because you said you feel something different.
Okay, check this out. Mathematically, if we give you the globe and say, yes, it's a globe, check this out. Mathematically, in a plane, you're not high enough to see it anyways.
Right.
Wait,
So the
mathematically, I'm not
subjectivity.
who
Okay,
what?
so we meet an impasse with subjectivity, right? So that's where it's important what they were talking about earlier. Matrix mentioned measured, right? Measurements.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so
okay, it
we should
appears
stop
flat,
saying
right? It appears
what do
flat
we
and
feel?
motionless, but so it appears flat and motionless, but it's just such a big ball that's there's just your perception of being on such a large object, which is actually spherical and moving, right? You don't perceive it, right? That's what they tell you, right? But okay, then if that's true, what are the dimensions? What is the
Do you
size? And is there any way that we could determine its ferocity from the surface?
well, this is the problem that I face. The problem that I face is you're asking questions that you yourself can't respond to. If I ask you to give me the dimensions of the flat Earth, you will say I don't know. So why do you expect the
No,
other side
but
to give you
I'm
the
not,
same?
because I'm not making a claim about size or shape.
The
Okay, well,
heliocentric model does.
okay. So what do they say? How is their calculation or whatever? Like, I look. I'm coming to this from a foundational point of view,
Hey,
right?
no,
So like,
you're asking the right questions. You're asking the right.
yeah. So like, I mean, what do they? I want to see how you reach the conclusion that something that they calculated was inaccurate or something. Why is
Hey,
gravity not real? Why is it just buoyancy?
can I chime in on this one? They claim the Earth is like 24,900 miles in circumference. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So using that, we can get pretty close estimate using math how much curvature and how to measure the curvature, right?
Okay.
And so like if you just go to Google and type in like Earth curve calculator, there's like dozens, and they all use the same math. So if you want to do this in real time, you can. You don't have to. But like I have we observed a lighthouse that's 175 feet tall and 62 miles away over water, Atlantic Ocean. So if you plug those numbers in, my eye height was probably about 10, for the size of the boat that I was on. You could even say 20 feet to give it a little extra. Say my eye height was 20 feet. My target distance is 62 miles. And then look at how much it should have been hidden by, and it clearly wasn't.
Can you like paste their formula and tell me where they went wrong, like in the chat? I just have trouble understanding.
Can I what? I'm sorry?
The formula's
like,
not
paste-
wrong based on the assumption. That's the problem. When you go and measure and check reality. See, at school you were taught it was a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. When we go and test that out in reality, not on paper, outside in the real world, that's not what happens.
Okay, and who's tested that? Who went from the edge to edge? What?
What's this edge to edge
it by
shit?
observing. Yeah, there's no edge.
I mean, you have to go from like one point to the other point to measure.
Actually,
right?
no,
You
we
said
don't. Ali, the claim on the table is it's a sphere, okay? So we're going to keep that in your mind. It's a sphere. That means that every single item, fluids included, all have to conform to this approximate 8 inch per mile squared drop. Approximate. Fluids included. Okay. That means water. So that means we can go to any large body of water, like a lake, for example, and shoot a laser over the top of that. So say the lake is 20 miles wide. That means there should be a 266-foot drop. So at one side, you and me set the laser up 1 foot high. And then at 20 miles across the other side of the lake, we go and measure the distance between the laser and the water. And that should be 267 feet. When they do this, it's the same height. It's 1 foot. He's roboting. You're roboting, bro. Say again.
I don't know. It's you just gave me like two. Is there any like easier way
to measure the curvature?
Look, because I'll be honest. Like, look, in my religion, there's a lot of people that believe it's flat. Like, for example, like our percentage believes it's flat, and he's Muslim. So like, I'm trying to understand, like how. I need someone to convince me. Like, show me the evidence.
No,
because I've been shown the evidence all my life that it's round.
You have to go and check it for yourself. We can give you the information, but we're not here to convince
can you
people.
give me
We're
like
here to
a
show
link or
people information. We can post some tests up online to show you how it's done. You can look from there.
So Ali,
if you can send me something.
Ali, you're Muslim?
Ali, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am.
So in the Quran, doesn't it say that the earth is like a carpet stretched out? I mean, I just want to know, when's the last time you saw a carpet that is round and a ball and spherical? Just think of something simple like that. If you want to turn to your religion, just use that one scripture and just let the Spirit speak to you and ask the right questions. Because nowhere do you see a spherical carpet stretched out. Just leave it at that.
Look, I get what you're saying. It's just, I don't know, man. It's like hard to believe sometimes. Well,
if you want to see like people that have like went out and experimented for themselves, you can find a lot more like videos of that on Rumble or BitChute, because YouTube seems to have a bad habit of taking those down. I don't know why. It seems like they're maybe trying to hide something.
Because you guys got to understand, like, when something's been indoctrinated in you, as you guys say, then it's going to be like very hard for us to understand or even see or even entertain the other side. Right?
Let me just tell you from
it's not our fault. It's not our fault. It's just it's been like it's now in our head.
All of us flat
we see it on a
earthers
daily
are
basis,
Globers
bro.
before.
The greatest laser experiment. Okay, I'll take a look at this.
I would dare say that most flat earthers are probably like into sci-fi, into astronauts and space, and then most flat earthers are very well versed Globers. Or they become flat
Wait,
earthers.
why don't we just go to the edge? Why can't we do? Is like
There's not an edge.
why wouldn't we fall off? Wait, what?
I think because the model they try to show you is like this floating disc in outer space. I don't really think that's what flat earthers, majority of flat earthers think.
What is it then? If it, like a flat, to me, a flat plane, some point you have an edge. I've never seen a
Possibly an
flat plane without
infinite
an edge.
flat plane, or a flat plane that's way bigger than what we know to be.
Well, then technically, if you were to go high enough and then point your laser, there would be no end.
Well, yeah, except for then you have like energy, which light only travels so far through.
Light would be able to travel. It's just the distance it would take it to travel.
The thing is, like with you're asking like what is the shape or what is the map or where is the edge or those kinds of things. We don't really know. We're just asking questions to try to get more knowledge. If you look at it from the other side, from the Glober side, they don't really know either. It's hearsay. Like you're taking a third party and they're saying this is what it is, and you're saying, okay, that's the gospel, and you can't do that. I mean, like try that in court. It's not going to work. Like for example, they show you pictures of like a satellite orbiting Jupiter. Is there a second satellite following the first satellite, taking pictures of the first satellite? Like, do you really think that's a real picture?
All the satellites be flying along with selfie sticks. Hey, look at me, Mum. Click.
That's what it is. That's where the selfie stick was invented. NASA. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I was like a huge Star Wars fan. I still like sci-fi movies. I like to imagine stuff like that, but I just realize it's fantasy, all of it. And who's the guy that was talking? Ali, I think was his name.
Yeah, he's dipped.
Okay.
Ali, you're a Muslim.
Some of the Globers when they come in here, I hope they understand. It's not like we're like wanting to personally attack them. All thought that initially, we just.
But that's... Wow, is it just me roboting, or is it... But that's something he did bring up himself, was the fact that with the indoctrination. So he understands that himself, so he actually might have a look into some videos and whatnot and go and check shit out for himself, which might be a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it started for me.
I don't think Techno's roboting so much as he's just his push to talk isn't quite working properly.
Yeah, it seems to be cutting out every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah. Like the end of your sentence or the beginning of your sentence. It's not. We're missing bits and pieces here.
Yeah, I have a question for you guys, for the flat earthers. Like, the video of the guy, he goes to Antarctica and he films the sun and it just never leaves.
Yeah.
What about it?
Yep.
Yes. So, like, what would be the response to that?
The sun's in the sky. Yay! High five.
Yeah. Someone went to a place and saw the sun circle them.
Yeah, but like, according to the model, isn't like the sun never supposed to stay in Antarctica?
We're not presenting a model. We're not presenting a model. We're not flat earthers with a model. Yeah.
But then, okay, but
There's a
work on
there's
it.
a model.
What's the model?
There's no model.
You know when you go to a buffet and you all line up and you grab your plate, your knife, your fork, and then you start loading food onto your plate, and then go back to the table.
With us, it's like we forgot to pick up our napkin on the way through. We didn't get the model.
Hey, can we stop talking about food? I'm hungry and I'm a fat guy.
So check it out, Abu. The ground is measured as flat, no curvature. So whatever the sun's doing up above our heads, the sun gets to do above our heads. So if it does a figure eight, that's awesome. If it spins backwards, that's awesome. If it does loop-de-loops, that's awesome. It still does it above a flat surface. All right?
Okay, I understand. But then how would you explain it? Or like you wouldn't
Oh,
have
that's
an answer for that?
not
Because like
like that.
I understand the whole thing. I did watch. I remember because I already spoke to flat earthers before, and they sent me a playlist of someone actually doing the whole measurements. With the lake and the
What
lasers.
does looking at the sun mean? How does that explain a globe?
Because it's like the model that is usually given is a North Pole is at the center, and then
Oh, that's a
and the
map. That's not a model. Yeah, you've got the two confused. That's an AE map. Azimuthal equidistant map. And you can actually generate one of those maps. There's a web page that you can go to where you can throw any picture at it and it will create a AE map out of that. So you can put your house as the center point. They are a very specific map used for the radial measurements to make sure they're the same, but everything that's longitude, latitude, the other one, I can never remember which way, gets thrown out, and you've actually got to have a key or a legend to understand how to read it and get your measurements accurate. So they are very specific maps used for very specific things. Yeah, it's not a model, mate. That one is just a map.
Okay, I see. But then, because I would see how it would work on a globe model, like the way the sun works and light works, and how there's, like light for
How
60
light
minutes.
works? Sorry, did you say how light works?
Yeah, how does that
No,
work on a globe?
I meant like sunlight, like in the sense that
How,
in the
how does
south
it
Yeah.
work
there's
on a globe? How does it work on a globe? Tell us.
no, because like on the globe, like depending on the season, like the sun is either
You
like
guys are a sect. You guys are a sect, bro. Like you guys are a sect.
Wait a sec. I don't like affirm or negate. Like I'm kind of agnostic on the question.
No,
I'm
that's
just
all right.
asking.
But the reason I questioned about the light is there's this thing called the inverse square law. Now, the way it works is whenever you double your distance from a given light source, you now have 1/4 of the energy levels. Okay, so let's say you're at 1 foot from a bed lamp. When you go 2 foot from it, now you have 1/4 of the light energy. Now, the sad and sorry part about this episode is I actually purchased a light meter and have done readings of the sun. And the sun at about lunchtime, you wouldn't believe it, is when it's at its most strongest reading. And then it slowly tapers off either side of that. So it ramps up to lunchtime and then ramps down to sunset, sundown, afternoon, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Now, from lunchtime when it's at its peak till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my meter shows that's 1/4 of the energy levels. But the problem is, in order to get 1/4 of the energy levels, that means the sun has to double its distance. So when you go to school, or you look up Wikipedia, they tell you that the average distance is about 93 million miles away. So are you telling me that between lunchtime and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Earth travels 93 million miles further away from the sun, and then by the next morning it actually comes back? So it's doing a big sawtooth pattern?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like again, like that's pretty much like the big question I have would be about like the pulse. That's pretty much, like on the rest, I pretty much agree with you guys. It's real the pulse thing for me.
There's a lot of stuff that we don't understand the mechanisms. How the sun stays up in the air, how the moon stays up in the air, what the stars are, who put them there. These are all the normal stupid questions we get from people that most of the time just smart asses. 99% of the time just smart asses who want to ask questions that they don't know themselves. So every now and then you'll get someone that's honest that goes, how does this work? And it's like, sorry bro, we don't make a claim to how it works.
We know it does its thing, and we know that the ground is measured as flat. So,
Okay,
yeah, I do apologise, but there is a lot of things that people just don't know. When you start looking into it, you look at the heliocentric model, and they'll tell you, hey, it all started from a big bang, and those lights in the sky that sparkle and twinkle are stars that are millions of miles away, and all these beautiful stories. How do they verify these claims? Like, they tell you the nearest one is so many light years away. How do they verify that? How do they prove that without ever
usually
being
they do
there?
the thing with like the, the telescope at like the different seasons.
So they look
Something
through a
like that.
telescope. So
Like,
what
I
can you
forgot.
tell about something by looking through a telescope? Its color, maybe its shape.
No, no, it has to do with like perspective. So like you see, like for example, if there's an object in front of you that's close to you, and let's say you close one eye and then you close the other one and look with the other one, and you do that back and forth, like you're gonna see like the difference, right? More because it's close to you. But if it's further, you're gonna see it less and less. So apparently that's how they measure it. So they go like to like
Yeah,
the Earth is like on one side of the sun when it's like in the winter. Then they look at a star and I don't know, they take a picture or whatever. And then when the Earth is on the other side of the sun in the summer, they do the same thing. And depending on like how big
Well,
the difference is,
it's interesting you
that's how
say
they
that. I
measure
want
it.
you to think about this. Let's just say the Earth is on one side of the sun. This is according to the heliocentric model. The Earth is on one side of the sun. So at daytime, you can't see stars. You have to look to the south, for example, because the sun illuminates the north side and you can't see. Now, 6 months later, we're on the opposite side of the sun. So that means instead of looking south now, you have to look north. Why is it you see the exact same star pattern?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. I don't think we're spinning around a ball tard. I don't think we're on a ball tard. I think the stories are bullshit.
Then what about
Anyways.
the oh man, I forgot the word. I'm geeked. Wait. The constellations. Yeah. What about the constellations? Like the same, like for like
what about?
all of like in northern hemisphere we'll see like the same, but all of the southern
It's a,
hemisphere we'll see the other,
Yes.
like depending on the seasons.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Are the light bulbs or the light fixtures in the different rooms of your house, are they all the same or are they different?
and they're different.
Okay, so if you go to different places on the surface of your home, the lights above you may be different.
Yeah,
Okay, so on the surface of the Earth, if you go to different places, what would be the problem if different constellations were in different places?
like the problem comes, it's like it comes in the sense that people who are going to be like very far away from one another, like as long as you're in the South Pole, like miles and miles and miles or whatever, you're going to be able to see the same. While the people like at the North Hemisphere, they're not going to be able to see the same as any of the people in the South do. So, something like that.
Right, so people in different regions can see different constellations because, wait for it, the stars and the luminaries, the sun and the moon, they move. So different parts of the year in different places, you will see different lights. There's not a problem with that. It's just
Sure. I mean, yeah, yeah.
that's how
Like,
the sky
I mean,
presents itself.
I understand since like you're not proposing any model. Like, I see how
No.
yeah, how it's not necessarily an issue with you because like you don't have a model that it could refute. You simply say like, we don't know. It just moves around. We don't have the answer yet. I mean, I understand.
Well, I mean, I think it's important that everybody understand that there is actually no heliocentric model. I mean, you guys think that you have one as well, but if I asked you to post it, if you went online and looked for an official globe model, there wouldn't be one. Now, there is a conceptual model, but it is a very rigid model. And it turns out that it's so rigid that there are anomalies that we experience in the real physical world, even with the skies and the luminaries and when the sun comes up and when it goes down, that don't actually fit that very rigid model. It's kinematic, it's not dynamic. And it turns out that the sun doesn't rise at the same time or the predicted time every day. You can look at time and date, and it'll tell you this is when the sun is supposed to rise today, and it might be 2 minutes early, it might be 2 minutes late. There's a lot of variances within the rigid model that you're given. And even within that rigid model, it's still all conceptual because it gives values for things like, oh, I don't know, the size of the earth. Well, that size has never been measured, and when tested, it is debunked. So whatever model you're given is purely conceptual. It's not even based on things that have been measured in reality. It's the best way that they can conceptualize and rigidly model what could happen if the earth was a sphere. But once we take that part away, the entire house of cards all falls apart.
Mhm. Yeah. Actually, what you're telling me right now reminds me, like, for example, at the beginning of Ramadan, it's supposed to start when we see the new moon, and like, what is it? Like on Wednesday, like, what is it? 2 weeks ago, there was a few countries that claimed they saw the new moon, but there was other countries that said no. According to scientific calculations, it's actually impossible to see it or whatever. But yeah, there was like a
Well,
bunch of them. Yeah, actually. And like that was a big issue. So like there was a lot of countries that started to fast like a day after, right? Because there was like some countries like Saudi Arabia, I think Palestine, Sudan, a few others, I'm not sure. But they all claim to have seen the new moon, right? But like the other countries, they actually like waited. And a lot of people said, because scientifically, it's impossible to see the moon, because I don't know, it's supposed to be hidden, I don't know where, or something like that.
sure. Well, that's an interesting thing about the moon. So this should help you understand how mysterious this place actually is, this realm that we live in. Because the new moon, it's funny that you say it that it was seen. The whole point of the new moon is that there is no moon to see, and any way that we try to detect the moon where it should be, it cannot be found. So it's as if it vanishes for like 2.5 days. It completely disappears. So just let that sink in for a minute.
Yeah. Or like, but the new moon, like, it has like a bit, like, how do you say? Like, it has like a tiny, tiny bit of light on the side, though.
Nope, nope. That would not be a new moon phase. That would be the beginning of the waning crescent. Because as soon as you see it, that's the beginning of the moon phase. The new moon is no moon. You can think of it that way. No moon.
Oh, okay, no, but sorry, but that's what we mean. Like when we're able to see the really, really small, like, bit of light.
Well, if you can see it, then that wouldn't be a new moon.
Okay.
That's the beginning of the lunar cycle.
Just be the same old moon.
Okay. Well, anyways, thank you a lot for your answers. By the way, do you have like more resources?
Oh yeah, someone can DM you a link to. I can't do it because I'm traveling right now, but they can DM you a link to our home server, and we've got terabytes worth of information, PDFs, videos, images, all that stuff. So pretty much anything that you would like to research about the topic, cosmology, Earth, all that stuff in general, it will be there. It's alphabetical. It's at the bottom of the channel. So if somebody wants to DM him a link to the server, that'd be awesome.
Done.
Well, that was an easy mod mail.
Sorry, say again?
I said that was an easy mod mail.
What?
What you just said.
What, to DM somebody a link to a server?
Yep. It's against server rules.
To DM somebody a link? No, we've been given permission to do that. We can't post it in the side chat, but we can DM it to people if they ask for it, or if we want to give it to them. If
That
they're
hasn't been
asking,
approved.
Really? So when we first came in here and they told us that you could DM a link to anybody to your server, you just couldn't broadcast it. They were lying to us, were they?
No, I think you're misinterpreting what they're saying.
Okay, well, why don't you? Okay, so just, I mean, help me out with it. Maybe you could tell me why we have that.
I'll just go ahead and make a mod mill and let the mods decide. How about that?
Terrific. So are you? Yeah, are you like? Are you just policing people? Does this topic bother you so much that now you're just going to tattle on everybody? You fragile?
Brendan, about what do you think about the surface of the Earth?
Oh man, don't be like that. Like people are here. Like we're here to try to help people understand.
And that's fine. Just don't advertise your server. That's all.
I didn't
It's not
advertise it.
advertised. Show us where it's advertised, Brendan.
Did I even give the name of our
Why don't we
server?
just boot him out?
Yeah, just do it. I didn't even give the name of the server. What a snowflake, man.
Yeah, and he left. Jesus Christ, what the people. Oh, Brendan, continue, please.
No, he
Was
can
he the
go
guy that
away.
came in here? Was he the guy that was like, you guys are a sect? You're a sect. Was that him?
Don't know. But I do know we're not allowed to advertise any other servers in the side chat, and if we have to, it's to DMs only. So I don't know what he was all hurt about. But he can go and be hurt 2 days somewhere else.
I mean, if there is a sect join, I might be interested.
Bimmy, have you actually clicked on that server yet? If you have, being that you've been so well behaved in here, I might just verify you while I'm on the fly.
Okay. I'll think about it maybe.
No, you're right, man. I was going to say, if you have clicked on it, I can verify you from here. That's not an issue.
The Earth is flat. However, if you have a difference of viewpoint, or if you think that you can prove that you indeed live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum, by all means, please bring your best evidence.
We are living on a wet tennis ball inside of a shop vac.
That's not true, bro.
Just
We're living in a
or
globe.
microorganisms on a magic wet tennis ball.
Yeah, where's the Star Wars guy? Where's he at?
He's somewhere else inside of the shop vac.
No, he's talking about the Death Star and how it's the Earth is flat because he saw Revenge of the Sith.
Like seriously?
Yeah, he was talking about. I think it was Banhammer. He's talking about his love for Star Wars and how
I think you got
proved
the
to him
wrong
how the
person
Earth
there,
is flat.
bro. I don't mind
Oh,
Star
yeah.
Wars. Like, I've seen them all, but I only watch them because of the special effects. It's like with most of the sci-fi stuff, I love the special effects, always have done.
Do you think Monty Python was based on a real story also?
What's that got to do with the shape of the ground? Or lack thereof?
I mean, I've always been a Star
You never see
Wars
Monty
fan.
Python, bro?
I
The Holy
just,
Grail at the end?
I think
You ever see the ending?
Yeah, I have.
What happened at the end, bro?
What's
No,
that got to do
look
with
at
the
the
shape of the ground?
listen the song of Monty
You don't
Python,
get
of
it.
space song.
No, I saw
Did you
Revenge of the Sith. It convinced me.
you never heard the space song from the Monty Python?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, great one.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, yeah. Bullet number, truth.
Yeah, so what are my fellow communists, bro? Where they at?
Yeah, I
You're a
was
commie?
in a time. I was in a time. Yeah.
I can tell, man.
And
Oh,
sea
good.
level.
Vector's back.
And sea level. What's that?
Why is it so quiet in here?
Because there is no evidence for the globe.
Because there is no evidence.
Yeah, it's so irritating. Is that accent? Because I'm not English proper speaking, and
You're
that's so
America hater.
irritating. Is it irritating?
No, I think you're
What do
doing
you
very
think?
well, man. If that's not your first
I
language,
think he's
you're doing
doing
great.
ass job, bro.
Yeah. What do you think about sea level? That
I know
also
niggas from over
bad
there
accent?
speak way
Yeah,
better than him.
yeah. What do you think about sea level? Nothing. Sea
So
level.
you'd rather
You-
talk about
You're asking
someone's
me?
accent or their English falsities as opposed to the room topic. You're a clown, Vector. You're on thin ice. I'd suggest you pull your fucking head in before I start banning more people.
How many languages you are
Yeah, and
speaking? I speak 4. I don't know. Let's try another one.
you're
If you don't like
doing
English,
great, man. Seriously.
okay. Thank you. If he
What other
doesn't like
languages?
English, we can change the language. Yeah, my English. But sea level, I think
What
it's
is your?
understandable. I want to only know
Yeah,
what is
if
sea
somebody's
level.
saying
Bro, it's
it
not
is
our fucking
the
job to educate you.
Yeah, can you tell me what
That's
is
your
sea level?
parents' job.
Can you tell me what is sea level?
surface of the water in a body of water.
Is it that leveled?
Of course it is.
Oh, how we can have sea level on the sphere?
Oh, if you're wanting to talk to Vector, he's been muted.
Okay.
Is he just being a troll for the globe
Yep.
argument?
Well, he's just got kind of a bad attitude, talking a lot of smack for really no good reason. So you can just be quiet.
Yeah, it's bullshit, really. It's not productive to like be argumentative. It doesn't really get you anywhere. It goes for both sides, really.
What's this inside chat? When you apply logic to their words, they will mute you. You haven't applied logic. You attacked one of the panel members.
Listen, this fucking Australian accent.
He sounds so aggressive. He yelled at me. Oh no! We don't care how old you are. As long as you're over the limits for Discord, that's not a problem.
So wait, you guys, there's like a flat Earth society like thing, and you guys like hate that.
Don't go near those clowns. Okay,
So
the
you do
Flat Earth
hate it. Like, what did they do
Society.
wrong?
They're not flat earthers. The Flat
It
Earth
doesn't
Society is a group of ballers that just put out straw man arguments. So what happens is you type in Flat Earth Society is one of the first things that comes up. People go there, they look at these ridiculous arguments like penguins with laser eyes guarding the ice wall and shit like that, and they just go, this is retarded, I'm out of here. Job done. Nobody gets to put forward an argument because they just see stupid shit and they leave. That's the whole purpose of it.
I see.
Nobody gets to ask sensible questions because they see the ridiculousness of what they put forward and they're out of there. And you just look at that and just go, that's spastic. I'm leaving. These guys are idiots. Which is what the whole purpose of the propaganda is to do, is to make us look like idiots. And then that's what people go, oh, flat earthers are idiots. They don't know what they're talking about. Instead of having a listen to what we've got to say and then going, hang on a minute, they're just telling us it's measured flat and what we were taught at school is not correct. Go and check it for yourself. I'm telling you now, don't trust me. Go and check it out for yourself.
I mean, when you say check it out, obviously, if I go outside, the world is going to look flat to me. So if I'm going based off of that, I would say that it's flat. However, like let's say some guy comes up to me and tells me actually it's round because like look at this test that we can do. whatever tests we're
Tell
gonna
them to bring it
do,
here.
there's like a bunch of background knowledge that I would have to learn first to even interpret the results of the test or what's going on anyways.
What background knowledge? So this is some crazy hypothetical you've thought up. What is someone going to present to you that you're not going to know? You do know it's supposed to be curved. If
First
you
of all,
don't
I
measure
don't-
curve, that's a
First of all,
fail.
yeah, I don't know like how refraction works, for instance. So if he brings up anything that has to do with the refraction,
Refraction's a
I'm
cop
already
out.
not gonna know. Right, but I'm saying in order.
So think
for
about
me
this
to
just carefully. Think about this. You're measuring the physical. When they turn around and blurt out refraction, they're selling the physical and they're going with the bending of light. So, are they talking about Earth curve or are they talking about light curve? If they're talking about light curve, they're not talking about the Earth. They've sold themselves out. They've given it away. They're going for the refraction. Now, here's the interesting bit. In order for them to have their atmospheric refraction, they must first prove the Earth is bent, curved, a ball. They can't have atmospheric refraction without proving they're on a curved surface in the first place. And to add insult to injury, the actual mathematics or formula for atmospheric refraction has the radius baked into it. So they're already assuming it's a ball in the first place.
Right. So yeah, whether it's somebody who is trying to sell me that the Earth is round or somebody who's trying to sell me that it's flat. I mean, if the guy is trying to sell me that it's flat, he doesn't even have to say anything. All he has to do is say like, "Oh, look around, it looks flat." Okay, cool. But the guy who's telling me that it's round, there is indeed some background information that I would have to quote unquote learn first
Yeah,
before
stories
understanding
stacked
the
upon
test.
stories, stacked upon stories, all there to protect something else. Like when you start digging into it, there are all these cool stories. We live on a ball tard, it's flying through space, in a vacuum, and all of a sudden, what's the one word they need to make sure it all glues together? Gravity.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt you only for a reason? I want to tell you what the guy Vector is writing in a chat in my language. He's writing that my mother needs to sleep with the local animals.
Oh, really?
What the fuck?
Let's see if
Yeah.
that happens now. Get out, idiot.
Okay, thank you. Only that.
Anyways.
Yeah. I mean this image is interesting right here that Rayleigh posted because it's pointing out that it's pretty unintuitive that somebody can like live and actually stay on a surface if it's, upside down. But then if you think about it, like if I have a bucket of water and I spin it around really fast, the water does stay inside when it's up.
How about you do that same test and put the water on the outside of the bucket and see what happens?
What do you mean put it on the outside of the bucket?
Well, when you spin the bucket around, that's equivalent of what? What is it analogous to? You putting water in a bucket is analogous to water sticking to the outside of a ball. How? That's what I said. Put the water on the outside of the bucket.
Oh, right. It would go flying, obviously.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. Fancy that. Now you're starting to think. I like it. Good.
Yeah, see, there's all these little tricks that they've played on people. That's why it's kind of silly because, a bucket is a basin, right? So that what they do is they take the bucket, they fill it with water, and then they invert that basin, tie it to a rope, and spin it. Now you have centrifugal force holding the water inside the bucket, but that's not analogous to the Earth. On the Earth, the basin is on the outside of a sphere. So you'd have to face the basin outward and spin it. It's a fun little trick they play on little kids every day, the same way that they put bowling balls and tennis balls in trampolines and say, this is how gravity works, and it's a fabric. And if things are moving, then they stay inside this gravitational well. But they're actually using density and actual fabric to try and make an equivalent to something that's not supposed to be physical right? Which space time is not physical, it's only conceptual. And the Earth is not a ball, and there's no up and down relationship in space. So it's all nonsense.
I find these both. This image, if an adult had never told you that the Earth was a ball, would such an idea have ever crossed your mind? I mean, obviously not. But if they were to tell me like the reason why you can't see, look, you see the horizon over there. Notice how you stop seeing things, and then it's like, okay, you could explain that by saying my eyes can't see that far, or that there's like clouds covering it, or all these things you could say. Like I would accept both, or
So
I would
okay,
say
I'm glad you brought that up. That's excellent. So now you've got multiple causational for the same effect. So which one is it? And this is where scientific method comes in to break down and isolate which one of the cause-effect relationship is in the equation. So
I mean,
on one hand, they're saying it's curvature only, and you've just told us there's multiple things that can cause that same effect. So we have to break them off, chip them off, and find out which one truly is the cause of this cause and effect relationship. Well done.
yeah, and I guess if there was some, technological device like a camera or a telescope of perhaps something that could help me see like really far away. Depending on the specifications of the device, objects that are very far away that disappear under my normal vision would come into view more and more clearly and further away as I get a better and better device, right?
I'm glad you brought that up because quite a few people have infrared cameras.
Yeah.
Now,
Like, I
being
don't know
that
if we
the
have.
wavelengths of light that get used or blocked out, the refractive effects or distorted effects of miraging is weakened and lessened. So if you're out there making an observation, you're standing at the beach, and we've calculated your height at 6 foot, and the horizon is supposed to be at 3 miles. That means with an infrared camera, because it gets rid of all the distortion and all the bullshit, the horizon should clearly be at 3 miles. Now, what is very interesting is when you grab an infrared camera, the horizon all of a sudden magically gets further away. So we've got less refractive effects, and now we can see further again. So the question now put on the table is refractive effects making us see further, as claimed by the Globers, or does zero refractive effects allow us to see further?
Nigga, what are you talking about, son? Oh my god.
How about you not just, no. Started that off poorly. So on one hand, you've got people saying refraction allows you to see further. On the other hand, we've got people showing cameras, holding their cameras up going, hey, zero refractive effects allows us to see further. So which one are you going to believe? The words of one man or the second man showing you the camera who could possibly hand you the camera so you can do it yourself?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody had a really insanely high tech camera and they
You
showed
don't need a
me.
high-tech one, mate.
Right, it doesn't have to be high tech
Not that I want to
necessarily.
plug companies. You sound like you're from the United States. There's a company over there called Kalari Vision, and they actually convert cameras like SLRs and stuff like that. And they've got some pretty cheap ones too, to full spectrum and just straight infrared. You can pick which band you want, so you can go and take black and white photos yourself.
Okay.
Pretty cool stuff.
More man. Oh no.
Is this idiot back again? Yeah, we're not going to put up with you this time.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Silence. Someone sensible talking. Keep going, Bimmy.
Yeah, this people are gonna say, oh, this image only works because he's high up. Try doing this from lower, like not so high up.
They do. The problem is when you do high up, there's a fellow on YouTube, Jay Tolan, was it Jay Tolan 1 Media? He actually goes up in a plane and you get to see him put the different lenses on his camera. So he starts off with just standard vision, and you can barely see due to haze and all sorts of other shit. And then when he goes into IR, you see him switch it across. He doesn't turn the camera off. It just keeps running. You see the lens come up and go over the filter go up over the lens. And all of a sudden, yeah, you can see straight through all the haze and long range. So claiming you're at elevation allows that to happen. That's a falsity.
Hey,
But the thing is, though, keep going.
I don't mean to change the subject. I was just wondering, what is y'all's take on stars? And I ask that because recently I saw a video of a guy that was using a gong, like an Asian gong, and they had light like at an angle across it, and when he hit the gong, patterns that it was making, like the frequency of this gong, matched. For one, we observed with looking at a star through a high-powered telescope. To me, it looked like a light being shown through water.
Yeah, vibration on surfaces, it's another topic in itself. You could probably talk about that for hours and hours on end. Different frequencies that produce different patterns. Angels.
I didn't mean to change the subject. I just, I'm definitely seeing.
It's an interesting subject. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not. It is. It's fascinating. What frequency and sound and all that can do and allegedly can do. So, yeah, very interesting stuff. But anyways, Bimmy, have you got any more questions? Well, you got so many people here that can all answer them.
No, not really. I mean, I'm not like the thing is that I'm not ever gonna actually do like any flat Earth tests or any globe tests, because I'm not interested in whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe. Because like, I mean, let's be honest. Does it matter? Like, why would I care about that? How would it impact my life in any way?
I think it
matters. Yeah, that's a very common thing.
Does this war in Iran affecting you?
Does what affect me?
A war in Iran.
The war in Iran? No.
No, not either me. That means I don't care. Do you understand? But when it's starting to your house, then other people saying I don't care.
Right.
That's the same thing.
It
so
is,
what it does
because
what it does lead on to
whatever argument you can put it, you can say it doesn't matter because it doesn't touching you. But in this sense, it's touching all of us because it's in all our education. It's like a fact because it's a one fact. Earth is sphere, man. It's a fact. How could be now flat? It will not change, of course, nothing in a sense of I think it will not change anything. Yeah, nothing even in politics. It will not change. Only maybe if, I don't know if that came somehow in mainstream like a big change, but I don't think so. It will come like that.
So let's put it like this. Let's just say tomorrow night, on every single news station, every single reporter, the Earth is flat. They just cut through the bullshit. We've been lied to for years. The Earth is flat. What do you think that would do to the population, Bimmy?
They wouldn't trust like their trust in institutions would go like way down.
Way out the window. Yep, that's right. And then people would start asking questions. If we've been lied to about one thing, what else have you lied to us about?
And you didn't lie to me about this supermarket has bad food. You lied to me about the shape of the earth, man. That's not so small thing. It's like, why are you lying to me about this? It doesn't matter, at the end, of course. But why? Yeah.
It's the questions you'll ask. So at the moment, under the heliocentric model, the beginning of time was a Big Bang. Now, how they come up with this, who knows? How they can prove this, who knows? Unless there's some kind of time travel shit going on, or one of them was X amount of million years old, they are never going to actually verify, validate, prove, or back up any of their stories. Now, if we get rid of the Big Bang, what options have we got for our creation story?
It proves a creator. If this is all there is, I think it proves a creator.
How you can have first law of thermodynamics? How you can have that without creator?
Hold up, Sasha. So see how such a simple question can give you a lot to think about, Bimmy? That's why a lot of people are here. It's not so much it's going to affect your day. You're still going to go out and get in your car in the morning. You're still going to start it. You're still going to let it idle for 5 minutes because it's an old banger. You're still going to drive to work in shit traffic. You're still going to do your job because you want to feed your family and your kids. You're still going to drive home, go and play your favourite sport, read your favourite newspaper. Nothing on that side of it is going to change. But within you, the questions you'll ask afterwards, the logic you'll apply to things, once you understand how broken the system is, that's what will change. But anyways, I'll leave the floor open to others. I've been rattling on for a fair while.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's way. It doesn't affect your day to day, like you said, but like school systems moving God or any type of creator from their logic and wanting to push it to the scientific Big Bang. And I think let's say that like everybody was proven to everybody that the Earth was flat and there was no void of space, and it was proven to everybody that there is a creator. I think that changes a lot of things. People going to change their whole look on life. If somebody who's 100% an atheist is now presented with cold hard fact, God exists, has created us, created everything we see, it's going to change their whole life.
I mean, yeah, it would change. I'm an atheist, and if I found out God was real, I would completely change my life, do completely different things.
I was atheist, but I'm not anymore because I understood only one thing: you cannot have information without creator. You cannot have first law and second law of thermodynamics, but I mean that is happening naturally in the world. You cannot destroy what is the first law of thermodynamics? You cannot destroy energy and matter. That cannot come from nothing. You cannot have lungs in your body doing that what is doing. You cannot have organs doing what they are doing without that somebody created that function, that what how need to function that organism. It must have this, it must have lungs, it must have heart. Do you understand me?
I mean, yeah, but
this is nothing religious. This is how you will create something functional if without it will how to say it will naturally come in existence.
Yeah,
From
earlier, a couple hours ago, I was talking about like look at the human eyeball, like how complex it is, how perfectly it works. There's no way that like a
does
random
not work
explosion.
perfectly.
Well, I mean, we're both looking at something right now to talk to one another, right?
We are,
Oh
but
my
there's like a
god.
lot of mistakes.
Oh my god, you're mistaken. Our eyes is better than any camera. Do you know?
I
Do you
don't
not?
know about that.
You have people with problems with eyes, but people who has no problems with eyes, they see better than camera can record it.
That's right.
And then if I could throw in here, one thing to consider when you're insinuating that there are mistakes, how much of those mistakes are caused by the brain's interpretation of what the eye's signals are sending to it, rather than the eyes.
Part of it's the brain misinterpreting. The other
Right.
part is just the actual structure of the eye itself.
Well, then let's talk about the brain. how complex the brain is. Do you think that that came into existence evolving from a single-celled organism to how complex the human brain is?
I mean,
The
yeah,
fact that we're
that's
even
just
able to
like
have
the
this
same.
conversation.
Yeah, the same thing as flat Earth applies there. I've been told the story, like they've engineered my education such that I've been told the story of evolution, the story of the round Earth, all these things. You could get me to believe nearly everything if you were to engineer my life and my education system such that I, believe these stories.
Like all of us, we were educated the same way, like you.
Yeah. So I make those assumptions, like, that evolution is real and the Earth is round, and there's like tons of assumptions that I make. Have I done any of the tests? Like, no, first of all, could I even do the test? Like, no, I would need a lot of resources. I guess you could like start small, but I'm not interested in doing that research because it's just easier to live your life and make those assumptions. I mean, I suppose I could just not make the assumptions and maybe like a few things would change, but
You believe in Big Bang?
yeah,
Do you know who is the father of the Big Bang?
no.
The priest.
Okay, I doubt that's true.
It's a
Look it up.
Belgian
So,
priest.
Lemaitre, wasn't it?
It's Lemaitre. Yeah, you
George
can
Lemaitre.
look it into that if you want.
Look,
I
like we
was also
discussed in the
surprised.
side chat.
I was surprised also. That was for me like, what?
Yeah, you can do your own experiments for like less than $20. Get like a high-powered laser tripod and just go to a local body of water.
I know, but like I said it before, maybe you weren't here for it, but in order to do this like laser test that you're talking about, there's like so much stuff I have to learn first to be able to understand what's happening in the test in the first place.
Well, not really. I mean, just point the laser level at a certain height at the edge of the body of water. You go to the other side of the body of water and you measure how high that laser is hitting a sheet of paper. If the Earth is curved, it should be higher. If the Earth is flat, it will be the same height.
Wait, what's on the other side that's like recording where
You,
the laser pointed?
you
Oh,
set up
me.
the
Oh,
laser.
okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Your
yeah.
friends.
Yeah. Just go buy a poster board from Walgreens for $2, white poster board, and set the laser, say, 2 feet above the surface of the water level. And if the Earth is flat, the other side of the water, let's say I'm just making up numbers. If the Earth is flat, it's going to be the same height, 2 feet. But if the Earth is curved, the water, the land and the water should curve down, which would make the laser show up at a higher side.
Okay, I wouldn't say that that's necessarily true because it could just be that it's like a really big ball and it's so big that the lake that I'm doing it on is actually like too small to even see the curvature. So that
love
See,
could
it.
the
be true,
problem
and I wouldn't
is,
even have a clue if that was true because obviously I can't fucking zoom out and see the ball and how big it is and how fucking
the
small the
problem
lake
is
is.
a
Well,
steel
I did
man.
it at the ocean, and I did it at 62 miles, and there's no curve at 62 miles of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah. See, the problem is we have the numbers. There's an official claim to how large the Earth is, so it can't just be super big ball. There's a very specific size that it must be.
Right. Um, I'm sure like people who like actual scientists from these institutions, they have explanations for why this laser's obviously they're not just gonna let that would be weird if all it takes is to do this test and that it like dismantles their entire thing. They have
Explanations are worthless without evidence, bro. So if
yeah,
they
you
don't
could
have
say like, how
evidence
do I
of
know if
their
they're lying?
explanation, then chuck it out. No,
Right.
if they can demonstrate to you that their explanation is true, that they got the explanation from data, from actual like something practical, right? Then yeah, great. But if they're just going to make up an excuse, right, throw it out. You don't even have to worry about it.
Right. Most of them will probably say like yes for every single excuse that I say, I can back it up and I can show you But like, I'm not like I don't know any side. Like I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna assume that they're telling the truth.
So the mysterious guru at the top of the mountain, surely he knows. He has all the answers.
Yeah, no,
Another
like
question.
who I trust kind of depends on like how I was raised. Like I was raised to trust the institutions and like why them and not someone else because that's what I was told as a kid by like everyone around me.
All of us were. All of us were raised with that same thing, and all of us Flowbird time.
It's time to
We
grow up.
just took it upon ourselves to ask the question and prove it.
Right.
There's definitely an agenda behind indoctrinating people that the Earth is a globe. What that agenda truly is, can I tell you what it really is? I don't know. I think it's to remove God and create atheists like yourself, because science can explain it all. When we actually go out the experiments ourselves, use scientific theory, we're observing something different than what we've been told. And why or how is that possible?
Right. So to go back to earlier, um if they set like if I did the laser test and it was like 60 whatever miles or whatever, I'm like, "Hey, I could still see the laser." And you said that there's this curve that I was supposed to be seeing. So now I think that you're making that up, but that still wouldn't tell me about this other theory that the ball is actually even bigger than what they've said. And so the reason that I'm
Excellent. So
seeing the
what you've
laser.
done is you've debunked a particular radius. Like there's
Right.
one of the things that we've got called the Black Swan. It's a couple of oil rigs where it's a long-range observation. Well, it's actually filmed, and it's one frame taken out of video footage or camera footage. What it does is it debunks the radius all the way up to about 268,000 miles because of how far they can see in that particular test.
So New York, London, it's not 3,000 miles. It's 15,000 miles distance.
Okay.
Is that true?
I have no idea.
It's the same distance what we have. You can find on Google. It's that one distance. It's not that it's bigger distance.
This black swan thing, like
I'll show you. I'll put it up for you. I'll do
yeah,
it.
like you've said, it would debunk a particular theory, but there's always going to be some other theory that it doesn't debunk.
Well, the issue is the fact that we've already been given the numbers. If we weren't given any numbers, people could just go, "Hey, it's a bigger ball. Hey, it's a bigger ball," and we would. Yes, it's plausible. I've got no problem with that. Where is? Am I in the wrong folder? It must be in the wrong folder. But when we're given the numbers in the first place,
I posted for you.
Oh, thanks.
There's a choice to be made about whether or not I want to be like a very radical skeptic and just say, okay, so you've debunked like the mainstream theory. I'm not going to accept like other theories. I'm actually going to just remain skeptical about it.
Oh, anyways, see the two oil rigs there in the side chat?
Yeah.
Where's the horizon in that image? In front of the oil rigs? Between them? Behind them?
Behind them.
Excellent. Your eyes work perfectly. Now, the only problem with that is those oil rigs, as you can see, and they've printed the numbers on there for you, that fella on the left is 9.41 miles, and you can see the horizon clearly behind them. So let's just cap it at 10 to make it nice and easy. Now, based on your elevation is how we calculate where the horizon should be, given that we're supposed to be on a ball with a 39, 59 mile radius.
So 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this case, the camera was set 1 foot high. Well, it was actually 8 inches, but they rounded off at 1 foot just for simplicity's sake. So square root of 1 is 1. Greenweaver, you hot micing, dude.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that, guys.
Very good. So 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. 1. Square root of 1 equals 1. That was the hard bit. Times 1.22 equals 1.22 miles. So that means the horizon at that elevation should be 1.22 miles away. And anything beyond that should be hidden behind it. But we can see the horizon beyond 9.41 miles. You can see the problem there, can't you, Bimmy? So that means either, number one, it's, well, we could say it's flat, but someone with a lot of logic would go, hang on a minute, all you've done is debunked a radius up to a certain size, which is fair enough, and I'd agree with that also. So from a 3959 mile radius ball up to a 268,000 mile radius ball has now been debunked. If you want to claim it's bigger, you're more than welcome to do so. But just keep in mind, there's also going to be other associated problems with that.
Okay. I'm sorry. So if I were to take a radically skeptic position and say, okay, you debunk this theory, I'm not going to commit to another theory. I'm just going to say you debunk this one. There's like a bunch of other ones that hasn't been debunked. I'm just going to withhold judgment.
So you're going to withhold judgment? Yeah, and?
Is there like a it like I don't know, like when do you stop? Like
when do we stop what? This is why this channel is very specifically about flat Earth. If you want
like
to
I'm
go
saying,
and,
yeah, if you debunk
hammer
like, let's
other
say
subjects, you're more than welcome to go to their channels and discuss whatever other hyper skeptical things you want to talk about.
No, I'm not saying. What I'm saying is somebody who says like, "Oh yeah, you debunked like this model of the globe Earth," but
I didn't know
I
there
don't
was
believe.
different models of the globe Earth.
Yeah,
that's
but
the
but the
problem.
reason
They present us
yeah.
with one.
But then the person says like, "Okay, there's other models of the globe Earth, that, to be frank, you can't really debunk because
well,
the
what model of the
theories
globe
can
Earth?
get so."
When they present the model, all we're doing is attacking the claimed radius. That's all. They say that the radius is a given size. Okay,
I know they can
let's
make the
test for
radius
that
so
given
high
size.
though. They can make it so high to where it
I
becomes
agree with
absurd.
you. So let's just say it is 300,000 miles across. All right? So instead of being 3,959 miles, it's 300,000 miles. You do know how they worked out the distance to the sun and distances to all the other cosmological creations that they've got.
Yeah, with like
It's
shadows
all
and sticks.
all based off of the Earth's radius. So if you're going to magically change that now, that means they've got to go through and recalculate all the distances to every other known planet, star, everything is all based off of this one keystone, this radius of Earth. It's the first run of the cosmological ladder.
I mean, you could just have a theory that says that actually there's.
Well, that's not a theory. That's how it's all created off of that. There's a mad story behind the whole lot of it, and it's all based off of Earth's radius. That's why a lot of guys just go, "Oh, well, it's bigger." Okay, that's going to just give us a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm. So when you're thinking about, okay, so what do I actually believe? Do you just pick like what is like when you're trying to figure out, okay, what's most likely? Is it just like this is more simple? Like this, like whatever has
it's
the
just
least
based off
problems.
measurements.
Whichever theory has the least problems.
See, at the moment, we're talking subjectivity. So you can say one thing, I can say another. So how are we going to differentiate between the two? Let's go out and measure it. And that will end the story. So it doesn't matter what you believe.
Yep.
It doesn't matter
Yeah, but
what
if you
I
measure
believe.
it-
We measure it, and the beliefs get thrown out the window. The measurement is the measurement.
Right.
So if I
But,
happen
like-
to believe what the measurement comes up as, hey, that's great for me.
Yeah, I could also believe in the measurement, but that's not going to tell me whether or not the Earth is flat, because
Yes, it will, because the measurement will show that. Because there'll be no
No,
measured
it wouldn't,
curvature.
because it could we just went over this. It could be a bigger ball.
But
you could even
we've
not
already-
believe in
you-
planets and say
Okay. You
But
need to understand
it'd have to be
something.
so
The
big it
whole
measures
cosmic ladder is built off of the radius. If you change that, everything gets changed.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You could not
Speed
believe
of
in
light,
planets.
the whole lot, everything.
Yeah,
The
you
distance
could-
of the
you
sun,
could-
the distance of the moon, everything gets changed. It's
I
not a
know, I
case
know,
of
I'm saying-
How big would it have to be before it would just measure to be flat?
I have no idea. Like, there's
Yeah, it wouldn't. You'd still measure some amount of curvature, and especially today, they say that they can measure things within like very tiny portions, like nanometers. They claim that they have nanometer precision.
It would
in
have to
measuring
be
instruments,
really
right?
big to
So
measure
they should
flat.
be able to. They should be able to technically,
Like,
right?
really
If
big.
they've got
And
the
we'd have to be
capabilities
really
that they
small.
claim they have. They could get a body of liquid at rest and measure a millimeter of deviation from horizontal across its surface, but they don't.
Right. So if I believe
Right. So you just need, right, real quick. So you would just need less than a nanometer of elevation change from a circle segment formula over the distance of the known territory of the Earth, which would be what, 60,000 miles. So all you need is the Earth to have a nanometer of curvature or less over 60,000 miles, and then it could still be a globe, and there'd be no way to know.
Right. So if I were to do the laser test and the guy says like, "Oh, look at the laser." And then I'm like, "What if it's like a really really big ball? Like fucking comically big." And that's why that's why the laser's looking like this, or the black swan, or whatever you
But
want to
the
say.
issue is, Bimmy, the issue is we're already given the numbers. We're not making up our own numbers.
Yeah, but I'm not going off
We're
of those
already
numbers.
handed them.
I know I'm making up numbers.
We
I'm
are.
saying
We're
I'm
going
just-
off what we were taught at school, and we're breaking that down.
Yeah,
we're not
I know,
breaking down imaginary numbers, and we're not making
Yeah.
up our own.
Yeah, I'm asking about if somebody were to do that, like would it be reasonable to say like, okay, yeah, what if it was fucking comically big of a ball, and that's why I could still see the laser?
Well,
And like now
yeah,
I'm
well,
back on the fence.
that's fair. But the problem is, you would all the reasons why they thought it was a ball are off the table. So now they need an extra reason to still maintain that it is a ball. So in the realm of hypotheticals, you have an infinite permutations of shape of the Earth, sure.
It is, yeah.
But like if you want to live in a hypothetical land or
Well, no, you're not
reality,
living on it. I said, what if I was on the fence because of that? What if I said like, well, I don't know if it's a comically big ball, and it's like, okay, do you think it's more likely that it's flat and that's why we could see the laser, or that the ball is fucking insanely big, like wildly big? I would
think
say,
about it this way: why would I assume after seeing the world as flat my whole life, and then measuring it as flat, and somebody saying, "Well, what if it's a ball with a 1-billion-mile radius?" I'd be like,
is it just me or is it him?
He's roboting.
Okay.
You roboted halfway through it, mate.
Yeah, cosmic size cylinder, exactly. I do want to hear his response if he ever stops being hacked.
Yeah, that's right. A cylinder would also suffice to that there's a great arc of curvature that's too low for us to detect with our equipment. But the problem is then why would you think that is a reasonable possibility? Now it is a
technically logical possibility, but that doesn't make it reasonable any more than any other choice. So why would
Yeah,
you still,
what makes yeah,
say it's a
exactly.
ball? I think the only reason you would is because you were led to believe the Earth is a ball, and so most people
Right.
just naturally default to, well, it still could be a ball. Like they have no good reason whatsoever at that point why it would be or could be a ball. Like they have literally nothing. It's just in the realm of possibilities.
Yeah,
You got
what I'm describing
sunset,
is
I guess.
right, a person who is super skeptical to the point where they'll just be on the fence. Like, it's not because they think, "Oh, I've been taught my whole life it's a ball." It's because they're so open-minded that their brain is falling out of their skull. So they're thinking like, "Okay, it could be a really big ball, or it could be a really big, or it could be like a fucking donut or a square or whatever the fuck it is, right?" And because you haven't like debunked whatever bullshit they just made up, they're on the fence. And when I say they're on the fence, they're not gonna believe that it's flat because of this new fucking big ball or whatever shape they just brought up that they've
Right.
invented in their minds.
You know what's the problem with straddling the fence though?
What?
One false move, and you slip and lose your balls.
Yeah, I guess. But anyways, if they were on the fence, there would be no way to argue them off.
But are
Like
they flat balls?
you could do a million
Is
laser
the horizon
tests.
the fence?
You could do a million laser tests, and they would always say, "Oh, but it could be a bigger ball, though." And until you do, like, I don't know what you could do, because at that point, they're like, I mean, they're not wrong, but they're also not arriving at
The horizon.
a very
Yeah, they're not
intuitive
proving
conclusion.
it. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
if they
they're not
say
For
it's a
all
proving
bigger
anything.
intents and
ball,
purposes, you live on a flattened, motionless Earth, right?
if they say it's a bigger ball though, then it disproves everything that they've been preaching up until then.
Well, yeah, he's already past that. He's so skeptical that most things that the institutions have told him, he's already not believing in.
Any commentary on the horizon at all?
No.
It's horizontal.
Yeah, it's horizontal.
Yeah.
Can you have horizon on the sphere?
Yeah, if it was like a really big
Called a
sphere.
tangent. It's called a tangent.
Okay, you said yes, but if you zoom out and go out from that sphere, you will still have horizon?
You wouldn't, yeah. You would stop seeing it.
It's like horizon's a matter of perspective, always.
But with the flat surface, you will always have that horizon.
Sorry, what? You internalizing any of the answers and why?
Horizon is a matter of perspective. If you were to zoom out, you wouldn't see it anymore. That's true. You could be on any shape.
You would see
of
a
an
new
object, and
horizon,
that would still
always.
be true. What is this? What is this GIF that's like tripping out my eyes?
They're dolphins jumping over the curvature that's not
That
there.
is what they are. Yeah, they're like whales. Oh no, they are dolphins.
Hey, let me ask this question, friend. In reality, what do we call things that are much narrower in the width of their height than they are in the breadth of their length? So, in other words, a surface where the extent of the surface is very large, but the depth of the surface is very shallow. What do we call those types of things?
I don't know, like a plane.
Right. Yeah, we call them flat. So, like, we all know that Platonic ideals don't exist in reality. So like there is no such thing as a true two-dimensional shape. But we also know that a table is flat, even though it's made of wood and wood has pores, and so it's actually bumpy on a microscopic level. We all understand that a piece of glass is flat, even though on a microscopic level it has bumps and crags, et cetera, et cetera. even marble countertops, even engineered surface plates, which are essentially a ground piece of stone that's engineered like to the 5th digit precision, right? So all of these things we describe as flat, and when we put them on top of a surface, we call them horizontal. Like, you know, we lay a plate on a surface plate as a standard measure, and then we say, hey, this thing is level, horizontal, and flat. Even though we know on a microscopic scale it's not perfectly flat, right? So when you have a surface that has a surface area and it meets those conditions, and let's say that surface is 190 million square miles, and the highest peak on that surface to the lowest trough on that surface is 13 miles. Benchmark from a standard, that surface could be described as flat, just like I would have described all those other surfaces as flat. And if you actually look at the Earth in that manner and benchmark sea level as a horizontal standard, and benchmark the tip of Everest as another horizontal standard, and benchmark the bottom of the Marianas Trench as another horizontal standard, all the points on the surface are between those two horizontal planes, which are parallel to sea level, which means that surface is flat, like to the 4th digit precision, flatter than some panes of glass.
Yeah, I heard one time if you took the Earth as a globe model, like you were talking, the deepest parts of the ocean, highest mountain, and you were to scale it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be even smoother than what we have for cue balls now.
Sure, and there's some that argue that they did the math and they found out no, that's not true. It's actually as smooth as a slightly used cue ball. But either way, that would be pretty smooth. And if you laid that out with a horizontal datum, you would get a very flat surface. You would get a surface, you know, similar in flatness to a countertop.
They don't like every scientist that I would ask would say, "Why are you talking about cue balls?" Because it's actually an oblong sphere, so it wouldn't be a cue ball.
What?
It could be smoother than a pear.
The oblongness is a 20-mile differential allegedly at the equator than at the north to south. So that actually would be very close within the tolerance of a cue ball. So whoever that guy that told you that, trying to sound smart, he's actually not that smart.
He's saying it bulges slightly at the equator.
Yeah, 20
That's why they
miles.
say it.
Right, 20 miles. And how much is the circumference of the Earth?
I have no idea. It's like 3,000 something, nearly
No, that's the
4,000.
radius. That's the radius. The circumference is the circumference is like 24,000 and something.
Yeah, it's like 25,000. I'm reading.
Right. So if you have a sphere that's 25,000 on one axis and 25,020 on the other axis, that's essentially a near perfect sphere.
Oh, I see. This is like 0.3% of a difference is what he's talking about, that it's oblong.
Yeah. Depending on which instruments you're using to measure the sphere, it would be instrumentably impossible to tell the difference. So yeah, near perfect sphere.
No, it's a pear. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's a pear.
And if you laid it out flat, it would be a very flat surface. Not the flattest surface that we can engineer, but on that side of the range of the average. So yeah, you could describe the Earth as being flat, and that is a very accurate description.
Okay, I see. Dude, have you ever got this guy on? Neil deGrasse Tyson,
No,
science
he won't
guy?
come in here.
Has he ever spoken to any flat earther?
He's made it abundantly clear that he won't do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he said, "I won't do it because it will dignify the flat earthers." Translation:
Damn,
I don't want to get. I
disrespect.
don't want. I don't want to be in public and get a fool made out of me if a flat earther actually bests. That's what he really meant.
And
Get
he's not
wrecked.
science guy. He's not science guy.
I mean, he represents, like, I would say he's
Pseudoscience guy.
popular. Most people would associate him with science.
No, pseudoscience.
He's like an actor.
Science communicator.
Yeah, like Bill Nye. Has Bill Nye ever spoken to a flat? Has any like of these like I don't know,
Celebrities?
edutainment people? Yeah, science related celebrities spoken to any flat earthers?
Danny Faulkner.
Not seriously. No,
There's
none of them
so
have. But most of those guys are like essentially entertainment mouthpieces.
okay. So nowhere on YouTube can you actually find one of these so-called science educators talking to any serious, well-read flat earther, somebody who's done the tests.
No, they don't want any kind of opposition. They just want to put out what they say is true, and everybody should believe them or they're an idiot. They never bait
They want
anybody.
they want the information to stay as single directional. You not to question anything. Shut up, accept it, and have a nice life.
Or you're stupid.
Okay.
I always thought the purpose of science was to question stuff, but that's not what they want. But anyways.
Yeah, a good scientist constantly tries to disprove what we think is a fact. It's the only way something can hold truth, if you constantly test against it.
Yeah, so all that being said, if we go out and we measure the Earth as flat, why would we then say, "Oh, well, maybe it's a giant globe"?
I guess because some guy made something up and told me.
Well, there's the answer. Some guy made up the idea of a giant globe floating in the cosmos, and then convinced other dudes, and then downstream of tradition and the education system and religion, it was imposed upon you in your upbringing. There you go. You got it right.
And yet I still believe it even now. Like, in order to actually break my trust, I suppose I would need to, like, go out and do these tests. And then that would be the beginning of it.
Correct. Experience it with your own active observer mind, live, through your own eye hole.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones that got me. Somebody, they tell you that the only way things could disappear from the bottom is if there's an earth curve. But you can go out and visualize that not happening with your own two eyes. And once you do that and you say, no, that proposition that this can only happen if the earth is curved is false. And you've started pulling at the armor, one chink of mail out of the chainmail armor, right?
Yeah, like you can
Yeah, I
observe,
suppose.
you can see the ship disappear from the bottom in your eyes. Once it looks like it's completely disappeared, take a high-powered telescope, and it comes back into view. That alone should tell you something.
If it disappeared again because it got further away, and that would tell me about the limitations of the telescope, as opposed to, oh, actually their theory is true.
Correct. Yeah, once
Okay.
it goes, let's say you're going 30 times, and then you observe it disappear again at 30 times zoom. Then you were able to get a telescope that had 60 times. You'd reel it back in, but then it would disappear again.
Yeah,
Just
and
vanish.
sometimes it's different. And sometimes it's different, and sometimes it's random. Sometimes things disappear before the globe predicts. Sometimes you can see things 10 times greater than the globe predicts, right? So things disappear from the bottom before the horizon is even geometrically in question from the globe idea. And then you can see things that should be buried below hundreds of feet of curvature. So this idea that all of this is done because the Earth is a globe just doesn't make sense. It's clearly in the realm of optical effects.
The comparison
I
I
have a
like to make, like if you were looking down like an hallway, eventually it looks like this touches the. How is that possible? We know not the way 3D vision works.
one test I like doing, bro, is I like going to small lakes. Some people like going to big lakes and seeing things that they shouldn't be able to see. I like going to small lakes and seeing things disappear. Here's why. If you have 1,000-foot lake and the object you're looking at disappears over the lake from like a few feet and then 2 feet and then 1 feet observer, the horizon should be 3 times greater than the size of the lake. So how could it possibly be cutting off the bottom of anything? So you can literally witness things disappear from the bottom up, like much, much closer than the alleged curve of the Earth would even be in the way. You could do that. Like there's probably 1,000-foot body of water within driving range from where you are. You could like do that within the week. Well, I mean, unless you're at a place where it's frozen.
the smarter globies might try to rebuttal this, even though it's not a winning argument, and say, well, isn't that just where the geoid is flatter? You could concede and say, yeah, fine, it might be where it's flatter, but can you find me a single instance where it's not, where it's supposed to be commensurate with the average rate of curvature?
But on the flip side, if there's flat sections, there's also sections where the curve is greater.
Exactly. And where it's negative curvature, where it's concave. And at that point, you're like, okay, how do we know that the overall shape is actually conforming to the ellipsoid? Because if it's locally going up and going down, positive, negative curvature, flat, whatever, then how do you know that it's actually conforming over a greater hole to the ellipsoid? And they'd say, well, we just need greater distances. And airplanes prove it.
It does come down to personal preference and choice of beliefs. I mean, because you can say, look, I choose to believe that the Earth is not unique in the sense that it's unlike things I see in the sky, right? Those things appear to be objects, spherical, and embedded in a space, right? So I choose to believe that I live on something similar to that, right? With having no immediate experience of that thing. I think, of that being the case, right? Because you're so small in comparison to its size and blah, 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 blah. You can't get far enough away from it, blah, 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 right?
Right.
But
So,
you just
like, pretty
choose
much
based on
everything we
those
recognize is
axioms.
embedded in a space. Didn't mean to overtalk, sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like we look at things and we think of them as occupying an area, a space, right? We can even clear an area for something to occupy that area, that space, right?
Yeah.
We remove matter and then put something else there. Well,
Right. Can you give me one example from nature
reposition matter.
of an object that's not embedded in a space?
Right.
Or
But
is it even possible to conceive of an object without an embedding space? Like, you can define it, but can you actually conceive it in your brain? Can you hold the image in your head? I don't know if that's possible. Right? We can define what it is, but just like we can define like a four spatial dimension cube, but we can't really conceive of what that might be like in our heads. So
Right, but men have constructed in their mind like a universe being that space, or that area within which all matter exists, including what we live on. Right. I mean, but it's surrounding everything on all sides. Right.
yeah,
They have no conception of there being, like the surface of the earth being the limit in that direction down, right? Like to that space, right? Like lots of people find it inconceivable that they're, that's why we get asked what's underneath then, like where is it placed, like what's outside of it, etc. Like they struggle to their mind really struggles to try and comprehend anything else but what they've been what has been they've become accustomed to believing in.
well, comprehending and embedding space for all of reality is fraught with all kinds of deficiencies. I mean, you can conceive of like a giant cosmic egg of a Big Bang cosmology, but does that really encapsulate what it is? And you already have now an embedding space in order to define the egg with its volume to begin with. So, and this could quickly turn into an infinite regress of embedding space.
Well, even like, what does quantum physics think about it? Because they've got their superpositioning theory, right? Well, exactly what does that mean exactly? Like, is that infinite space, or is that a confined space that a particle or a portion a packet of energy is exploring? What is that? What's superpositioning mean? Exactly.
Yeah, like it's when my wife wants me to simultaneously mow the lawn and go run errands.
Yeah. So can we conceive of a situation where there is no embedding space, but not because it's confined by substance, by physical substance?
I mean, you can describe and define it, but I don't know if you can actually internalize it, actualize it. But I mean,
Right, because it's outside of our experience, right?
yeah. Like we never seen. I don't think we can point to anything in nature that doesn't have an embedding space because we are in the embedding space for all of nature.
All right, but you can simulate it. I mean, okay, so what's his name from GTA San Andreas, right? So he gets to the limitations of his world, right? And he cannot go any further. Why?
Yeah, so like what
Why
happens
can't he
at
go?
this point? Does it loop
Yeah,
back
he
on
just
itself?
simply. Well, he can't even do that. Like he gets literally reaches a limitation, right? And there's nothing else beyond it. There's no way to. You may have a visual, but it's like just basically just it's nothing really. Maybe
No, I
sky or
sometimes wonder
something
if it's like asymptotic, like it's infinite, but in the sense that you can never reach the end, but the further you get to whatever that end point is, the upper limit can take forever, infinity to get there. And I came to this idea when I was like looking at a Mercator projection, because a Mercator projection never goes all the way to 90 degrees north and south. It can't, because those points are infinite distances away from the equator. And those lines are stretched as parallel. They're stretched parallel. So the parallel longitude is mathematical geometric proof that the north and the south poles are at infinite distance. What if it's really like that? Like, what if like the more you try to get to going underneath Polaris, you're just traversing infinite land?
right.
Super
Like
speculation
I mean,
Saturday. I mean,
it could even get to a point like where essentially like everything's remain. It feels like you're moving, but everything remains unchanged. Around your surroundings may remain unchanged, and that you see nothing new, right?
I never thought
I
of that. I
mean,
just thought there'd be more land generated. But yeah, what if it's like it
well,
slows down, like time turns to a stop? but
right?
you're unaware of
Yeah,
it. You start aging.
well, essentially, you've just basically reached a limit, right? Just like the guy in the video game walks to the edge of the world, and he can walk into like he's walking, and he's running into like he's not getting any further, right? You could consider that he's just walking infinitely, right?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
getting
but
to that getting to
there's
that point
nothing.
means you're aging infinitely, or
Right.
up to a point, and then you're dead, and
I
then
mean,
you're dead, right?
there's nothing there stopping him, right? There is, but there isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no physical barrier there, right?
Somehow, I think the Greeks were pondering this very thing a long time ago.
I mean, like in the modern cosmological sense, you could conceive of a situation where you're traveling in a spaceship out in space, right? But everything is so far apart and so far away that your motion through it doesn't appear to change anything.
Right.
I mean, that's the excuse for a lot of what we see, right? That it's so far away, you may as well just consider it to be at an infinite distance, like they're parallel
Here's where it can
lines.
get funky with like general relativity or special relativity, even, right? Like, they say that the Voyager space probes are, beyond the solar system. But what if it's really just like, 10,000 miles away? But due to space-time warping, it gives the appearance of much longer distance when there really isn't, because it's all been stretched out or compressed, I guess, depending on your point of view, depending
What
on
do
your
you think
reference frame.
about, Yoda, what do you think about all the, just out of interest, what do you think about all the things like, do you know when the, Cosmin, I don't know how, all the people that say, like, you look at the universe and you look at the galaxies and like none of it makes sense because of the gravity. It's like this dark matter, dark energy. It's all like our mathematics isn't working. Like, what do you think? Like, if it's all a big conspiracy that the world is flat, what do you reckon these boys are doing when they're going like, wait, our math ain't working, bruh? Like,
Well, first, I
our
don't
math
think
is
it's a
fucking wrong.
conspiracy. Yeah, like I don't think there's a conspiracy to hide the true nature of the Earth itself like this, like the topography of Earth. But I do think though that what scientists are doing is they're collecting data and they're interpreting it within a preconceived bias, which is a Big Bang cosmology. And they don't have enough data. They don't have enough scientific data. That is to say, like information that give them the determination between cause and effect relationships. It's all like correlative. And it's all based off of extrapolations. And because it's all correlative and based off extrapolations, they can shoehorn it into pretty much any cosmology they like.
Yeah, agreed. And this is why they're all like, when they're looking at the universe, they're like, dude, we have no fucking idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the whole point.
Right.
That's the whole
Yeah.
point. Right.
Because
So, like, when you say flat Earth, this sounds called flat Earth. So I'm like, wait, hold on a second. So they're saying they have no fucking idea how galaxies are formed and everything because there's too much gravity or too little gravity. It doesn't make any sense. The math ain't mathing. But now all of a sudden they're saying the world is round to like trick you. It seems kind of like it seems too good to be true.
Space time
it's part of the framework.
Is Cartesian, they say.
I don't know.
Yeah,
dude.
exactly. They've transferred the Earth's plane feature to something else, right?
Precisely.
And it's a framework within which they don't want to deviate away from. Though some are trying to, and get it mainstream. It's not having a great, like it's not very popular, but there are some theoretical physicists out there that are kind of trying to bring it back to the drawing board, saying, guys, let's like re-examine right from the start. Few are actually like questioning the nature of the surface of the Earth in that regard. But I mean, like as far back to the drawing board as they can get, before they're unwilling to go any further backwards.
I know this is like a bad faith argument. I'm going to say it anyway. It doesn't matter. I realize this is a bad faith argument, but like I have a feeling like most flat earthers, again, I'm going to say this is a bad faith argument, tend to be quite religious. They believe in the scripture books, and they say like 6,000 years old, and like all this kind of stuff. And I have a feeling that kind of is influencing. Am I wrong?
Listen. Like most people in our, I don't want to say our community, but most people on this topic frustrate me to no end. Like I really hate this topic being discussed the way it is on TikTok and X and Facebook and other platforms. They do not understand what we're really saying, and they retreat to metaphysics.
They do, and my spiritual beliefs are independent of flat Earth.
Yep, same here.
I mean, if they happen to align, well, that's not my fault. Right? I was like looking into like the biblical stuff long before.
No, but it is. No, but it is
your before flat Earth.
No, it is your fault.
And it didn't lead me to it. You know what I mean? If it had any connection at all, right? I should have been a flat earther when I was 16.
I hope this doesn't come across like I'm a bitch to you or like I hate you. I think you're stupid. None of these things are true. But if you're capable of believing in like an entity, sorry, hopefully, no, I'm sounding like a fucking cunt right now. Sorry, I don't mean to be, but like I'm just gonna say it. Fuck it. If you're a person that believes in like some kind of like spiritual god that's like looking over you and stuff, like it doesn't strike me as odd that you might believe in the flat Earth. Sorry, it's just like it's one of the.
Whoa, hang on, bro. Hang on, bro. It's not, because like God is not apparent, and if he had have been apparent to me, right, when I was born, it wouldn't have taken me 16 years to consider his existence, right? I would have just automatically known, oh, that's God. There's God, right? Oh, God's real, right? But it wasn't apparent to me, to my physical senses. Right, that's an inner thing that you have to explore with. It's a metaphysical thing. The flat Earth is not. The flat Earth is a physical experience, and it is very apparent, immediately apparent to us. No, bro, because you're arguing. No, you're coming from incredulity, as if flat Earth has no basis from experientially, and it does.
No. The exact opposite. No. I'm coming up from empiricism, right? You're coming from it from incredulity.
So
you're like,
no, he's not.
You look at the.
No, he's not, Slappy. You've read that wrong. He's not coming from incredulity.
Yeah, yes.
So check it out.
For me, this is
he's looking at all the
direct
evidence.
realism, is rational empiricism on steroids. Listen, for me, this topic, unlike those that you talked about earlier that thought this was like it had a religious connection, our community staunchly opposes that idea, because for us, this is all about rational empiricism taken to the extreme, being ultra consistent and honest.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying you're more intelligent than I am. Any single one of you people that believes in flat Earth is far more intelligent than I am.
It's not a belief.
I can fucking guarantee that.
It's not a belief. You live here
you're
too.
No,
I'm an empiricist. You experience the world the same way I do, my friend.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I'm not a rationalist.
Curvature?
You guys are
do you see curvature anywhere? Do you go to the beach and look at curvature?
What?
Do you go to the beach and see curvature? No.
No, I don't know.
No. Right. Do you fly a plane and see a globe? No.
No, you don't. Do you feel like you're whizzing around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour? No, you don't.
I don't know.
How often do you watch a sunset and think about you spinning backwards on a globe? Probably never,
I don't.
Right? Yeah, we experience the world the same way in this regard.
Yeah, but there's you guys probably know better than I do. Put it this way, dude. Stop pulling my leg. You know better than I do the answers to these questions. You've probably heard it a million times before. I'm not gonna repeat them for you.
Hang out with us and you're gonna know things too.
They're not answers, they're excuses. They are. They're reasons that people have looked for reasons why their bias is not found apparent and immediately apparent in nature. Like,
shit, you know, like,
okay,
I'm a nihilist.
Doesn't feel like it's moving. That's because of X, right?
Maybe you're right.
It's
Maybe
an
you're
excuse.
Right. I seriously fucking doubt you're right, but like maybe you're right. It's possible that you're right. Sorry for being a cunt, but it's like
it's okay. You're the politest one that we run into in a long time.
No, I just wanted to make the distinction between something that isn't immediately apparent to your senses and something that is, right? Flat and motionless Earth is immediately apparent, right, to your physical experience, whereas a belief in a deity is not, unless you want to interpret things in the sky, the luminaries in the sky, right, or extra dimensional beings of some kind.
I don't have to
like that.
like. Could you imagine? Okay. Let's go all the way back to the bottom, right? Okay. Originally, it's like. Oh no! Wait. Actually, no. Sorry, you guys actually. Sorry. Oh my god, I sound like such a cunt saying this. Sorry, I really.
You're polite about it. So let's go.
Do you think the sun orbits around the Earth? In that case, if it's a flat Earth, it's like. Could you imagine like a circular motion over the? So if there's a flat Earth, you get the orb, right, and you put it into a flat sphere. The sun must rotate must rotate like a clock almost, like
Yeah,
a
it revolves, right? Listen, it goes in a circuit. I think it's actually way more mysterious than people give credit for. And what is the sun? I mean, yeah, it's an object. We can study its spectral lines and its behavior over time, but ultimately, what truly fundamentally is it? And if you start reading and looking at what the heliophysicists are debating regarding the sun's true nature, they're far less sure of what it is than the people that come in here and debate with us and argue till they're blue in the face. So the sun is a gigantic mystery. It does follow a circuit in the sense that it has a path over time, but I don't think that anybody's been able to successfully document the exact path that it takes. Now there is an equation of time. The equation of time is used for predicting sunrises or predicting sunrises and sunsets.
Yes.
And it works independent of what Earth's shape is. And the equation of time is used in astronomy software. It's used all over the place in local metrology tests.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, Yoda. Also, what a really good measurement is. You know, do you remember back in school when you did triangulation? So if you have 3 points, you can triangulate the distance of any object.
Let me blow your mind right here. I know what you're going to say because I've had this discussion 100 times this month. Nobody can triangulate the height of the sun, flat or globe. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah,
well,
you can.
You know, so no. The globe says you can't do it because the light rays are parallel. You can't triangulate rays that are parallel, right?
Oh, no, wait. You're saying...
Right, so this is the excuse, right? The excuse is... Let me give you the geometry. The geometric explanation is that the surface of the sun is so freaking enormous, it may as well be effectively flat. And the surface of the Earth is so tiny that it's effectively curved. So the parallel rays that bathe the curving surface of the Earth, you cannot be triangulated except for by changing one's position relative to those parallel rays on the small curvature of the Earth.
How about this? No, I understand. I 100% understand what you're saying. You're saying if the world is flat and another person thinks the world is round, two different angles. Once you get into 1 point, you can't determine the. Okay, fair enough. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, on a globe, you can't determine the height of the sun above the Earth on a globe.
Yeah. I'm gonna say forget that, right? Forget that. Forget like how accurate it is, right? Let's put it accurate in between, like somewhere between 50 and 90. Let's put it in the look. I'm going to give you a massive lenience, right? And say like 50 to 90%.
You try to triangulate the position of the sun on a globe. You try to triangulate your position on a globe, not the sun.
No. Even I'm trying to say, even if the world was flat,
I don't think you understand me.
No. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. You can still determine how far away the sun is.
No, you can't. Not on the globe. Not through parallax.
No, there is no parallax if the world is flat.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You can still determine. Okay, maybe it's like I think right now on the Earth they say it's 93 million on the depending how close we are on the orbit. Okay, it's like 93 million. Okay, it doesn't matter. Let's say it's 53. It's fucking far away. Put it that way.
Right. It needs to be for your magic space rays to produce parallel rays to the globe in order to explain why you can't triangulate its position in 3D space.
No, we can try and get we can do it plus or minus, right? A couple of
you can't triangulate it off. It's impossible.
Yeah, well, no, you just get 2 points, and you of course you can, dude. What the fuck?
No, you can't because the light rays are parallel, bro.
You're talking past each other. Slappy. In the theory of doing triangulation, yes, technically yes, but the problem is there's other things that are affecting it. As Yoda was explaining to you, but you chose to talk through him and not listen to what he was saying. All you keep saying is triangulation is possible. Yes, triangulation, the theory of, yes, how you're saying it should work, should happen. But if you listen to what Yoda said, there's issues with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a geometric impossibility. It violates logic. It violates Euclidean logic.
On both
To say that you can
sides.
triangulate the position of a sun whose surface is effectively flat, effectively infinite, effectively large, such that the rays that emanate from it are parallel and perpendicular to its surface.
Sorry, you're gonna have to. Sorry, I still don't understand why I'm wrong. Sorry. 2 points. Look at another point. Make a triangle.
Slappy, we understand the theory of triangulation. We don't have a problem with that. The problem is other things.
Okay, so why isn't the...
Okay, so the claim on the table is the sun is this huge thing that's 93 million miles away.
Yeah.
The light rays coming from said device are parallel. So if you're at position A on your triangle that you're making, and I'm at position B, the light rays are parallel. So how are we making a triangle out of something that's got parallel rays? Don't they need to diverge?
No, you just look at you just look at the size of the sun from point A. You look at the size of the sun from point B, and then you calculate the difference, and you can see how far.
But it's not a triangle because the light rays are straight. That's the problem,
is multiple times, many times bigger than the Earth, such that the surface exhibits zero convexity relative to the Earth.
Yeah, but no.
Right.
Sorry,
and
you guys.
to do what you said, you'd need other information. You can't just do what you said. You can't get the size or its distance. You can't get the size without knowing the distance. You can't get the distance without knowing the size, right?
Of course you fucking
Precisely.
can.
You need magic space rays to explain why you can't triangulate it.
Tell me. Oh wait, no. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Yoda. Tell us how you can determine. No, listen, bro. Tell us how you can determine either size or distance without knowing the other.
What's the other? Sorry.
Use triangulation and tell us how the sun is 93 million miles away.
It's fairly fucking easy. You look at the sun from point A, which is the closest. Okay, so the sun is the closest point to the Earth. Like, let's say it's in, I don't know, wherever. Yeah, the closest point on point A.
Okay, how do you know when that is? How would you know when? How did you identify that? How did you identify when it's closest?
When the sun hits at the start of the morning, right? That's the closest it is to that point. Opposite is the exact same. Sun setting. You just calculate the two differences. It's fairly fucking simple.
Well, guess what? If I were to assume a flat Earth, I could triangulate the sun to a variable height between 3,000 and 4,000 miles high.
No, and by the way, Travis just said, have you ever done this sun calculation before? Obviously, no. Obviously, I haven't. Like,
go and do it.
You think I'm a scientist? No, I'm just going to do it on the internet. Shut the fuck up.
You don't. There's no science in that. Go and do it. Go and get yourself a protractor, measure the angle, and calculate the distance to the sun.
You seemed quick to concede to our intelligence before, and now you're resisting it.
No. You guys are definitely intelligent. No. It takes an intelligent person to rationalize yourself into a stupid, fucking retarded idea. Sorry, it does.
What makes it stupid? Why don't you justify that right now?
I'm not intelligent. I'm an empiricist. Okay. Myself.
We are. You're the one that has a belief system in magic space rays that can't be justified using Euclidean logic.
Why are you guys so angry? No, they're not angry. They're just pointing stuff out, Slappy.
Matching your energy, bro.
I find it interesting that an empiricist hasn't gone out and tested things.
Your energy. Fuck you. That is funny, though. That is funny.
Why are you cussing at us?
Okay. Look. I'm happy. Look, you boys are nice. I like it, right? I don't hate you. So, like, can we not be angry with each other? I think you're full of shit when it comes to the Earth is flat. I think it's bollocks.
Well, okay. So
send us with measurements of curvature.
How do you go from like stroking us and blowing smoke up our butts to then saying that we're full of crap and we're a bunch of trolls?
Yeah, because there's a difference between your personality and your ideas. Those are two different things.
We've been doing this 10 years. We've recorded every conversation, including this. You're no different than all the others we've binned and put into boxes and sent packing on their way.
Oh, dear. This is a problem. Like, you know what the worst thing is? You're more intelligent than I am. I guarantee you're more
Why do you
intelligent.
keep misrepresenting us?
Yeah, thanks for the sea
Why do
lining.
you keep misrepresenting us? What What idea did we present to you? What idea?
Well, you said you can't triangulate. You said if you've got 2 points, if you said
No,
you
I'm
guys
talking
if you
about
had 3
the
points.
surface of the Earth.
Yeah. You said even it doesn't matter if the world is flat or round, right?
Well, so now
You
it
said
doesn't
if you have
matter.
Oh, now
3
it doesn't
points, you
matter.
can
Either way, you
triangulate.
can't triangulate the height of the sun in 3D space.
That's fucking crazy.
No, it's not
Yeah,
crazy.
he's
It's true. You
going.
guys have an explanation for it. We don't put forth baseless explanations. We can put forth explanations, but we choose not to because we are the rational empiricists, not you.
I just fucking told you. I literally just fucking told you. It doesn't matter if the world is flat or round. If you have 3 points, you can determine how far. It doesn't matter if the world is flat or not. You can determine how far and
That's
away
the
an object
problem.
is.
That's why they have to come up with the space geometry of parallel light rays to a sun that's effectively flat.
You think geometry is fucking?
Go and do it,
Are you
Slappy.
saying geometry is incorrect?
Geometry is a system of logic, isn't it?
Oh my god! Oh dear.
Yeah, geometry is a system of logic, and you're violating it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to go back. Do you remember before when, I was saying I was nice to you guys and like whatever, you get other
your
people
mask fell off.
regard you as retards.
Slappy, just breathe for a second. You don't have to call people names. That's uncalled for. In the side chat, I've posted up for you, mate, at 30 minutes past the hour, 30, a laser test. You question why we're flat earthers. That's why, because it's measured as flat. Not because of religion, not because of any other weird stuff, not because of some people's dislike for the government or whatever other excuses you may have heard in the past. It's simple as the fact that there's no measured curvature. That's all.
No. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Sorry.
Well, you can watch
Yeah,
the
so
video
you just want to
inside
say
that.
nuh-uh. Have we gotten to that point, Slappy, where it's just nuh-uh and I don't like it and so I don't believe you? Is that where you are now?
Yeah. Says
Okay,
the person
well,
that like trigonometry is just a mathematic thing. That's bullshit. Yeah.
There you go.
That's
what it is.
Hey, Slappy,
that's what it is.
If you've got a problem with the trigonometry, go out and do it then. Go and get your distance to your sun and don't cry to me when it comes back sub 5,000 miles.
Sub.
So,
even if it was sub a million miles, it wouldn't make a difference. If it was sub a million miles, if I got it wrong if I calculated
so go and do it then.
Miles,
Stop talking about it. Go and do it.
Here's the fun part, guys. We haven't talked about this yet, but you can't determine the shape of the Earth this way, Slappy.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, we can't determine the shape of the Earth this way, Slappy. That's the fun part. You've been arguing till you were blue in the face over a topic that has absolutely nothing to do with the true shape of the Earth.
Dude, the guys in Australia right now, I guarantee you, right? Look up in the stars, right? Take a picture of your stars, right? Take a picture of your stars right now.
You're talking to like 3 of them that live in Australia right now. Dude, do you realize you've been talking to Australians?
It's daytime. Yeah, it's daytime, bro.
Oh no!
10:34 in the morning, Slappy.
Saying that the stars are moving around the Earth rather than the Earth moving around the rotating.
When I look to the north, I see stars moving from my right. When I look to the north, I see stars moving from the right towards my left, and when I face the south, the stars that move from my left to the right. So both from the east to the west. No matter which way I look, they're moving from the east to the west. That's what I see from my vantage point, where I live in Australia right now.
Guys, by the way, I just want you guys to know, I never said you guys were stupid. I think you guys are right. I think you guys are probably more intelligent than I am.
I don't care.
Fucking come up with this bullshit. Okay. I tell you.
Can you get off of the whole thing? I think that you're smart. Blah blah blah. It's tired and old, and it doesn't have anything to do with the topic. I don't care what you think about us. And then after everything that you say about how smart you think we are, you're going to say that we're full of shit.
Well,
please let it go.
Hold on, Sasu, I think he figured it out, man. He just figured out that we're a bunch of off-duty NASA employees right now.
Okay, that's
Yeah, no one's lying to you, Chief. No one's lying to you. You can go out and measure the Earth for yourself, but if it's too inconvenient and if it hurts your feelings that the Earth may be just a flat plane and
I've
there's
never.
no ball in space, then
I've never done that,
just
but
keep
I'm
your
not.
ignorance, bro.
Myself and my friends, we do like rocketeering and stuff. So like okay, not up to space or anything. So, and you know what? I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. You know why? Because the horizon is always at eye level. Have you ever noticed that? If you go on a hill and
No,
look
it
at the
isn't.
horizon,
Not
you've never
always at eye
noticed.
level. That's dumb.
Explain to me. Hey, boys.
Never at eye
Explain to
level.
me. Go onto a hill, look at the sea. Why does the horizon level up to your eyes? Have you ever wondered that?
Geometrically, hey, you want to talk geometry again? It's not, and it never was.
Think about it logically,
No.
Slappy. If you're on a plane, okay, let's just say it's flat because obviously you don't like that, and you elevate yourself, doesn't the plane get lower? So how can the horizon meet your eye level if the plane is now below you?
You have to look down.
Yeah. If you go 10,000 feet, I think every 10,000 feet it drops 1%. But like, let's say you're on top of a hill.
If you go 1 inch, it drops from eye level.
If you're on 1,000 foot
Flat or globe.
if you're on a
Flat or
no,
globe,
no,
it
no,
drops 1 inch. From 1 inch high, it drops. Flat or globe.
Yeah, okay, this is gonna fuck the flat earth people up seriously badly. Yeah, go on when next time you're on top of a hill and you're looking out in the sea, the horizon will be eye level with you. Yeah,
No.
big problem for you guys.
No, it's not. It's below eye level. Necessarily geometrically flat or globe.
Wait, are you concave? Are you a concave earther? Are you a concave earther?
Uh-oh.
Just look at it. Do you know what I just type
Are
into
you a
YouTube
concave
or type
earther?
into
Are
Google.
you a concave earther?
Hey, Slappy,
Are
close-ended
you? I'm
question,
asking
mate.
you a
Yes or
question,
no?
Slappy. Are you a concave earther?
Yeah, well, the world is concave, obviously.
Oh gosh, negative curvature.
No, concave just means no. That's not what. No,
Yeah, that's negative curvature.
no, it's not. Concave means it's just bulging outwards.
1
That's all
over
it means.
negative r.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
You're a concave earther who doesn't have any good geometry skills.
I don't think you guys. I think you guys have a massive problem with illusions. You're incapable. You believe what you see.
We don't deal with imaginary scenarios. We deal with reality.
Yeah, I think
which
that's the
someone
problem.
who claimed himself as an empiricist should also do.
Yeah, you accuse us of using our sensory perception as a point of beginning. Meanwhile, you're using your imagination.
It's hilarious that none of you believe that the horizon is always at eye level. Well, it's
hilarious
like
that you think this is about belief.
1%. It drops like 1% every 10,000 feet. But like, if you go up on a mountain,
not if you're a concaver. Not if you're a concaver.
Why? No, explain to me. Okay, no, this is. You guys obviously don't understand like the simple 3-point triangulation, right?
Why we do understand it. Slappy.
No.
Slappy, silence. Slappy. We do understand triangulation. It's what you don't understand is what Yoda said because you took it upon yourself to talk through him. Please stop doing that.
Hey, why don't you spell Euclid?
I'm dyslexic. I can't even spell my own name.
Yeah, I know. You're not only dyslexic, you're retarded too, on top of it. I'm sorry.
Based. Is that your argument? I'm dyslexic and unable to spell, therefore the world is flat. Okay, good.
No, you're just not worth listening to.
Yeah, says the person that can't take 3 points and
we know how triangulation works. Do I need to draw it in crayon for you? You don't want to listen to that bit. We understand triangulation. There's other issues on the table that you just keep sidestepping. Flat earthers don't get triangulation.
This dude
Okay,
doesn't
if I
understand
give
that
you
the
the
higher
length or
you
height of
go.
something, so Slappy, answer me this, okay? Let's talk triangulation. If I give you the length or height of something, as well as the distance, what trigonometric function would you use to determine its angular size from your point of view?
Pi r squared.
No, it's arctan, you dummy. Yeah, you want to hang with us when it comes to geometry? This is like 10th grade stuff, dude. We go all the way up through differential geometry, through like, differential calculus. You're not ready for this conversation, for debating or arguing us right now. You already conceded that we're smarter than you. I tend to agree that we're not only smarter than you, but it's just because you're retarded functionally.
Oh, that must be it. You guys really, really hate me. So, whoa.
No,
we don't. Whoa. Friendly fire,
I'm
boys.
having fun.
Holy
I'm
shit.
finishing up my dinner right now, having fun chatting.
Maybe you should watch that video at 30
chill out,
minutes
having
past the
fun,
hour,
like
Slappy.
debate like flat Earth, just like because it's fun for me. It's like whoa, boys. Hold on a second.
The problem
No,
is
you're not
you're
smart
trying
enough
to
to take it
debate with
seriously.
false arguments. You don't know what you're debating. You don't even know your own law. So how can you debate us when you don't know your own side?
That's the problem. The law is the problem.
Problem for you, exactly. So how about you do it the easy way? The video that I posted up for you at 30 minutes past the hour. It's still there. Go and watch it. There's a PDF with it that might help you out a little bit.
I'll send them to the Association for Retarded Citizens at this point.
DM it to me. Look, I'm willing to believe, but like it's gonna take a fucking lot of convincing, put it that way.
I don't know why it took fuck all convincing for you to believe in a ball.
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
Okay. Didn't realize that. There's like a religious element. How many of you people believe in God? Do you know what? If all of you
we're
were
back to the start.
Here you go again. Non sequitur.
If all of you were atheists, I'd be like, fucking wait, there might be something in this. No,
yeah,
but
right. If we were, we'd be just as retarded as you, bro.
You believe in like fucking angels.
Listen, if more people were retarded, you'd feel better about yourself. Ain't that right?
No problem. You know, what do they say? What do they say again? They say, just because correlation doesn't mean causation. You know, so I
Holy
think
shit! Did you read that in Einstein's book?
Get a load of this guy. He believes in crab nebulas.
I think his crabs are pretty nebulous.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
In the game of shrinking
we know, buddy. We know.
It's the winner.
Why don't you put on the slow helmet and go back on the short bus?
Everybody, do you know what's funny? It's not even the flat earthers, man. It's like let's go outside of the flat earthers. Everyone seems to know what's going on. Everyone has like, how am I the only person that doesn't understand what the fuck's going on? How am I the only person
actually don't know? I told you earlier, we have no idea what the sun is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We admit all too easily
I'm so
when we don't know something.
I'm so tired of people having every understanding.
Slappy, I have a question for you. So if you're a concave earther, do you think that the curve is going the opposite way? So it's curving 66 feet up at a 10 miles distance?
That is the most insane thing. How the fuck? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like, what the fuck?
Maybe he thought concave meant
what part of that
convex,
did you
Travis.
not understand?
I understand what Look, dude, my brain is convex. My brain is convex, and you're asking me, what's the concave Earth at 66 foot?
Listen, your
by the
brain is so
diameter,
convex, it's got absolutely no topography on it.
Could you imagine asking someone something so specific, as if a gentleman would know? Jesus Christ, man, get a grip.
I would love for you to hang out with us more. I want to be your friend, honestly. Like the kind of friend that pushes a friend around in a wheelchair friend. I'll be that friend for you.
Thanks. That's great.
Do you have anybody to wipe the drool up for you each day, by the way?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Well, do you know what? you know what? Do you know what's going to be amazing? I'm going to get around very well on my wheelchair because the Earth is flat. You know, so
Yeah, you
bonus
got a
for me.
bunch of flat earthers pushing around in a wheelchair. I know, it gives you a big flex.
Yeah, based.
Listen, you've been a good sport, honest to God. Like, I had fun, and I'm sorry for being such a douche.
Do you listen to that, guys? The world is flat. Sorry, round. Fuck, I fucked it. Boys, I fucked it. Shit.
Well, I mean, it is both. You know that, right? You got rounded hills. I guess
Water.
concave, rounded
What do
valleys.
you guys think about the flat earthers? What do you guys think about
Walls.
like? I guess you believe in like. Do
Oh,
you
my
believe
bad.
like
My bad.
the
Was I in the middle of talking? Is there like? I didn't know you were an asshole.
Oh, that's
Did you?
just him,
Did you
bro.
not? Did you not?
Whoa,
You didn't hear me talking.
whoa! Calm down, buddy. Holy shit! No need to get personal,
Well,
buddy.
the question was, you didn't hear me talking.
What you literally just called me an asshole. So like, fuck you. How
So
about
you
fuck
heard.
you?
So you heard that. So you did hear me talking then.
Oh.
So the asshole doesn't want to be like, yeah, that was a dick move. My bad. You were
Oh
talking. Go
dear,
ahead.
oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. We're all having fun. We're all enjoying each other's company, and then some guy has to come in and call someone that disagrees with you an asshole. That's a problem. That's a problem. That's not American,
Instead
my
of
friend.
just saying, my bad, you were talking. Go ahead. That's what we're dealing with.
Can I
Instead of
offer a
that, right?
suggestion to
Yes, ma'am.
pivot this conversation? First, listen to Elijah, and then ask honest questions, because we are honest in here.
Honestly, you thought it was okay to talk when I was like talking? Let's talk about that. Because I didn't bite your bait, you have to be quiet because you know you sound like an asshole, right?
Oh dear.
Mm. It's like you can't even say my bad, dude.
Like, I'm
That's
sorry.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'd say carry on. I mean, listen, he kind of calmed down. I'd like to hear what you
I'm
have to say.
waiting for him to carry on. Like I'm not expecting a sorry from someone who's not. I'm expecting him to keep going.
All right, we'll let him keep going then.
He's ashamed now. I'm sorry.
Does anybody have something interesting to say?
Yeah, wait till you find out what the sporadic meteor complex is all about.
Okay, I have no idea what that means. Interested. Tell me what that means. Sporadic media interest. Let's do it.
Complex, yeah.
What's that?
There are 6 points of light in the sky that can only be seen in electro-optical infrared and heard on VHF around 127 to 134 megahertz. They remain in their constellation throughout the sky. Again, you can't see them, but you can hear them, and you can use computers to watch them. These are the sources of meteors, sporadic ones, those that don't come from any known source that is predictable, but now they are known. And they're arranged completely symmetrically. One on the top, 4 across the middle, and 1 on the bottom. And they adorn the night sky every night. I can show you some images and show you a bunch of papers.
I'm kind of confused in what you said because you said they don't happen. You said they happen randomly, and then you said they happen symmetrically.
Yeah. So
like
meteors. So there would be like daytime meteors. Okay, people be watching. They'd be driving their car, and they'd see like a meteor streak across the sky. What was that? And they'd see them at nighttime, and people are like, "Where are they coming from?" Astronomers tried to figure out for years where these were coming from.
Careful. You have to be really careful when you're talking to me because I actually listen.
Okay, well, I know, but this is called the sporadic meteor complex.
Well, you don't because he meant that
Because these
the
things
lights
used
were
to be
symmetrical, not
previously
the meteor.
unknown in their point of origin, but now people figured out their point of origin.
Did you hear the wow signal actually came from the roughly, I think it was like 5 degrees south of, south, so to speak, of 3i Atlas? That was kind of an interesting thing. And especially, what makes it even more specially interesting is there was also a couple of degrees, whatever direction. I don't know what direction it was, but it was from the closest star system from Earth, which is called can't remember. Guys, help a brother out. What's the closest star system called again? Anyway, whatever it was. So it's like there was like
Hold on,
yeah,
let me crack open my Bible. Hold on. Let me get the religious text. Oh, you guys already figured it out. Okay.
This is the problem with flat Earth. You're all religious. That's the problem.
Well, that's what you,
Okay.
look at the
We've been through
projection.
this already, Elijah. His first thing at the start was to accuse us of being religious. The Bible does not prove flat Earth, Slappy.
But that's
flat Earth proves biblical literature correct.
But that's why I thought to say something about it. He just asked us where the nearest star system is. That's not the most religious thing you've ever heard. I don't know what it is.
Hey Travis, if you want to speak to me, buddy, you're gonna have to be on VC. If you want to go, sorry, I'm just gonna say this very quickly, and I'm gonna shut the hell up for a second. Travis, if you want to talk to people, the reason we're on Discord is because we use our voices to talk to each other. You can't be.
Sure, my friend. No worries. So I don't want to straw man your position. Do you think there is like a celestial sphere inside of a large ball Earth? Is that kind of where you're at?
A celestial sphere.
I don't think he's actually a concave earther, guys. I think he's a convex earther, and he didn't realize what we said. We pulled a bait and switch.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Did you guys trick me? Is convex the No, convex is inner, right? Converts is the opposite, right? Wait, did I fuck it up? Maybe I fucked it up. Whatever, dude. Okay, you tricked me. Congratulations, you tricked me.
Yeah, we know geometry is not your strong point.
Yeah, true.
I mean, we talk about it all the time in here. It's like second nature for us, so. All right, if I could put away my douche nozzle self for a second, why don't you check out the text chat? I posted some media of the sporadic meteor complex.
Sporadic meteor complex. What the fuck does that mean?
What you're looking at are 6 very faint points of light that are symmetrically arranged. They rise in the east and set in the west every night.
Dude, did you see the thing where they were looking at like fucking? They were looking at They were looking at galaxies and like, wait, hold on a second. It turns out like 90% of galaxies don't like with the equations, the equations that the Milky Way works off, you know, with our gravity.
It's like a random fun fact about the religion. You're just talking about something we can observe. I wanted to go, oh, wow, every day. Are you serious? Is that a serious thing? Because that's what I wanted before you went on this religious waffle about
Daddy,
another
you know what is disturbing?
random
You know what's really disturbing about? You know what's disturbing about Big Daddy? It's like, dude, it is so like the scientists right now are like, we do like everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? Nobody fucking understands what's going on. It's like, wait, gravity doesn't actually have. It's like not 9.2, whatever the fuck it is. You know, bending space, and so it's like this weird kind of like antimatter or like some kind of dark matter, dark energy. Like we're all like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. And you guys are like, Oh, the world's flat. It's like,
it is.
as if scientists have a fucking answer to the universe. It's kind of crazy to me. It's like, dude, there is so much to learn about the universe, and you guys are like, no, the Earth is flat. It's like, what? What the
Exactly.
Dude, what are you
You're
talking
learning
about? I just
stories.
exposed for you one of the greatest mysteries of our modern day. The
This is
sporadic
what
meteor
makes us both
complex was only
sad.
first noticed in the 1970s, and only in 2008 was it filmed for the very first time in electro-optical infrared. And I'm producing this imagery for you. I'm telling you how amazing it is because of its symmetry. And I'm telling you that these are 6 radiant points of light that are invisible to the naked eye, but can be picked up via VHF. And listen, and you're like saying, oh, but you guys don't have any wonder about the cosmos whatsoever. You guys just focus on the surface of the Earth. I'm like, what kind of conversation are you in right now, dude?
Yoda, I'm talking about I'm talking like from the viewpoint of like popular science, so to speak. Like I'm just a dude, right? Just like yourself is.
You
Like
mean
you can't,
your Bible?
if you want to tell me something very specific, you're gonna have to explain something very specific. You can't just be giving me data and be like, I don't know what that data means.
What's
Like, I'm
more
not a
specific
fucking
than data? I've got tons of data.
Yeah, no.
I mean, but he's legitimately. I asked you legitimately, Yoder. Every day and night, for real? You're telling me there's a meteor
You know
shower?
what I have the problem with, Yoda? You know what I have the problem is, like,
Wait. How come every
as I
time
said
I
before,
respond to Yoder, because you're gonna fight me for the mic. I don't like that. I'm just trying to get
Bigotry
a fucking yes.
detected.
I just want, Yoder. Can you answer that so he can continue spouting off, so I can just go back on mute every day? Because I'm about to look into that. I mean, I was supposed to look into it a long time ago, especially when Jimsy told me. But
Yeah, Jemsy
every
told me
day,
too.
because
It's
to have a
freaking nuts.
media shower that's like comet, like, because the comet, people think like, oh, it comes every 1,000 years or whatever people thought, but it's really just like it appears and then it rises and sets with the rest of the stars. Are you saying there's a meteor shower that like appears to be meteor showeric and it goes from east to west? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are 6 origins of meteors that appear as very faint points of light in the sky. They rise in the east and they set in the west, and they adorn the entire night sky, but you can't see it with your eyes. Using electro-optical infrared, you can see it. Using radio and very high precision with great filters, direction finding equipment, you can pinpoint their locations in the sky, and they form a symmetrical cross. Furthermore, the meteors that are said to be ejected from these points are actually registering as electrical discharges, not rocks in space.
I mean, that's what they look like. When Comet Neowise was a thing. There's a video that I used
Big
to
Daddy,
share around.
Big Daddy, do you want to hear something really trippy?
No, I'm about to mute you too, bro. So yeah, I can find that video, but there's this video where they were looking at Comet Neowise, and then there was would appear to be a shooting star. It like just appeared in the right frame of the video, and then it went towards the comet, and then blinked out. That's on video.
Big Daddy, I'm going to mute you from now on. Sorry, buddy. But if you guys can hear the Big Daddy.
He's a bigot.
Okay, Slappy Love, just so you know, we don't mute other people in here. That's a moderator thing only. Best you don't do that. So unmute Big Daddy and continue on with your conversation.
Yeah, Big Daddy Flurf's got some sway around here, man. Like he's been in this a long time. When I was brand new to this, I used to love it when he would come on and he would talk to people like you, because you know why? He was actually very patient and understanding with the right person. And if you want to be that kind of patient and understanding person, that he can talk to, you guys could have a super productive conversation.
Yoda,
I'm
I'm
sure
not going
he'd
to tell
love
you.
to get
I'm
into
not going
this
to
with
tell
you.
you. Yoda, I'm not going to tell you what's happening in this conversation right now because you probably wouldn't be interested into it and you probably wouldn't believe it. I've been trying to tell you. I kept getting muted, right? I keep bullshitting, right? Can you guys? Oh, Jesus Christ! But you know what? Forget about it. I'm not gonna. You guys live your life the way you want to. Like tough titties for you boys. And by the way,
Calm
I
down,
have a
man. Hang out
conspiracy
with us.
theory that would fuck your mind up. It's not going to happen for you boys. Could you? Have you ever noticed
It
there's a
doesn't
little
respond
clicking
to
in the
anything.
channel?
Dude, I believed what you did for 40 years before I came to this, man.
Have you heard the little clicking in the channel? Have you ever wondered what that
Yeah,
little
it's
click?
AI Overlord. He's
Playing games.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Do you
Yeah,
know what
I
it
know
is?
it's a bit annoying. Can AI, dude, if you're listening, you need to silence yourself, or maybe one of the mods
No,
could
no,
do it.
no. This is Palantir.
No, that's AI Overlord hot micing. He's got like a 2008
Yeah.
iPhone. There, thank
Yes,
you.
it's Palantir. I used to.
Yeah, I
I
said he
used to
has an
work.
iPhone. He's probably going to kill me for that.
I got fired from MI6, and I used to do the same shit. You click.
You
You do
got
a lot of
fired from
clicking noises.
MI6.
Yeah.
I have noticed he has not responded to a single thing, and he goes to a different thing every time you talk. Did you ever notice that?
I noticed that's why he got fired from MI6.
Well,
Wait till you find out who we are.
I'm not. I'm not worried. I'm past all of that shite. You want to know about the Secret Service? You want to know what 99.9%?
I don't need to
Okay,
know. Listen,
Not particularly.
listen. I've been
I've been
around the
talking to
block,
Abby.
kid.
no, he has a list of random facts. Look what he's doing. It's like he has a list of random things. Just every time he gets a chance, he says something new.
I know
Hey,
it's
Jerry.
crazy.
Hey, Jerry. Look, I'm going to tell you what 99% of MI6 is. It's like talking about fucking Arabs. Like,
Wait.
basically.
I mean, that's the case during like GWAT and all that.
Okay, maybe there's a secret program that I wasn't involved in or whatever, but like, yeah, it's a bunch of Arabs trying to build a bomb. There you go.
Yeah, that was GWAT. Yeah,
Mystery
the
song.
Haqqani network and all that stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you want to hang with this? I'm not going to dox myself, but you can.
Yeah. Well, MI5 would be Mr. Like, there's a lot of people that it's just like you'd be very shocked how little we not how little we know, but how
What do they call like top secret SCI over there? Is it like strap or something?
no, I have no idea what that is, man.
All right, never mind. Yeah, so you're a liar. Okay, never mind.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it. But like, yeah, it's like you wouldn't believe how little knowledge there. And look, this whole idea that like this fucking alien, like the alien one's a good one as well. It's just a bunch of bullshit, man. Jesus, I looked into it. Nothing, zero, nada. A bunch of stories, no evidence. Same as usual. Bunch of fucking
Hey,
faggots.
look at this. Strap is a UK code word for top secret, sensitive, compartmented information. So if you were at
Yeah, no,
MI6, you'd definitely be read into top secret strap. Like that'd be your baseline read-in.
Yeah,
I guess you forgot.
Well,
He
he
said
said
the
the
F
F word.
word.
So I have to.
Yeah, look at that. You had no idea what I said, but apparently the whole internet did. Are the hairs standing up on the back of your neck yet?
He's gone.
This is what happens when somebody who actually knows talks to somebody who pretends to know.
Poor old Big Daddy sitting up there going, what the shit? This guy's just jumping from one lily pad to another. Just, what is it conversation about?
Yeah, and his claim to fame was being fired for the MI6.
After what I just heard, I can see why.
Thank God. Yeah, please, nobody ask me
Yeah,
how I know what that is.
these guys are just a bunch of government rejects. Didn't get the good government jobs, and they said, "Look, you want a little role for minimum wage? How about you take care of these flat earthers online?" It's a bunch of government rejects that didn't get the job, probably.
Yeah, like literally a reject. He was fired. Oh man, that's funny. Did I just out myself as a reject?
I used to have a government job. Don't feel bad.
Okay, good. Welcome to the club.
He probably feels worse now.
Uh-oh. Guys, Matrix is a Fed. He's part of them. He's an infiltrator in a plant. That's what they say about some of us. Dude, what are you talking about? I used to work for the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, I was their janitor. It's still a government job.
It's like, who do they hire to clean the toilets in an undercover facility? That was Matrix. Right? Man. I was actually hoping this guy would hang on and hang out with us, and he didn't want to hang out with us. He just wanted to keep resisting and pushing back. I think he could have been he could have been a future moderator. Oh well. I got fired from MI6. That gives me street cred. Yeah, it's like, how long were you in there? What's this strap program? What's that about? I don't know. Oh, well, here's what the internet says. I'm out. Bye, guys.
How long were you in for? I made the second stage of the interview.
I was fired after my psychological exam. After my lie detector test. These clowns. It's like in America, there are like 1.5 million people with like top secret and above clearance. It's like, wow, 1.5 million? Yeah, that's right. Oh, so how special is it? Imagine being fired from a corporation that had 1.5 million employees. I mean, you're basically a gnat that got squished.
A broken cog that needed replaced.
Hey, yeah, good to hear from you. I know you know what's up too. Didn't mean to dime you out. But yeah, I mean, we're all cogs in some form or fashion. You know, I personally, like, I was kind of bummed because my heritage comes from an organization that was joint UK-US in World War II. It's like, but no, he's a clown. All right, so what's next on the agenda? Should I read something to you guys? All right, maybe I will. I'm going to find something from my archives. Let's see. Okay, I got some ideas here. Let's go to my SpaceX directory. SpaceX. I actually filed SpaceX under NASA. All right, here we go.
I wonder what the thinking was there. Same shit, different stink. Put it all in one folder.
You know, all right, let me put some of this stuff into the cannon so I can fire it out when I'm talking about it. All right, check this stuff out. So people say that, like, hey, SpaceX guys, SpaceX. I mean, they're a public company, right? So why would they have a reason to lie? Why are they hiding the nature of Earth? Not that they actually are, but why are they projecting technology that may not exist? Maybe that's the real question. And people are like, guys, I trust Elon Musk. You know, he's like an autistic retard, posts on Twitter, and he just recently got cleared for what? Top secret? Like, he used to be secret, which was funny because, like, SpaceX was cleared for top secret, but Elon was cleared for secret. So how does that happen when the guy in charge of the company has a lower clearance than what the company's cleared for? That can't happen. Well, there's some reasons for this, and I posted in the side chat. The actual person in charge of SpaceX who holds all the clearances, whose husband is actually the security officer. Gwen Shotwell is the president of SpaceX. She's from a Jet Propulsion Laboratory National Reconnaissance Office heritage. And so is her husband, Robert, who's in charge of security. Yeah, not Elon Musk. I mean, most people never heard of Gwen Shotwell and Robert Shotwell, but you can look them up online. So, what happens organizationally, legally, structurally when a company gets like mega super secret, top secret contracts and the CEO cannot be cleared to that level? Well, I'll tell you what they do. They actually carve out basically a subsidiary. It may be wholly owned, but it may not be wholly managed by the uncleared parent entity. The wholly owned and wholly cleared sub-entity may not receive managerial direction from its parent company if the parent company does not get cleared to the same level. And this is exactly what happened with SpaceX. Because Elon Musk, I think he's the U.S. citizen. He's got foreign entanglements and he smoked pot with Joe Rogan. I mean, there's no way he's going to get cleared for the good stuff. They want choir boys and choir girls for the good stuff. Oh, how do I know that? Well, let me show you. Let me show you something else. Okay. If I go search for SpaceX, huh?
When you said they need good choir girls and choir boys, I thought you were going to start singing.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, listen, yeah. Yeah, gosh, I could sing a lot, but I'm not going to. So here, check out a text chat. I posted another screenshot. You can look for top secret jobs at SpaceX. Right? Look at all this stuff. You might say SpaceX top secret clearance jobs just in Los Angeles, folks. Program security officer, SAP support. Yeah, SAP, that doesn't mean SAP like the database shit. No. That is special access program. That is above top secret. Software engineer, Starshield top secret clearance, communication security officer. What? Let's pull up one of these jobs and see what it's about. Okay, let's see how public and how openly affiliated SpaceX is with the general public here. So I pull up program security officer, SAP support top secret clearance. Please, black helicopters, don't bomb me right now. SpaceX was founded, blah, 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 blah. What do you need? What do you need to work this? Well, besides a top secret clearance, you're going to assist the Contract Program Security Officer, CPSO, on special access programs, SAPs, and provide support to mission managers and tech staff as needed for program success. Review, track, and monitor billet plans, those are job billets, for programs. Coordinate additional security requirements such as polygraphs, that's a lie detector test, and special access indoctrination and briefings. Facilitate badging and access. Assist with initial security clearance briefings, debriefings. Oh, why do you need to debrief somebody? Because something happened. And security-centric education. Process classified visit requests. Support to this and that and the other with DD254s. You'll have to Google that yourself. And so on. Yeah, you want to work at SpaceX, you want access to the good stuff, you're going to need to go through those hoops. So people are like, yeah, SpaceX is public. It's as public as freaking Lockheed Skunk Works, folks. Remember that? Oh yeah, Lockheed private company Skunk Works, the people that make like stealth airplanes and stuff like that. Yeah, SpaceX is basically doing the same kind of thing, just with different technology. Okay, they're not involved in stealth aircraft as far as I would guess. But this is the same kind of security requirements you'd expect for Skunk Works. But they're doing rocket blasts, right? Like they're shooting rockets up. Oh, okay. Rockets. Put a SpaceX logo on a nuke. You can test the rocket motor all day long. Nobody's going to bat an eye. Yeah, interesting stuff, right?
Yeah, it's interesting how that works. Strap a rocket motor to something and you can play with it all day long. Oh, I'm out testing nukes. Step this way, sir. Nice one. RTH is in here, yeah. Benevolent, are you actually trying to talk or are you hot micing? Because your voice is not coming through, bro. Alright, I'm just going to put you on mute for your own safety. If you can hear me, put inside chat that you understand. Excellent. So you were just coming through like, you know when you leave your phone in your pocket and it makes that weird rubbing sound? That's what you sound like. So I don't know if you're talking
Don't
or...
let that phone rub too much, my friend.
Yeah, it was doing that. It's weird stuff. So I don't know if you're trying to talk or if you're just hot. But yeah, click the mute button or do something with your phone or whatever you're on to fix it.
Folks, I can't be on here to start reading stuff and yakking, so I'm indisposed. Could someone take over?
Nah, you're good, mate. Thank you.
If you want to pick it up where I left off, maybe you can find like SpaceX jobs. Like, I bet some of them are like the job descriptions are really funny and like stupid. Like, find SpaceX or whatever jobs. And then just talk to the audience. You know, while you're searching, just like start pattering. And when you find something, switch over to that and start reading it. Or you can like open a book by James Clerk Maxwell, like The Theory of Heat, and like start reading from that. I'm sure the audience would be riveted, but it's your choice. Oh, for crying out loud. Come on, somebody start something.
Yeah, they'll sit quietly till the next global walks in and then 8 of them all want to talk at once. You know how it works. That's a crack up. It's like it's been quiet for half an hour. We've all got to talk. Alright, where's Facebook? They've always got some funny shit going on. Oh, what's it called? Flat Earth friends that aren't friendly. Oh, here's a excellent question for everyone. I don't understand. Why flat and not a different shape? Oh, here's a cope session. How come when I ask a flat earther a couple of simple questions, I get nothing but insults, memes, and deflection? I'm open to hear some scientifically proven facts that support flat earth, but as it seems, there is none. Go figure. That's the type of stuff you get on flat earth friends. And there's 151 comments to help this poor person along. There we go. From our top contributor, that's because they're unable to prove their claims. They can't prove something that doesn't exist. For any of the clown shows that do reside in Flat Earth Friends on Facebook, please feel free to come and join us here. Let us hear your cope. Ooh, someone else is into them. Significant, like long distance photography. Where's the curve? How does a lighthouse work when every mile squared under the globe theory you have 8 inches of drop below the horizon? Same with laser guided missiles, radar, radio waves. And I bet this comment gets radio silence. And we've had 2 comments onto that young person. And one of them is flatearth.ws. People shooting missiles over a curve. Yay. And one hero gets on here. 8 inches per mile squared isn't the proper equation for measuring Earth's curvature. H equals R minus square root of RD minus R squared minus D squared is the proper equation. Missile systems actually account for Earth's curvature. Show some flat Earth proof. So, didn't mention anything about the photography. He just wanted to attack the 8 inches per mile squared. It's an approximation, clown shoes. Alright, we need another question. What have we got? Anyone here want to take an IQ test to challenge you all to score higher than 47? I don't know if that's a flat earther or not. Well, this person here is asking to get whacked with a stick. 7 a.m. GMT at Bibiani, Ghana, West Africa. My mobile phone Galaxy X Cover Pro capture the sun. My eyes tell me the sun is not 93 million miles away, but it is local and we live in a dome. Yeah, good luck, mate. Oh, that one's got a nice little picture. Is that going to post up? A second. Get over there. Alrighty, so someone posted up that. And the comments that run to that. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, shit, there's more comments. We go on that. On the flat earth side, it's basically allegations, 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 claims, claims, claims. Allegations, allegations, claims, claims, claims. And on the globe side, it's proof, 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 proof. All repeatable, all works. Oh. You sound like an intellect. Maybe you should come into Discord. Alright, let's get into the comments. Where are they? So the first thing posted up by the original person who posted that image, I have questions. That's all he posted. And then posted that image, it's in the side chat. First comment, flat, truth versus ad hoc explanations. I can say the same to globeheads. Are you actually trying to talk, or are you, Has that been 45 minutes? All you're doing is clicking, you're not talking.
He's sending coded messages to his handler at the Pentagon.
He's probably recharging. You know when you put a mobile phone near a power source and you've got music or something and it does that Morse code sound thing going on sometimes? He's probably doing that. Headphones on, charging himself up. What have we got, Travis? Would like to know why everything on the right side is exclusive to a globe model. Well, we better have a look at that then. I'll have to blow it up bigger so I can read it. Over there. Alrighty, circumnavigation. Is that exclusive to a globetard? No. You can circumnavigate your city block. It doesn't mean you're going around a ball. Number 2, time zones. Well, some time zones are political. So the fact that they're political has no reference to the shape of the ground. Satellite imagery. Well, nothing says that the satellites can't fly over a flat stationary surface. I have no issues with satellites doing that. Gravity forming spherical bodies. Wow, gravity. Seriousness of a situation.
Hi.
Oh, someone said g'day. Hello. Welcome. Please save everyone from me reading this crap out.
I mean, things fall towards the ground. That's what we call gravity.
So it's the action of something falling to the ground? Or is it the cause of what's bringing that thing to the ground, the gravity?
I don't understand action and cause. I don't understand your words.
Okay, if you drop a ball, it goes towards the ground. Is that gravity? Or is gravity the causational mechanism that makes the ball go to the ground?
Gravity, the causation of the mech. What the fuck?
Okay.
I'm not going to engage. I'm done.
So how about we do it this way? What is gravity?
The way I define it, the approximate acceleration towards the ground.
All right, check this out.
Which
I'll
is a
load
fact.
up.
We can measure the values.
So for you, gravity is just things going in a downward direction, measured approximately at 9.8 meters per second squared. Then I don't have a problem with your definition, because when we do let things do go downwards at that speed in the medium of air. But there's things that go up also, like helium balloons. So are they anti-gravity?
Everything is being pulled towards gravity, including objects that goes up in the air.
Oh, it's being pulled. What's the pulling for force? What's that?
And you do realize that there's more than one force. It's not just the
Pulled.
force
What's
of
the pulling
gravity.
thing?
There's other forces.
Yeah, what's the pulling thing? You said it's being pulled. What's the causational mechanism of that?
If you're talking about like, I don't know, like objects in the air, balloons or something like that, buoyancy, the force.
Optics and buoyancy, yeah, as if they're related.
I mean, this is like common knowledge.
Oh, it is. Okay.
I was having a stretch. Oh, wow.
They will
So
say
the more
anything to
simple
avoid the topic.
the more simple it is, the harder they'll reject it. Look, hey, sir,
Bingo.
water at rest is flat.
What's so hard to understand?
Listen, water at rest is flat. That means that the Earth can't be a globe.
Ding, ding, ding.
Do you have a response to that?
Skeptic, you still there, bro?
They can't talk about things that directly relate talking about the surface itself.
See, this is the problem. Like on the chat, you guys are bringing up space time. I didn't brought that up. You brought that up.
Where does it say space time? What do you got? Bendy space time is not a force. You were the one that said
I
that it's
didn't
the
brought up that
force.
topic.
No,
You
no,
asked me.
listen. Just hold on. You're getting all excited about something. You're trying to defend a straw man.
Now you're throwing.
You said
That's great.
that it was a force bringing things down. Bendy space time is not a force.
Skeptic, let me ask you something, bro. Are you an Einstein denier?
That doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. To this
No,
topic, it actually does.
no, objects fall at acceleration. Like that's way to
Optics
understand.
fall at acceleration?
I think he means objects.
Oh, objects. Okay, yeah. When I drop a hammer, it falls onto my foot.
Yeah, and by definition, that you guys don't seem to understand, that's a force pulling the object down. Any the sum of the net forces that causes the object to accelerate in a specific direction is a net force. So
So
yeah,
explain helium balloons for us then.
there's two forces.
Anti-force.
There are other forces. Gravity is not just a singular force. There's other forces combined together which cause the net result of the acceleration. This is basic physics.
Yeah, the acceleration's not uniform though, dude. G as a downward acceleration is an agreed upon average. It's not a constant if it's an average of something that's not constant.
Nobody claimed that it was.
Yeah, people do claim it's a constant, G as a constant. I mean, I get it. Like, if you want to stab against the grain, you can join us because we do that all the time. We've got some interesting footage from a drop tower test in a vacuum drop tower, where different elements were placed on a tray. The tray was attached to a camera, and the whole tray plus the camera was dropped in a vacuum tower, and the different elements fell at different rates. Amazing. It was like lead, beryllium, copper, magnesium.
Side chat.
Sorry, not magnesium. Yeah, what you're seeing is when those elements lift up, it's because the camera is attached to the tray, and the camera and the tray are falling, and those elements are falling at different velocities.
So what is happening in that GIF you got there, Matrix?
That's the Brennan drop tower. So they made up this little frame full of all those elements that you see there, and this drop tower is a vacuum chamber, and they drop things. Fancy that. So with the cradle that was made up, there's those elements there and a camera attached to it, so they could film it. They set it all up, released it, dropped it, and you know how they tell you that in a vacuum things drop at the same rate? The old feather in the bowling ball test? Well, obviously not. Funnily enough, the guys that did that got asked very politely to never come back.
Do you know what the height is of that right there?
Brennan drop tower, is it 75 or 120? 120?
Actually, I'll look it up. It's called the Drop Tower. Is that
Brennan.
right? Right on. I'm about to check that out. If I find anything interesting, I'll share it. But very cool.
Well, AJ will probably post what it is. There you go. Wait for it. He's normally all over this stuff.
I was just gonna say it's weird, but good stuff. Keep up the good work, kind of thing. This is the type of stuff I like seeing us discuss. You got this.
I was actually going through the globe Earth evidence list that we posted earlier on, and anyways, if our friend is not going to ask any more questions, that's cool. I'm quite happy to go back to reading silly listings out. So satellite imagery, like I said before, I've got no issue with mechanical devices flying above our head. Nowhere with the ability to fly does it necessitate you have to be coming off of a spheroid. What else have we got? Gravity forming spherical bodies. Well, they don't even know what gravity is, so if they don't know what the causational mechanism is, they can't really make a claim to it doing a specific thing. Well, they can, but verifying it might be a different story. Lunar eclipse shadow of Earth. Really? Isn't it supposed to produce a sinusoidal pattern or wave pattern whenever you cast a shadow onto a spherical object? Especially if the shadow is coming from a spherical object. Ooh, more research for the young shoppers. What do we got? Different constellations in northern and southern hemisphere. Well, that's just a matter of perspective. We all understand how perspective works. Things get smaller as they get further away. Things that are above your eye line will converge down to your eye line. Things that are below will converge up. To the left will go right, and to the right will go left, to a center point. Just so happens that the constellations, or stars, however they want to word it, are above your eye line, and they will converge to the horizon, or your eye line. As you move towards them, going from south to north, they will appear to rise. Basically following the principles of perspective. Nothing over the top there. Oh, here we go. Eratosthenes' Earth circumference measurement. Now, we just got to rub the word measurement out there and go Eratosthenes' Earth circumference assumption. Him measuring the shadow of one stick and him measuring the shadow of the other stick, the only measurement he took. Everything else was pure assumptions. What do we got? Horizon curvature at altitude. Interesting, depending on what lens you use. Sometimes you get no curvature, sometimes you get curvature. I wonder if that's based off the lenses. Ships disappearing hull first over the horizon. Okay. Well, half of the hull is submerged in water, so that's probably why that's disappeared. It's all to do with optics. Your angular resolution from your eye line down to the water line where the ship touches is a smaller angle than from your eye line to the ship. As the ship sails away, due to perspective, appears to get smaller. Your ability to resolve this diminishes as soon as that angle from your eye line to the water line gets down to 0.02. Your ability to resolve is now gone. It will just become a blur. It'll blur into the water and whatever the rest of the environment is around said ship in this case. What do we got? Great Circle airline routes. I always thought planes followed specific routes, not Great Circle routes, flight paths. To do with logistics, safety, fuel capacity. There's a whole heap of factors in why they fly in specific routes. GPS satellite navigation, ground positioning systems, and... hello. Hello, Samuel.
Oh, welcome. You're quite excited already, aren't you? Oh, okay. So that's all you've got. And keep on protecting, buddy. Go take a nap, kid.
That's a lot of beers.
That's fatherless behavior.
I actually thought someone was going to pop in and have a conversation. Like, you beauty, I don't have to read any more of this shit out. What else have we got? Where are we? GPS, satellite navigation. Well, as I stated quite clearly before, I've got no issues with mechanical devices above my head. They use a model, and that model can be projected onto anything. You know, a Wheaties box, banana, toy dinosaur. It'll still work. So them claiming that you live on a ball because of a model that's projected onto a particular shape means absolutely nothing. Go and project it onto something else. Hey, look, it still works. Gravity variations across Earth. Wasn't there a gravity one before? So back further, it says gravity forming spherical bodies, and now we have gravity variations. Well, if there's variations, they're not going to be spherical. So one of those contradicts the other, so we may as well remove the pair of them. Geez, my logic is rough, isn't it? Where are we? Well, if there's variations, then yeah, it's not going to be a... Yeah, anyways. Foucault's pendulum. Right. Pendulums need a stationary framework to be swinging correctly. If you don't have a stationary framework, the pendulum will miss time and it'll cause it to stop and do other weird shit. So them claiming that pendulums prove stuff, well, I don't know how a device swinging from one side to another proves that you're on a curved surface. You can pick a pendulum up and its frame and sit it on your computer desk and it will swing. You can go and sit it on top of a basketball and it will still swing as long as you can hold the thing steady enough.
It's a damn parlor trick, and it requires this little ring to keep it going. And before they did that, they'd have a dude pulling on the string.
Yeah. So pendulums require a stationary surface. So hopefully you sort of can have a laugh at that. But anyways, next one. Coriolis effect on weather systems. So you're assuming that there's some kind of motion and that you're on the second frame so that you can see something on the first frame appear to do something odd. Okay.
They couldn't define Coriolis if their life depended on it.
Someone new just dropped in. Welcome. I didn't see what it was. I was reading things. So yeah, if when you start looking into it and you realise that say cyclones, for example, there is such a thing as anti-cyclones. So their cyclones that spin in the wrong direction. So claiming that Coriolis is the causational mechanism for this cyclones, then that is incorrect, because the ones that spin the wrong way will just break that instantly. Geostationary satellites. Geez, they love their satellites. Interesting how a lot of these so-called globe proofs are looking away from the globe that's supposed to be there. Yet again, I've got no issue with things above our head. You guys claiming they're in the vacuum of space, however, that might upset somebody. Or a few somebodies. What do we got? Modern geodesy measurements of Earth's shape. Modern geodesy measurements of Earth's shape. Well, present them. Let me guess. WGS 84. Where have we heard that before? Next one.
All right, gentlemen.
Polar.
I would like to make claim to a debate.
Mirror someone. Please go. Talk. Do what you got to do.
Okay. So my question is very simple, and perhaps you've heard it before, but I was here like an hour ago, and then I had to make dinner, and you guys were talking about all this math shit and triangulation, and you know, I'm not gonna go down that path. Okay, I don't really. I've never looked into flat Earth. Okay, I've seen it in passing. I don't think the Earth is flat.
Flat Earth is not. Flat Earth is not. Like what you said just there.
I'm not okay. Let me just
Sorry,
make my
sorry to
statement.
interrupt.
Let me make my opening statement, please.
Let's.
Bro,
I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. If you can.
You didn't even hear my
then,
question that I was going to make.
Well, I know, but I heard.
I just said I don't believe in flat Earth. All I was going to say is where I come from is I have training and professional experience over a decade in finance and economics. That's where I'm coming from. I'm not a math person in the terms of what you guys were talking about. I think about the world in terms of incentives. That's a big part of it. So my question is very simple. Why is there an incentive to make people think the Earth is round, in your guys' opinion? And who is making that claim and making the things happen that make everyone think that the Earth is a globe?
It's a common held belief, like a gigantic urban myth.
Anyway, based on what it sounds like you're saying and the context in which you said flat Earth, none of us believe in flat Earth either. Like you think there's some flat Earth wonderland, some dungeon unlock where there's this unexplored world. No, we're just saying there are massive parts of land that are measured flat. Therefore, it can't be a continuously curving surface. Now, the Earth is both round and flat because water at rest is level, and you have hills and valleys. Those are rounded shapes, right? So I understand you want to ask what the incentive is. I mean, but if we're talking about the incentive for all lies, well, I mean, that's an infinite number of possibilities.
Okay. I don't think that gets to the question, but maybe Yoder
Yeah,
is understanding.
that's an infinite number of possibilities. Therefore, whatever I tell you won't matter.
If it's an urban myth, then normally urban myths get dispelled and then the common truth prevails. So who is preventing that from happening and why?
Nobody's preventing it from happening.
Why does no one believe what you guys
No,
believe?
it is happening. It is happening. Look at comment sections. They're vastly different than 2016. What do you mean?
I don't see anyone thinking that the Earth is.
Well, maybe you're talking
your
about
conception is.
authoritative content or authoritative sources.
but the people have spoken.
Okay, maybe a better question. Why do the authoritative sources continue to make that claim?
Don't know. We're the people, not the authoritative sources.
Okay, but why would the authorities be
Yeah,
making this
let me
claim?
add some nuance to this about the
go
authoritative
ahead.
sources, which has nothing to do with the nature of Earth. It has everything to do with projecting technology and capabilities that may or may not exist. They don't care. If you go back to the space program, 1957, 1958, when the first national space policy was promulgated by the progenitor of NASA, they said that they were going to project power, technology, capabilities, scientific discoveries to put America in the most positive light as possible. Why could not that be going on right now?
Okay, it could, but that's a different response than what the other guy was telling me. It sounds like you think that there's a government operation. Yeah,
there is an operation that they have promulgated to project power and technology and capabilities. Listen, pretty much everybody at NASA thinks Earth is a globe, and it's not.
Okay. So that answers my okay, you guys don't agree then. You and Big Daddy Flurf don't agree.
No, he's coming at this from a different angle, but 90% of people at NASA, just as a random guess, think that Earth is a globe and are trying to conceive of Earth as such. And so they take all of their scientific data and they cram it into what they think is possible.
Okay, why would they do that if it's not true?
Why would they know what is and isn't true?
Well, they think it's true. That's the point.
Okay,
They
so you
think
guys
it's
think
true, exactly.
they literally think it's true, so they just don't know?
Yeah.
We have conversations with the Hubble director who actually watched the information on the computer tell him that it was launched. Now, when he was asked in the interview, he did not know that he was being recorded at the time. He never actually laid eyes on it. Just a computer program as far as he knows. But he believes that there's a satellite up there, a telescope up there.
Okay.
That's the director
It's like
himself.
we got people in our community that call NASA on their hotlines because they're all government employees and they're all public. You can actually call them and talk to them. We have people that do that and record conversations, and it's freaking amazing what they say.
Okay, I have another question then. So so NASA, in your guys' opinion, they don't even know that it's not true.
Well, they're just people that work for the government.
Okay.
Dude,
So
hold on. Think about it, dude. All right, if you wanted to propagate a lie to a society, you don't have to convince everyone. You just need to convince the top scientists. So if they can get the top scientists to believe the lie, then that's
Beetle
going to
Bro, I
trickle
don't
all the way
think
down.
people are propagating a lie knowingly. I think this is an entire urban myth that has gone out of control.
See, you guys have different conceptions, which is
listen.
kind
I
of
mean,
what I'm
listen. I've
trying to
never
get
heard
at.
of Beetle Bro in my life, and I'm in here all the time. Okay, so
okay.
Well, I mean, but to your point though, like there are direct liars. Like for instance, the people that you can look up right now live on the space station, supposedly orbiting the Earth. That's not happening. So they're lying.
Okay, so I have a follow-up.
Right?
Okay.
I don't know.
My follow-up was going to be if NASA doesn't know. Okay, so does the US government, do the officials in charge of NASA know, or do they also
listen.
not
Somebody has to know, but we don't know who that is.
Okay, so someone at the top.
We don't even know if they're human.
Oh, for crying out loud, Beetle Bro. Beetle Bro, you make us sound like a bunch of dorks. Okay, why don't you just shut up? We don't even know if they're human.
Well, I like I said, I've never looked into this. I've seen like a couple videos, right? Like
You're still not looking into it. At the end of this
not because I don't. This isn't my field.
At the end of this conversation, if you haven't
acquired the information and how it's measured flat, and you didn't look into it at all.
Well, I think I'm
You
being
could ask a
reasonable,
million
right?
questions.
I'm asking
You've
reasonable
just
questions.
you've
But not
compartmentalized
really.
it, and you're just assuming that everyone's lying. Do you know why we're flat earthers?
No, he's
No, I
assuming
didn't.
that we're
I
assuming
didn't
everyone's
assume
lying.
everyone's
You jumped
He's
necessarily
straight to
assuming
it.
we're assuming that everyone's lying.
Correct.
Yeah.
Do you know why we're flat earthers?
You, as in this group of
Me,
people,
3/4 of the
or
panel. Yeah, why are we flat earthers?
I don't know why.
Maybe you should ask instead of making assumptions about other people or what we think.
I just
you
did. I
think.
said why.
Because it's measured flat. It's that simple, bro.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I'm not going to get into the
Fine.
math
If
because
it's fine, then
it's not my field. I don't have any training in it, so I wanted to take a different path. That's why I'm
well,
asking these questions.
you don't really need math though. I mean, sure, there's going to be some math, but the explanations are pretty simple.
Travis, I've worked in finance for over a decade, and I have a college degree, which doesn't matter that much, but I mean, sure.
Right. So that means if you can understand the sentences that I'm using right now, then you're very capable of understanding anything that we say because it's mostly.
I know, but you guys gave me different answers.
It's mostly
Like one
experience.
guy said,
but you asked a question that didn't have anything to do with why we're here. That's why. But if we were talking about why we were here,
I think any question is
but-
fair.
Mirror,
I don't
the
think.
But if
question
we
you
were
asked.
talking about, I'm sorry, because he interrupted. Then you listen. It's very simple, especially if you're trying to receive what I'm saying. It's very simple. We're all here for the same reason, that it measures flat. If you're not here to understand that, then any other questions you ask that aren't about that are non sequitur to how the earth is flat anyway.
I think they're just questions. They're maybe not.
Yeah,
constrained.
questions you ask.
They just don't have anything to do with anything that we know. We only know what we know.
The questions you asked, Mirror, if you'd have asked a close-ended question, it would have shut it down quickly. But you asked an open-ended question, which is based upon people's subjectivity. So, what's your favourite food? Every single person on this panel is going to say something different.
Well, no, because there's a reality.
Why
of what's
people
actually
lie
happening.
Why people lie is pure speculation. Unless you're a mind reader, or unless that person comes out and says, I lied because of X, Y, Z, you are never going to know.
Okay.
And even if it was a lie in the first place.
So my response to that would be, there is a reality of what is occurring right now. Like there is not multiple realities.
We don't care. The base of the reality is the ground is measured non-curving.
Okay, but...
So if it's measured as non-curving, aka flat, then it doesn't matter if people lie. We don't care. If they want to go run around and tell lies, let them. The truth always will out.
Well, yeah, no, that is interesting what you said. Because what you said was there's a reality to all this. And that's what we're talking. That's why we're here. The reality to all this. So that's the thing. Like, we're speaking the same language, but it's like we're not. Because as soon as you spoke, I'm like, exactly. We're here for a singular reason, a singular purpose. It's experience based, it's reality based, it's not speculation based. So what's the problem?
Well, I
That's
guess
what
if you
people
guys
aren't
were to ask
understanding.
me
Everybody's
questions like
you.
in my field, there are quantitative questions you can ask. But then there's also, you could ask me like, oh, and what does this have to do with like the current government in charge of those policies, and like what incentives do they have to deviate from those quantitative questions? Like that's what I'm getting at. So I mean, you can ask the quantitative stuff. Like I said in the beginning,
We're not asking you questions. That's the problem.
Why do people cheat on their taxes?
None of that matters. The whole thing is, if what he's trying to convey is there are questions that we might ask that he can't answer, we're not asking any questions. But if you have questions, it has to be relevant to what we know. That's what I'm saying. I can't have a conversation with you about what you want that has nothing to do with what I know. That would be impossible. Well, no, not impossible, just a fool's errand.
Okay. So if
Yeah,
I
what do
ask
you want to
you,
get into, bro? Like, listen, I spent about the past 14 years in finance, and before that, it was another career. So if you want to
okay,
go into like some of the math, listen, a lot of the math conveys from finance to engineering, and from engineering to some of the topics we talk about.
yeah, I mean, math is math, right? So I wouldn't expect anything
Yeah,
different.
statistics is statistics. So, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I just don't know your particular, you guys were talking about rays and
Yeah.
triangulating the sun earlier. Okay. So I don't, that's not what I do.
Well, you
Oh,
can't
do you get
triangulate
into like negative
like,
eigenvectors and having to like reconfigure a covariance
well,
matrix kind of stuff?
No, I mean the math I deal with is pretty simple. I
All
to
right,
be
never
honest, I
mind then.
don't really deal with math in my
right. Well, check it
current
out.
role anymore.
Whoever spoke about
What
that
is an
earlier,
eigenvector?
whatever. So no, it's not important. But what's also important is what you said. What you said about us talking about triangulating the sun. First of all, you can't triangulate the sun. So this is what I'm
I
saying.
heard it earlier.
There's a
Yeah.
lack of, but I'm telling you that you can't. But that's just a fact. So again, not fuck what you heard. If what I'm saying is trumping that, then that's what it is. We're in the
Okay.
conversation currently. Okay, so we're having a current conversation where the understanding has to be updated. If you want to challenge me, if you think that the sun can be triangulated, just Google it.
I said in the beginning I didn't want to go down that path. So I feel like you
Exactly,
guys do think that they're
exactly. Neither do I. Neither do I. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That
I
is not a
feel,
path. That is not a path that I would be going down because you can't
okay.
triangulate. So I feel like there's a misunderstanding of what you think we can provide.
Well,
Because
I'm just
based on what you're
asking
telling
some
me, that's what.
questions. I'm just asking some questions
Well,
about your
you're just saying
community.
I'm just asking some questions. Well, I'm responding to you, and your response is I'm just asking questions. But
Yeah,
how are
I don't
you
think
how
that's
are you
unfair.
how are you a good faith interlocutor if you're not responding? Because that was a non-response to my response to you.
No.
You saying I'm just asking questions doesn't respond to what I said.
Because
And that's kind
I
of
wasn't
rude. I
expecting
mean, generally.
this type of response. I thought you guys would just answer some questions I had. I'm not familiar with
But
your
you're getting
community.
the response though. You're getting familiar with me now, and you're telling me what you expect instead of just accepting how I am. So you
Yeah, but
ask
you
something.
still haven't
So
answered
you
my
ask the
initial
question,
question, which is
and
why would
I told you I can't. See what I'm saying about you not listening? So you asked the question. I said,
I
"Well,
don't know
I
if
can't
you're
answer
listening
that."
to me. I think that's kind of the problem, to be honest.
What kind of incentives
How?
would people have?
No.
Okay.
How? How am I not listening? No. How am I not listening to you? How? Give me an example.
What because you still haven't answered my initial question, which is what
Or did I
incentives
just told you I can't answer it?
does the world
That is the answer
government
to your question. That is the answer
have
to your question. That is
to
the answer to your question.
propagate
You can't
this
answer it.
or not
So,
dispel it?
see what I'm saying? So it seems like he's not even being genuine. Because why would a person continue after somebody saying, I can't answer that question?
Because you're not the only one in here. Maybe someone else can answer my question.
No, we all told you the same thing.
No, you guys told me different things. Someone told me it could be aliens. Okay, so
that guy does not represent us in any way, shape, and or.
Okay, well he's in here. I don't know you guys.
Either way, I gave you the first response, and my response was nobody knows because it's an infinite set of speculative answers. Since the only people who can tell us what their incentive for lying is the people who are lying. I already explained that, and then they
So
gave you
people are
different answers,
lying
and you're
though,
like,
but you do think
Excuse
people
me,
are lying?
excuse me,
Like
why are you interrupting?" Why is
You've
that?
interrupted
Why are you
me
interrupting?
constantly. Come on,
But why are
chill.
you interrupting right now, though? Why now?
You've
Why?
interrupted me 50
No,
times.
it's an urban
No,
myth.
but why? But why are you interrupting? For what point to be made clear? Why?
Okay, so you said people were lying on the space station. Do you believe that's true? That statement you
What
made.
does that have to do with me finishing my point? Because that's what I would
It's
like.
a statement. Okay, I'll ask it after you finish your point.
Okay. So I told you the question you asked can't be answered because we don't know. The only thing you're going to get is speculation. So when you got speculation, you said I got 3 different answers. Well, I already told you that's what you were going to get. But what does that have to do with anything? Nothing.
So, okay, I'm gonna be. This is what I think you're trying to say. I don't think I've been rude. Okay, you guys have been fairly hostile towards me. I don't know why.
No, we haven't.
Okay. I think what you guys are saying is that we only care about the measurements and that's all we want to talk about. That's fine. That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you. Yes, yes. For the love of God,
gets
yes,
it.
we do care about the measurements. Do you
okay,
not
I
care
know,
about the measurements?
Yeah, I told you that in the beginning.
You care about speculations about whether
I didn't-
people are lying or not.
Yeah,
We don't know. It's a speculation. Mirror.
So then we
It's
can't
a
have a
pure
hold on, but
speculation.
wait, there's no reason to have an argument because we're at the point. We were already at the point in the beginning. We're at the point as grown men that we can't have a conversation about this because you're not interested in what we're interested in, and we're not interested in what you're interested in. And
Okay.
I feel like it's passive aggressively hostile to try to
not passive
force.
aggressive.
Well, I mean, everyone here on the panel who's speaking.
I've never
is
met
telling
any
you
of
that-
you. I don't know
but
you.
we're all telling you we can't have the conversation with you. So what are you going to do? Force it? It's your move. What are
Well,
you going to do?
I was just thinking you would answer my questions. I don't know you.
Well, we can't.
Clearly you don't
So
want
we
to.
can't. We can't. Right? You know that we can't because I told you that. That's what you do, though. Now what? Where do we go from
So
there?
I do have one more question though, which is you said people on the space station were lying. Why do you think that?
Right? Because the Earth measures flat, so they can't be orbiting a globe. Obviously, in order to orbit a globe, the ground would have to be measured that way.
Okay, but
But
you
you
think
don't
they're
understand any of that, and you don't care about any of that, so it doesn't matter.
do you
You're
think
not
they're
interested.
actively
So,
lying or they
but
don't
you're
know?
not interested, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like obviously, if people are pretending to be doing something that can't be happening, right? They're called pretenders. They're called liars. It's very clear cut, simple. But either way, I've answered your question. We don't have anything else to talk about, so please don't. Thank you.
If the surface of something measures flat, what is it?
No, he's not interested. We got to
It's not
find
that
something
I'm
else.
not interested. I was very
No, you
clear
literally
that
said
wasn't
tonight. You were very clear about what you weren't interested in, which is the topics that we discussed. So
well,
please
yeah, to some
don't.
extent that's true. I said I wasn't going to
So
go down
please,
that path because I
okay.
don't
So good. That's what I
have
mean.
any
So
training
when I said you
in
weren't, so
that.
when you say that's true, that means you shouldn't be interrupting me now. You should be quiet because I'm calling for someone who is interested. Because
That's
we can't
fine.
talk.
You guys can just talk amongst yourselves. I don't know you. I don't know this community. I came in and I asked a couple questions. It's not that
Right.
big of a
All
deal.
right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, so is there anyone else who's interested in the topic? Or Yoder? You know, I came across some pretty interesting stuff.
I want to hear what he has to say though. Like when the
He's
surface
not
of something.
interested. He's not interested. He's not interested. Why? What is wrong with people who don't understand when someone's not interested?
That's why he'll give such a funny answer. That's the point of asking the question.
And I've been trying to stop that so we can move on to a more productive conversation, not bring it back to where we were.
I know, and I counted to like 5 or 10 or whatever. No one else spoke up. So what's the problem?
I would answer the question, but I feel like Big Daddy
I'm trying to
Flurf
talk to Yoder. That's why.
gonna end up getting mad at me in the next 5 minutes for something. So I don't know any of you guys. I don't know your community. I asked a couple basic questions. I didn't know there was off limits
I was pretty
questions.
sure I asked the question to Yoder, and I was just waiting on that. That's all.
Yeah, but someone else addressed me.
It's not really him getting angry at you, which would be the thing, as much as it would be all of us being disappointed in you. Would be a more accurate
Well,
way.
okay. Well, either way.
So, I mean, it's not a loaded question. It's a very basic question a child could answer. If the surface of something measures flat, what is it?
What do you mean by that?
So
Define
I
that
have
for me.
I'll get define flat.
No, define the. What do you mean if something measures flat? What do you mean by measures? Like, what are you using to measure it?
I'll give you an example. Let's say I have a table in front of me, and the top of the table, the surface of the table, measures flat. What is the surface of the table?
Well, what are you using to measure it?
No. What word would you use? Let's just say a yardstick, whatever. Anything you can, any measuring device
I don't
that
think
would be.
you could use a. Okay, well, I have again. I don't know this community. If I was going to measure if something,
It's not about knowing the community. You keep saying that stupid shit. Mirror Dice. Whether you know the community or not, you know how to measure something. You're not a.
I'll explain. This is how I would measure.
No, it doesn't need explanation. Do you know what a tape measure is? Yes or no?
Bro, I would.
No, not your bro. It was a closed-ended question. Yes or no?
Oh my god.
He's not going to help you either.
I would take some sort of measuring device. I would measure one end of the table, and if it's say 10 inches, I would measure the other end of the table, and if it's also exactly the same, then I would say yes, it is flat. That's how
That's so
I would
stupid.
do that.
What if the center's 11 inches? Are you stupid?
Okay, well you could take infinite points then.
This guy doesn't know how to measure stuff.
How would
you could also use a protractor that's the size of the
But
table.
it doesn't matter. Getting into the weeds about not understanding the difference between a ball and a table is absurd. Obviously, because we're talking about this instead of just if it's not a table in this scenario, then it's a ball.
Right? I mean, someone asked me a question and I answered it. I don't know what else to say.
I know somebody asked you a question. You're not a part of this community. You asked the question. You don't know what to say. You don't understand. You're just trying to say, yeah, we know.
Okay. Again, someone asked me a question. I answered it.
I guess more the measuring thing.
What's up, dipshits?
For everyone that just doesn't know, like, what's a table? What's the surface of the table? Everybody's gonna know flat. Like, that's it. That's why he said a 5-year-old can understand this. So, good.
If you were to take a measurement at infinite points and they're all 10 inches, how does that not work? Explain how the answer is so stupid.
Did you ever answer his question? He gave the example for you to answer his question. You said, "Well, I don't understand your question." No,
I answered it. What are you talking about?
Okay, good. So now answer his first question, which was this one. So if something measures flat, what is it?
Okay, so that table in the question would be flat.
So
yes.
if something measures flat, then what is it?
Okay, but I don't think you can do the same thing.
The answer requires one word.
Yeah, but you can't do the same thing with the earth. I can't go measure the earth with a tape measure against the ground. Like what?
They do it in different ways, but either way, you don't care about that stuff, so it doesn't matter. So we're not going to get into it. But what we're talking about is answering his question. He didn't ask you about the earth. He said if something measures flat, then what is it? Very simple answer to a very simple question.
And again, I mean, the definition matters. It depends what you mean by
just answer the damn question, bro.
He gave you an example of what he meant. He gave you an example, and you answered the example. So
answer the primary question.
I
If you
did. I
could
said that
answer,
table
if
would
you
be
answered the
flat.
secondary, so then if something measures flat, then it's what? Then it would be
That's a
what?
different question. It's a
It's the
different
same question.
question. No,
It's the same
not.
question.
No, it's not.
It's the same question.
It's not, because you can't measure the
If
fucking
some,
globe the same
but
way
if
as
you
the
can't,
table.
but if you're not going to measure the globe, that's the whole point. But if you're measuring something flat, then it's what?
Okay, the difference is to measure the Earth, it's against the ground, which is different than the table example.
So you can't
Okay,
answer him.
But he doesn't
To be
want to
fair,
get
he did
into
answer.
that.
He said then it would be flat. He said that like 20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, but he's cognitively not allowing the point to come across because he's he's reserving the right to go, but there's no way to actually measure
I mean,
the
in order to do it for
ground.
like the
Why the
Earth,
fuck are you talking? Look, this is the shit I'm talking about. This aggressive shit that you're doing. Talking when I'm in the middle of like,
oh my god.
well, I was trying to finish my sentence and you just
Okay, go ahead.
started talking. So anyway, clearly we all know different ways to measure the Earth is an area of the Earth is flat. Obviously, an area large enough that if it were a globe, we wouldn't be able to measure it flat. Most of us in this room already know that. He doesn't want to get into that though, so there's no point in bringing up any of those examples that are directly related to the Earth. He's going to jump to, I don't want to hear the math.
Okay.
Which is why I'm not telling. I mean, I'm being reasonable to him based on what he said he could take on in the conversation and what he said he could. So again, if something measures flat, obviously that something is flat. The example was the table. You agreed to the table. Okay, well, we're telling you yes. There are large amounts of area of the Earth that is measured flat, but you don't want to get into that, so you won't know.
Yeah,
Or
does
you'll
flat
know.
mean curved, right?
Okay. So in order to measure the Earth, getting away from the table, I guess a way you could do it is you'd have to go to like salt flat or something that's extremely
Yeah, I'm
flat.
glad you brought that up. I'm so glad
And
because our community for the past 10 years have gone to places like this and shot lasers over places like that.
yeah, you could get in a balloon and you could shoot 2 lasers and then measure the distance.
Yeah, we've
between them.
had folks in our community who launched balloons up to 120,000 feet with infrared and can see far beyond what should be possible. Yeah, we've done that too.
Okay. And what answer did you get?
Nobody can find the curvature that's supposed to be there.
Well, the distance would need to probably be pretty far.
Yeah, so for example, we've got a guy who's gone up in airplanes with high-end infrared optics. He's actually an RF engineer, and he would look for features like from 35,000 feet. Okay, the curve of the horizon should be at 250 to 260 miles, somewhere in there, maybe 230 to 270 with variance of refraction. And he's zoomed into 700 to 800 miles. Right, so he's seen mountain ranges on the horizon that should be 180,000 feet below the horizon.
Okay. Has he done specifically the test with the lasers against the ground though?
Yeah, so in those examples, we've got a team that's been out to multiple lakes. There's in one case they went to a frozen lake in the Netherlands that was over 40 kilometers long, and on one end they set up their laser at 1.5 meters off the ground, and they hit a target at 1.5 meters off the ground over that distance. So if the geopotential of gravity existed around a curvature ball, there should be 90 meters of drop, but there was no drop.
Okay. Has anyone else ever done these tests and gotten different results?
I mean, people who've done these tests have only gotten the same results.
In all cases?
Yeah, nobody's ever measured drop over distance, dude. That's what we're trying to tell you. We've been doing this for 10 years, recorded all the conversations. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate what you think should exist and should be easily proven in reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be pretty easy. I don't know if 40 miles is. I mean, I don't know if that's enough. I don't know
40 kilometers. Yeah, 40 kilometers is enough when you know what the claimed dimensions are, right? Like if gravity is an equipotential, it's pulling the surface of water down into a common barycenter of a ball that happens to be 59 miles down. Then the surface of that water should be curving at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, which means you should be able to test for that. And so 40 kilometers gives you quite a distance, especially when it's frozen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about these tests to really.
Okay, cool. So why don't you stop trying to defend your point of view and listen to us and maybe start asking questions?
I did ask you guys questions.
Yeah, but you seem to be asking questions with the attempt to debunk us, which is not really what you should be doing, right? Because you don't know enough by your own admission.
Yeah, by my own admission, exactly. I
right,
never
good.
obfuscated that. I
Let
said
me give
I'm
you
coming
the
at
challenge.
this from a different perspective.
Let me give you the challenge. Hang out with us for the next 2 weeks. Come in here as often as you can and listen to the conversations we have.
I will look some stuff up.
Well, I don't know what you're looking up, right? There's a lot of stupid crap about us out there by people
I'm not gonna look up
proclaiming
anything
to
about
be
you
part of our
guys.
community, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, there's a Gleason's map, and it shows an ice wall around the outer perimeter of Earth."
I'm just gonna look up the math and some experiments.
I can give you the math too.
So, I mean,
yeah. So like, what math are you interested in? Let's talk about it.
Well, the experiment I just explained, I feel like that's pretty easy to verify, and I feel like someone has to have done that several times.
Yeah, like the one that I just explained that they did do.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if it's been replicated. Like that's how science normally.
Yeah,
works.
Dude, it has been. We've got people that have gone up, like I said, with weather balloons, with infrared cameras, with on airplanes with infrared cameras, looking through the so-called refraction using infrared where there is no refraction.
I mean, all I can say is I would have to take your word for it, right? Which
I can actually post the information if you're interested, but by now I'm going to be like, this guy's not totally serious or interested because he's just like, saying you guys.
Well, I'm not. This isn't like something I have an interest in. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like
Okay, so why are you in here talking to us? You can just go, dude. Like if this doesn't interest you, bye.
Well, because I was here for some politics, and then I saw this.
Okay. Well, bye. Go. Okay, you're not interested. You're just here to like cause trouble.
Hey, he's not interested after you just with the little bit you said proved the Earth was flat. He became not interested.
No. Okay, what I meant by that is I have spent probably less than an hour looking into this topic. It's not a topic.
Hey, quick question, Mir. Do you know what the radius of the globe is?
No, I don't.
So you don't know what you're here to defend even. You know nothing about what your position even is, and you think we're wrong.
No, when I opened up, you have a thing that says make claim to debate. So I made a claim. It had nothing to do with the radius of the Earth. Right?
You need to learn about the model that you're defending before you tell us that we're wrong. That's about as simple as it gets.
Well, I wasn't really defending a model. I was just asking why.
Well, you have been, whether you know it or not.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
by effect. Yeah,
I didn't really mean to.
I wasn't strictly defending a model, though, Banhammer. You have to agree to that. I wasn't.
You were defending it, whether you believe it or not. You still were.
Implicitly, but not explicitly.
Mate, just hold up. It makes you understand now how deep the indoctrination runs. You didn't even realize you were doing it.
I wasn't.
I think it's funny he says he's in finance, doesn't know what eigenvalues are.
Bro, I deal with clients all day and stuff. I don't do.
Yeah, your clients are going to want to know if their covariance matrix is effed up because it means you're not diversifying their investments enough.
Trust me, they're not asking that question.
Wait, what's an eigenvalue?
Okay, well, good, because guess what? My clients actually care enough.
I think this guy's a bank teller, and that's it.
Right.
Probably, yeah. He's like, I'm a cash register man.
Yeah, guys, I work at a cash register.
As long as it pays the bills, I don't personally give a shit what you do.
Oh, you just insulted some people in the chat.
Isn't it funny? Like how so many of us have been through so many walks of life. We're able to outschool and outclass all these people that come in, our detractors who think that they're better than us.
I never said I think I'm better than you guys.
Yeah, you're like, I'm in finance.
No, I said that's
10
where
times. You're like, I'm in finance and I know the math.
No, I said I don't know the math. I said I'm coming at this from an incentive structure standpoint.
Incentive. So more like psychology, right? You want to get into that? Like we can get into some
there's
psychology.
A lot of psychology in economics and finance.
Right, yeah, some like B.F. Skinner, some Piaget, some behavioral finance.
Sure. I mean, B.F. Skinner's not a behavioral finance, nor is Piaget.
Oh, I mean, B.F. Skinner was actually like
he's a behaviorist. He's not a behavioral finance.
Behaviorist. He's a behaviorist. He's not behavioral. Yeah.
He's not a behavioral finance person.
No, he's not. But I mean, his finance is behavioral.
Yeah, it is. But he's not explicitly in finance.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about psychology, right? Like I'm bringing psychology into finance. Like this is the nexus that I study actually for a living.
Okay, we can talk psychology too. That's all I was coming at, which is why I was surprised when you didn't want to answer the questions.
Yeah,
Dude,
so why is it so many people believe in something that they've never seen before?
Are you asking me, or is that rhetorical?
Yeah, like the curvature. Nobody's ever seen that before, but everybody believes it has to exist.
Well, I think people have seen it.
Really? Who?
Yeah, I mean, it depends if you believe like photos are true, right?
Yeah, so listen, if I'm NASA and I show you a photo of the globe,
yeah,
how do you know the globe should look like that?
Well, I think there's like videos of people just like going up in high altitude balloons, right?
Yeah, how do you know the globe should look like that from high altitude balloons?
Because it's on video. I think the question is,
okay, Mr. Circular Logic, like it looks like that because it looks like that.
Well, in what cases is video not accurate on its face?
I don't know. When I show you a picture of Bigfoot,
that's not been edited.
Yeah, it's not been edited. I show you a picture of Bigfoot.
Okay.
Dude, you could also just do the math and figure out that the height that they have taken those pictures from, you can't see curvature from that height. It's easy. Just do
He's
the math.
not able to do the math. He said he's only in finances.
All right, he can use Google then to figure out.
I can definitely imagine your financial advisor being a flat earther. Holy shit.
Even at the ISS, you can only see 3% of the Earth. Mathematically, you can't see it from any height. Curvature, okay?
So I've seen like a video. The video I'm thinking of, there's like this Red Bull video where this guy like jumps from I don't know, he's like really high altitude and he like jumps down into a net or something. You guys know what I'm talking about? I'm pretty sure the Earth looks curved in that video.
Who wants to talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I was going to say we may as well just turn everything off and go home because I've never heard of that before. But if he said a guy went up high and he saw the Earth was curved, then it must be a curved ball. Fuck.
Well, that was the question. Someone asked me about it.
You're not one of my financial advisors, are you?
Can I be yours, Radwan?
Yeah, I need somebody that can think for themselves.
Good for you.
Are you on broker check?
Oh, look, it's the mathematically illiterate chimps.
Oh yeah, mathematically illiterate. Great. You want to talk calculus or what?
Yeah. Sure. What's the derivative of 10x squared? Let's see if you know basic pre-calc.
2x or something.
You're pretty dumb.
My God, that's insane.
So we just established you can't do high school math. That's too fun. So I guess that's the answer.
So show us your measured curvature. Since you're going to come in here and prove us all wrong on move tide, show us your measured drop over distance.
Yeah, I'm going to invoke the powers rule in freaking calculus, which is like freaking ninth grade calculus, which I haven't had in like 30 years.
Okay.
So basically,
who invokes the powers rule anywhere outside of your freaking academic list?
So basically, the other guy understood what he said and your response enough to laugh at that because it was funny. But he doesn't know what we're talking about when we're talking about 1 + 1.
What?
Oh yeah, it's 20x, not 2x. Okay, yeah, derp.
Yeah, 2 times 10 is 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
an
like,
eigenvalue?
asking somebody about like, the parts of
what's
speech.
an eigenvalue? What's an eigenvalue?
So when you have a covariance matrix and you're trying to figure out whether or not the variables move with each other or against each other, you can distill it to eigenvalues that tell you whether or not
eigenvalues have nothing to do with covariance matrices.
For crying, yes, it does actually.
No, they're actually a bigger
That's how you get the eigenvalues is from a covariance matrix.
What does the eigenvalue of a matrix represent?
Different vectors of different assets that move in relation over time.
No. In a matrix, what does the eigenvector and eigenvalue represent?
Eigenvectors represent for crying out loud. Are you going to let me talk or what? Yeah, so like an eigenvector could. For fuck's sake, dude, come on.
Yeah, all right.
Now he won't let you talk because he knows that you know what you're talking about.
That's exactly.
How about we help this? Yoda, please continue. Our friend is going to be silent whilst you talk.
So if I have a whole bunch of different assets and I want to figure out which one of these move in relation to one another, all right, I'm going to start with the covariance matrix. There are going to be some assets that are always going to move with relation to one another no matter what, and those produce eigenvectors. And you can actually plot these on a dimensional graph. And the different eigenvectors can actually scale along that graph, along the axes, right? And when you scale them, you can grow them, you can shrink them. And the eigenvalues represent the different values along your eigenvectors. The reason why you might want eigenvectors or eigenvalues that are positive instead of negative is such that you can flip the covariance matrix or the eigenvalue matrix inversely in order to perform a mathematical function that will allow you to perform different kinds of statistical matrices against this. For example, what you can do is you take a noisy matrix that presents to you a bunch of different assets that over time that may have actually different times. And so if you have like a stock that is running 260 days a year versus another stock that's running like 259 days a year, and both of these appear in your eigenvector or eigenvalue matrix, you're going to have a matrix that you can't reduce or you can't form along a diagonal. So what you need to do with this thing is you need to shrink it, or you need to cut it, or you need to basically remove the assets from it so that you can perform different statistical analyses over it over time in order so that you can use it for your projections or whatever the fuck you want to use. Pardon my French.
All right. In summary, I'm very interested. I don't know how many people that's interesting for, but let's condense it down. He said, no, what you said is bullshit. Google says, yes, eigenvalues and eigenvectors are derived from the covariance matrix. They're calculated by finding the values. I don't even know what that is. But whatever symbol that is right there that I'm looking at from a Google search is the one that you asked him for when challenging him on that premise in the first place. You fucking idiot. Please unmute them.
Yeah, so you pretty much just like went on like a whole monologue where you just talked about what eigenvectors do in only your specific field. But if you actually knew mathematics and you took a class on linear algebra, you would know like what an eigenvector and eigenvalue is in a broad mathematical sense. So you could have just said very simply an eigenvector is a vector that doesn't change direction under a linear transformation. And an eigenvalue is how much that vector gets scaled after the linear transformation. It's really simple. It's really like simple. You didn't
All
have
right,
to
I've
go on
talked
that
about
huge
vectors
tirade.
and scaling. All right, so yeah, okay, so you just made it way more accessible. So thank you for your explanation.
And Earth is still flat. So
Yeah,
there you go.
so basically you're saying that what you said, Yoder, wasn't wrong, but you could have explained it better. Yeah, I probably could have explained it better.
Yeah, so you don't actually understand what it is.
No, I do understand what it is.
Well, then why didn't you just say what I said?
For an on-the-fly question, you answered that like a boss, Yoder.
No, he just tried to confuse the chat because he knew if
No,
he
I
just
didn't
like
try to confuse the
kept
chat.
throwing
Listen,
buzzwords,
I
no
deal
one
with
would be
this
able to
all the time.
understand him.
I deal with this all the time, okay?
I
Like,
understood him, and I don't
I'll
even
tell you
do
how I
that
deal with
shit.
this, okay? Like, I actually invoke, like, Ledoit-Wolff covariance shrinkage in order to shrink the
Dude, you're
eigenvalues and
smart. Oh,
eigenvectors down
dude, you
so that
didn't
I
know the
can use a
derivative of
matrix
10x
that's not as
squared.
noisy so I can actually do asset allocation properly in my financial field, okay?
Dude, you're a buzzword merchant. Holy
No,
shit.
like, listen, go Google
Dude,
this, okay? Google,
I don't care.
honey,
Bro,
Google.
you
Listen,
didn't
for
know
the
the derivative
audience
of
listening, I
10x.
want you to listen to this, audience. Go Google this. Honey, I shrunk the covariance matrix, okay? And you're going to find a great academic paper, seminal work on how to deal with noise and covariance matrices in finance so you can do proper asset allocation without introducing a lot of crap in your data so that you can actually produce portfolios for people that are going to work. Okay. And so what this does is it takes all the different noise and it shrinks it down. It's like taking like a statistical distribution with fat tails and it shrinks it down and squeezes it down towards the middle. So you don't have to deal with all the crud that gets in the way.
Yeah, if you
All
think
right?
about it, Peter, what better way to express to somebody that they understand something than to explain it in a way that it's actually applicable, rather than just regurgitating the theoretical backing of it. Right? You're probably
So
just
when I have a very noisy
expecting.
covariance matrix, I really can't do proper asset allocation. That's why I use some statistical methods like Ledoit-Wolff and others in order to shrink and hack and chop together these things so that I don't have to resort to basically turning negative values in the matrix into positive values and like ignoring them or chopping them out altogether. And I can actually use the structure of the data properly. So, I mean, you're probably going to have, you sound like you're a well-educated man. You've done linear algebra. You could probably totally like outclass me in this, but I don't know what the point of this is.
I mean, for all we know, he just learned it this week and thought, he could come in here and flex it.
He had 5 minutes to research it while you were talking about it.
Is he really saying this guy only knows buzzwords? No, like Ledoit-Wolff, dude, like if you ever worked in like actual
but you're getting
financial
that.
risk management, you're going to know what that
Course,
is.
so. Well, I mean, all right. So maybe y'all don't care then that he's confirmed that he doesn't care about anything other than what he wants to talk about, and we're like, you don't care about that.
Beetleborough has been in here a few times. Every time in here, he's just here about disturbing the peace and the typical red herring. No one gives a shit if someone fucked up on a maths equation, Beetleborough. Have you got any measured drop over distance, proof of curvature? No, you haven't.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
curious.
we don't have to stop the conversation. I like to make the conversation about that. Like, hey, why are you doing that?
Yeah, how is that relevant in the first place? Has he got like an assortment of data that needs this type of mathematical scrutiny using linear algebra to prove the globe? That could be interesting.
Yeah, it needs different statistical methods to deal with noise in the data in order to smooth it out. Like, that's all he's talking about, and that's all that I brought up. Like, there's a guy earlier that said that he was in finance, and I asked if he's ever dealt with any of this stuff before. He said no. And this guy comes in on the back end. He's like on some linear algebra wizard, and he's like, "Oh,
I'm still here, Yoder. By the way,
good, okay, yeah. So, what am I saying that's wrong?
What are you saying that's wrong? I mean, I haven't really been listening that closely, to be honest. But
all of a sudden the guy doesn't know what's going on in here.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
sitting in
like-
here. He doesn't understand anything you're saying now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll admit I could be clearer only because of the fact that I've never had to like explain this stuff in Discord to people before. So, I mean, there are a lot of things you can go through in life, right? Like, you know, you can intuitively understand things after working with it for so long and being so highly educated. And when somebody asks you to explain it and put it in a soundbite, you're just not prepared because you haven't had to do that before. So
It's
you're
really
going to
a
lack
simple
the words,
concept.
you're going to lack the explanation, you're going to be trying to reach for it in the moment.
So
you know,
you were talking about noise, right? What is a just
Yeah.
answer in one sentence? What's a stochastic process? Right now.
Like mean reversion.
Oh, so you don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Nope, it's not. It's a random process that changes over time.
And none of this has
Well,
got
it
anything to
is,
do with the
but, like,
shape
if
of
you're
the
gonna
ground. See?
if you're going to apply stochastics to data, you're going to
My
mean
point is
revert
you
it.
can't answer any question directly. You always have to go on this weird tangent.
What are you talking
My
about? I
point
answered
is
it
the Earth
directly.
is flat and it's not a ball, dumbass.
Wait, dude, are you talking about like a non-deterministic process? Basically.
Yeah.
I don't
Was
got
that
no.
a yes?
That's the wrong app. Sorry.
Beetle, if I may, just quickly. Beetle, was that a yes or a no? Because I'd like to know too. That's my recollection of the term.
See? Just likes to stick his 10 cents worth in, make some noise, cause disruption. I'd like a reason not to nuke him.
I'd like to hear his
Hey,
answer.
maybe I
there.
can read this for everybody. Stochastic mean reversion is a financial modeling concept or an asset's price volatility or interest rate is assumed to fluctuate randomly, but always tends to return to a long-term average or historical mean over time.
yeah, that's literally definitional, though. That's stochastic mean reversion. He didn't ask what stochastic mean reversion is. He asked what a stochastic process is. Those are different things. Of course, in any
That's why
asset
that's
class,
why-
things are generally going to mean revert, but that wasn't
So that's
what
why
he said.
that's why I tried to ask for clarification, right? And he didn't actually answer me. Now, what I think Yoder was getting into was again an applied, context where this, this is found, which I don't think is wrong. Don't think of it, So, Beetle, maybe you can answer my question.
He's too busy researching the next buzzword that no one will know anything about, so he can make himself look smart.
It doesn't make him look smart at all.
He thinks it does, though.
In his mindset, it does.
It doesn't, though.
We know that, but he doesn't.
He's not just a regular moron.
Oh, he's a special moron. I get it.
Yeah, again, probably something he learned this week, at school. Hey, he wants to flex. Never actually applied it in the real world. Maybe.
You guys are making a lot of assumptions about him.
You made a lot of assumptions about us.
No.
Did you like when I did that?
Hey, Mirror. Hey, Mirror,
We're
check
right
it
about
out.
him.
You haven't
Mirror,
been
yeah.
in here very long. He's been in and
No.
out of here for multiple months. He's a pain in the ass. He's not doing anything out of the ordinary. Same
Yeah,
old
it
MO.
sounds like it.
And I'll actually be the first one to admit, absolutely, I'm making an assumption about that. Because he's not actually vocalizing his intent. What the hell else are we supposed to do? He's just blurting in every once in a while.
Imagine trying to like explain a whole bunch of data that you collect and be like, you know, you're trying to describe it definitively and say, oh, that's just random, or just like, oh, how about that actually has a pattern, or that has a mean, or that has a stochastic.
Sorry, did you cut out?
No. Pause for effect.
Oh. I mean, I heard has a stochastic, and then you cut out.
Yeah, yeah.
But
You know,
isn't
like, yeah, I mean,
stochastic like
so
an adjective? As having a stochastic.
yeah, like a
What's that mean?
randomness, right?
Something
Like,
can be stochastic. It wouldn't really have a stochastic. That doesn't really make
That's what I
sense.
meant. Yeah, it's an adjective.
yeah,
That's
like
why.
have
That's
a
why I thought.
randomness or be randomness. Okay, Mr.
Gotcha.
English major.
No. I literally, to be
yeah.
honest, I
Thank you.
literally thought it cut out because I was anticipating a noun to that adjective. With all due respect, I just wasn't sure.
Here we go. Now
You
it's
just
gonna be
misheard him, bro.
dictionary fucking time.
Misheard him. He said it's so whatever the word is.
I mean, does stochastic data have a mean or no?
You could draw a mean from the data.
Oh, so the answer is yes. Okay.
It doesn't just. Well, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
What's your point?
but no, the flurf is always wrong.
What?
Our stochastic process is mean reverting
Every almost all
every
data
time.
sets
Every
will.
freaking time they are. Yeah, they are mean reverting. Yep.
Well,
Any
no.
stochastic you have is going
Over
to
how
be mean
much?
reverting because
Over a
the
certain amount
data
of
will always have a
time.
mean, and you will always be able to draw a trend line, right? You'll always be
Over
able to basically draw regression, right? And you'll always be able to mean revert to that regression in any stochastic process.
over a certain amount of time, yes, things will
Yes,
mean
thank you.
revert.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
listen, I'm
not.
like 10 steps ahead of you. Thank
Not
you.
really. I don't know
Yeah,
why
no,
you're bringing this
totally,
up.
really. Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know what point are you
Any
making.
data set's going to have a mean to it. Okay.
Yeah, but
Any
it's not always.
stochastic is going to have a mean to it, and through any process, you're going to be able to discover the mean. And as long as you continue the trend, it can be described by a mean, right? With standard deviation and blah, blah, blah. And you can always mean revert to it. You can always describe your deviation from that mean.
Yeah, but it depends on time frame
Wait,
too.
Of
Like,
course, that's what I just said. Over
gentlemen,
time. Like, hello, are you listening? McFly?
gentlemen, if I may quickly, just clarify, right? Like, what's the actual point here, right? Because
I don't
Yoder,
know. I
it
don't
sounds
know.
like Yoder. It sounds like you're describing a particular property of a particular kind of data set that happens to be stochastic. I think the question was, what is stochastic in the first place, right? Everything you said, I think it's spot on. But again, you're describing a property of this thing that's actually in question. Or did I miss something? I don't think I missed anything. Thank you.
He left.
Did he? Huh. Okay.
Well,
Did he?
well, gentlemen, it's been fun.
City boy.
Was
So you
that
notice
supposed
a
to be
common.
your goodbye statement?
Common
I'm
theme
looking,
there.
I'm looking for something to do on my other screen.
You notice a common theme mirrored? All the people that came in didn't provide any drop over distance, proof of curvature.
Yeah, I think maybe
interesting.
that's true.
For something that we're supposed to live on that's plain and obvious, how nothing ever pops up. Amazing.
Well, it just the title is just make a claim, so I think you can make whatever claim you. It says AMA too, like ask me anything. So maybe people think they can ask anything.
Well, I didn't have a problem with that, but anyways, that's if you want to cry about it, you're more than welcome to.
I'm not crying. I'm just saying, like I came in
Sounds
here.
like you're sucking.
It says AMA, so I asked anything.
I can read, bro. I can read.
Then
believe it or not.
Guys,
or can I also eat with a knife and fork, and I don't drag.
I eat with my hands usually, but
good for you.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, so that's why maybe people aren't asking the specific 2 questions that you had.
The questions you asked were subjective. Of course, you're going to get different opinions when subjectivity comes into it.
They're not subjective though, because there's a truth of what's happening.
Why do people lie?
Planet.
If you ask every single person in this fucking panel why people lie, they will all give you a different reason. You might get lucky and some will give you the same shit, but they'll give you a different reason. People lie for all sorts of reasons.
Do you have a brother?
But you are assuming in the first place that they're lying.
Do you have a sibling?
What's that got to do with the price of cheese in China?
Because if I were to ask you, like, is your sibling in a certain location? There's an answer to that. It's not subjective. So when I ask, is
why people lie is a open-ended question.
It's not.
Do people lie? If you had reworded it and said, "Do people lie about X?" we would have had to answer yes or no about that. But you asked an open-ended question. You assumed people lie in the first place. So if you're assuming people lie in the first place, you understand the Earth's flat, and you want to know why the fuck they're telling lies about it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Because there's a truth to it, right? There's a reason why people do things.
Go ask those people why they lie about it then, because it's not us. We're not lying about it.
I know, but don't you agree there's a reality of why they're doing it? Like it's not.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I guess there has to be, right?
You have to ask them.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Go ask them, right? Go ask the people doing it, right?
Yeah, dude. As Banhammer said, right? You have to assume that these guys are lying in the first place, and yeah, at best we can guess. If they are, why they are. The only way to actually determine what it is, you'd have to ask them.
That's fine, but I just wanted to make the point that there is a truth of why someone does something.
There's a truth to everything, but you assuming people lying in the first place and asking us an open-ended question and then fucking complaining about us giving different answers, that's just childish. You did complain. This thing's recorded, bro. Go and check the fucking recording.
Yeah, because I got different. I didn't really complain. I just pointed out that there was different answers given, which is interesting, right?
Which is what you would expect when you ask an open-ended question. Of course, they're going to give different answers. They're different people. They see things from different perspectives.
Yeah, but
dude, could you? Sorry to interrupt, but could you repeat word for word what the question was?
I said, "Why do you?" So, oh my god. Okay. So I said, why is NASA, for instance, I said, why
what
is
incentives?
Yes. Thank you. I said, what incentives would there be for NASA or like the US government?
It's their job. It's not NASA's job to lie.
Yeah. To be honest, dude, that type of question is quite open-ended. You're using the word would, right? Which is very suggestive of what possibly something could be. Right.
I know.
Again, we can go through and, we can enumerate through a list of possibilities, but again, it would be our best guess.
That's
You're not going to get anything really definitive there. Yeah.
Like,
so what's being highlighted to you, dude, is it's basically a pointless question because you're going to be. Well, I mean, if you want to continue, if you want to follow up on it and try to investigate each individual possibility, that's also fine. I think the point being made, though, is that kind of a question in this room is not is probably not all that appropriate.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, and that's what I understand, and that's why I stopped talking about it. But
Cool.
like, an analogy would be like, say, like in a murder case, but a very common question is, why did you do this? What incentive did you have to do this?
That's fair.
Like,
now,
right?
yeah,
That's
100%. 100%. But I think what's, and that's actually a perfect analogy that gets brought up in here sometimes, is if someone demonstrates to you, okay, a murder took place, there's a dead body with a knife in the back, whatever, and here you are as the investigator coming in, why did they do that? I wonder what the possibilities are. You're setting up your investigation, right? You're not going to outright dismiss that there is a dead body on the ground until such time as you figure out that there was a motive or what that motive was, right? You're going to acknowledge the dead body, call the fucking ambulance, get all that shit sorted out, and at the same time, ponder what it might be and then do your job and go investigate. Right? Because a lot of people would come in here and basically say, sorry, but they would basically say, or there would be an air of, oh, well, unless you can prove to me why, or if somebody is lying, why they're doing it, the Earth is actually still a ball, which doesn't make any sense. Right? It's demonstrated that it's measured flat. There's no drop over distance. All that shit. Right? And at the same time, out of your own curiosity, maybe you can investigate why that's happening. Right? As opposed to say, oh, unless I know. I'm not saying you're saying this, but we're kind of used to that. So we try and keep the focus on, hey, there's no curvature. You follow?
Yeah, that's fine. I actually, I don't know when you came in, but at one point, about 10 minutes into me being here, I said, okay, I can tell you guys only want to discuss the curvature question.
Exactly.
That's fine.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
I understood that. Yeah.
Okay.
So now, and answer your question about NASA. So in September, they were reclassified as a spy agency, basically. So are you still going to use them as your proof?
I don't know if I ever used them as my proof.
First thing you said was, why would NASA lie? Why would they lie? It's because they're a spy agency. Why do spy agencies lie? Do you believe the KGB?
I mean, spy agencies have an objective that usually doesn't involve
So
being
spy
completely
agencies are okay
transparent.
now? So now they're okay?
I mean, it depends what they're doing.
Spying on you?
Just cut the crap. Like, if he was being genuine, he would have told you his point wasn't really about NASA itself. It's about the psychology of thinking that all of these people could be lying. How the hell could you think that? That's what he thinks. It doesn't really have shit to do with. He don't give a fuck about NASA.
Yeah, that's
no
more
kidding.
accurate.
I want him to admit it.
For sure. Yeah. There you go. I don't think I really shied away from that idea. That's fine.
No, but if you were being genuine, you would have responded with that. But you're keeping the conversation alive, so you just went with what you went with.
I don't think I was trying to be not transparent. So
all right, perfect. So we don't have to use NASA anymore because they're a spy agency. So we're not going to use spy agencies and ask them why they lie, because that would be silly. So now, who else do you want to ask why they lie?
I am fine not having the discussion. I've told you guys this multiple times. You guys only want to talk about the curvature. That's fine.
That's
all there's left to talk about. You guys got nothing else. Obviously, NASA's not going to work. They're a spy agency now. You guys can't use them anymore. So all we have left is the curve.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else to say. I think the question, I think I've explained it many different ways.
Why do spy agencies have to lie about the fucking curvature? Like, why don't you wonder about that itself? Like, why do spy agencies have the incentive to lie about the shape of the Earth?
That's what I asked in the beginning, but
no, that's their job. How come you never asked in class why does the
Why is that their
KGB?
job?
Why does the KGB lie to people? How come you never ran around for years running around asking that?
Wait till I come around with the bottle, though. I want to see the same
KGB
energy.
doesn't say that the fucking Earth is a globe, though.
Are you pulling up
They
your
just show a
Bullshit.
different thing. What?
Come on. It's just. Just in the mood for your mommy today. So, that's it. It's her smiling.
People just don't want to think.
You in the mood for your mommy today. That is bullshit. Bullshit. It's okay. Walked away. I know, but I love my intelligent baby. Have all your feelings. Feel how you want to feel. Maybe I did something
Travis,
wrong
why
to.
you can talk in voice? I
Dude,
don't know why
holy
you
hope
Maybe I
keep
did.
saying stuff to me in the chat. I keep
It's
getting
okay.
distracted, bro.
I'm not mad. That's why she got two. So,
The chat is kind of busy.
Yeah, I know. Which is I keep looking at it, but I don't have time to do voice and the chat.
Well,
Like it's too
let me ask you
distracting.
a quick question. You know how
Fine.
much the Earth is supposed to curve across a 10-mile wide distance?
I can look it up.
No, don't look. Let's just off from your past recollections
Hey,
going to the
Google.
beach. What do you think it is?
And you just want me to
A few
guess?
millimeters, a few meters, hundreds of meters?
Across 10 miles, how much does it curve?
Yeah.
By
Hey,
what, an angle or
No,
feet?
feet or metric. There should be a curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance. Now pretend you're sitting
Yeah.
on a beach in a chair looking across a 10-mile wide lake. How much do you think it curves downwards at that 10-mile
A
distance?
few hundred feet? I don't know.
But keep in mind the Earth is spinning at the same time. So by the time you get the other person's observation from the other end, their position would have changed.
So anyways, it's supposed to be curving downward 66 feet or the height of a 7-story building.
Okay.
When we personally go out to these lakes and look across, you can to the other side, you can see the opposite shorelines. There is no 7-story buildings worth of curve across any 10-mile wide lake in existence.
Well, it depends how high the buildings are. I would suppose, right?
That's 66 feet is about a 7-story building. But that's kind of irrelevant. About 9 foot per story is about right. 6 or 7-story building, either one.
It also depends on the direction of the Earth's spin.
Shut up.
Okay, I answered your question.
So the reason why we are flat earthers is because when we go out to look for this curve, it's not there.
Okay.
This entire debate is about whether or not the earth curves. We don't need to talk about anything else.
Yes,
That's the
I have
only
told you guys
argument we
that.
need. We don't need any other arguments. If it's not
I
curving, we miss.
understand that. I have reiterated that I understand you guys 5 different times.
So if you want to end this debate, all you need to do is come back with a measurement that proves this curve exists in reality. And this debate channel will shut down. We'll all go home.
Okay. I'm not going to do that. I mean, I don't have that much
The thing
interest
is,
in it.
this channel's been here for years and nobody's been able to do it.
Really?
Absolutely.
No
one has ever presented any curving drop over distance across water to us.
Well, I mean, once you, because you don't care about the math, you don't know, right? So, but once you become aware enough of what you would actually expect, it's over. It's
Why
not
do
there.
ships disappear over the horizon then?
It doesn't matter because from that question, I know that my thinking has to evolve. So if I think the horizon is the edge of the earth, at least from my perspective, because the rest of it is curving away from me from that point, and I know the size of the sphere that I'm supposedly living on, then I can calculate the distance to that. And then I could just go to the beach and test that. Guess what? It's not there. So whatever ships are doing near the horizon, beyond the horizon, in front of the horizon is irrelevant because the horizon itself isn't the edge of your vision of the sphere.
Have you ever been to the beach?
You just said I
Well, I
can
just
go and
told you
test
what I
that,
can do.
and then you said it's not there definitively. You just said that you can go and test something, but you haven't, but you
Have you
said for a
been to the
fact that it's
beach?
there. Yeah, exactly. Have you been to the beach? Have you
No, I
conducted
just
that
yeah,
experiment? Then how do
you
you
just
know that for a
validated
fact?
what
'Cause
I
You
you just
said.
haven't
said
I
even
just
been to the
you just
beach,
said that.
bro?
You just said that you know, so you had to have conducted some sort of experiment, right? You
But he
know?
hasn't been to the
you,
beach.
Yeah,
well, you
right.
just
So
validated.
how do you know?
You, well, moderators, do you want to do something about this before he gets
About
away?
what?
Moderate. You crying to the mods for help, bro?
Hello, is anybody available? I got two people stopping me from responding. So pick
No, you
one
can
and
respond.
do.
Eli,
Oh,
you're
can
not
I?
modding.
Big Daddy, which
No.
one do you want to talk to, mate?
I wanted to respond to the first guy that we've been talking to.
Okay. So have you been to the beach? That was my question.
Yeah, in fact, that guy's response as he articulated what I said when I said, "Yeah, I went to the beach. I went and did some things and it isn't there," that would indeed answer this question that you're asking. But I already said that. That's why it's like I don't understand it. Why would if I just explain what I did at the beach and what's not there, why would you ask me if I've ever been to the beach? It's just that's the psychology that I don't understand. What the fuck is up with
Okay.
y'all?
Well, what if I told you I have been to the beach and I've
That's
seen
why he asked you how far you think that is. Right. You said
You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off.
Okay.
I've been to the beach and I've seen ships drop off over the horizon. I've also seen the sun set on the ocean.
So doesn't that mean that the horizon itself needs to be a predictable and calculable distance? Since the premise is the horizon itself is the edge of Earth from your perspective.
Yeah, but you can see ships go from like California, for instance, to Japan.
So your response was yes.
They don't just drop off the map. Like once I can't see them, they continue sailing.
Right. So your response was yes. So the horizon needs to be a calculable distance. I just told you I went and checked and it's not. So that's the point. Whatever you think that ships are doing, I already said this. I don't understand. Whatever they're doing beyond, near, or in front of the horizon, the fact that I already know that the horizon is not Earth curve or where the Earth curves is the more important part. So when you go, well, I can see the ships doing this and going below the whatever, I can see sunsets, whatever, but the horizon itself is not Earth curve. So what difference does it make?
So what's happening to the ships?
Not Earth curve is what I'm. The only remember we're talking about the curvature we're looking for. I'm not looking for ghost ships, shipwrecks, and nothing. I don't care about that stuff. I know for a fact that the horizon is not Earth curve, and it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Therefore, the Earth's not a sphere. If there's no obstruction anywhere, if it's all flat, then what is it? It measures flat. There's no obstruction to say that it's otherwise. When you actually put some numbers in there, like when everybody was talking about lakes, but when everybody talks about, oh look, this ship has disappeared beyond the horizon. Oh really? Where's that ship? Do you have any harbor data on that? Because Indio does stuff like that. He tracks ship all the time from where he lives.
Yeah, I mean, I can track a ship from California to Japan.
Okay, but you don't know the math though, so it doesn't even fucking matter. That's my point.
I could do the math.
But you don't want to. So what difference does it make?
I mean,
But
it's
you
not
don't
like
want to.
No, I mean,
But you
if
don't want
you
to.
wanted me
Do you
to,
want
like,
to? Do you want to?
I could. Do you want me
Not
to
could.
right
Do you want
now?
to? Do you want to?
I definitely can do it now if you want.
No, I don't want you to do anything. Do you want to?
I mean,
Wait, what?
it
He
doesn't
just said
really
that he would
matter.
do it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I
He
mean,
can prove
again,
it.
like I told everyone else, he's not interested in the conversation. That's why I keep ending it with him. For everyone, although y'all, for whatever reason, think it's makes sense to keep talking to him. He's going to do everything other than talk about anything pertinent.
I think I've asked some fine questions. I don't think
Those
I've
were
been
fine questions about the horizon, absolutely. But when I gave you the rebuttal to that, you were non-responsive on the context of that. So again, but that's typically what you've been doing. So that's fine because you already said you weren't interested. I already knew that when I started to get into the math, you weren't going to be interested because you told me an hour ago. I'm not an idiot. So that's why I'm saying, okay, this is why the conversation has come to a head again because you're trying to talk about but not something that you've seen, but you don't know anything about any metrics, so it doesn't matter. But I told you about them
well.
anyway. Not that you can't.
Okay. Here's the experiment. I could do it. Is you could take a ship and you could calculate when you can no longer see it, and then you
Yeah,
can
that's what
take
we've all done. Yes, we
you
would
can
love for
take
you
a
to do that.
picture
We have video. You want I could post a video right now. Like you're sitting
cutting
here
me off.
with this rigmarole. We already have videos of what you're trying to describe. Okay,
Okay,
is
so
it
when
like
a
let's
ship
cut to the chase?
sails from
So
California
let's
to
cut to the chase.
Japan,
It's not So let me finish your sentence.
does it disappear?
When a ship goes from California to Japan, it's not the geometric horizon that's stopping you from seeing it. That's the fact.
What is it?
No, it's not
Not the
disappearing.
not the geometric horizon.
It's
That's
not
what it's not.
disappearing? Okay,
No,
well, is it
hold
not
on.
No, you idiot.
disappearing?
No, you
Wait,
idiot.
hold on,
Things
hold on.
don't disappear.
Hold on. Things do
Which
disappear.
one is it?
Things do disappear. What are you talking about? Something is
Oh,
apparent when it's not apparent. It's no longer appearing. What do you mean?
so you guys don't agree, maybe?
I know
He's
he
trying to get
agrees.
you guys to finish up here. You keep asking dumb questions, and he's going to keep answering your dumb questions.
You had a different response than him. I don't know if that was accurate or not.
It
I
got
have no idea.
smaller and smaller. It didn't turn into a cloud and go away from anything. It's still there. You can't see it because it's too small.
Flurf thinks it doesn't. It does disappear though.
Well, if something is beyond your optical resolution capabilities, it's too small and it has disappeared from your perspective. Like
What
so,
if you had a
we're
really
saying
good
the same.
telescope though?
We're saying the same thing that would have a limit as well. So if you took it to its theoretical limit, then you wouldn't be able to see the thing because all optics have the same limit. Now, moving on from the Rayleigh criterion, things like that, going back to the point. So what I know it's not, the horizon that is Earth curve. So when you ask about what it's not or what is it then, you're now attempting to move off of the subject of it measures flat and there's no curvature. So that's where we stop engaging. So we were engaging up into that point.
I don't know
So we
why
can
that
stop there
stops the conversation. I'm just asking what
because
you
you
think it
don't want
is
to talk
then.
because you don't because that's non sequitur. That's why.
Not. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Non sequitur means a completely illogical statement following one statement. That was just a
Okay.
question.
Okay. Yeah. So you're not making us. Okay. You're right. It was a question. I don't know, but it's not Earth curve. I know that.
Okay.
There you go.
So, anyways, Mirrored, we've got this other young chap, AK, before he has a freaking meltdown. Big Daddy, can you have a conversation with him before my side chat just gets plugged with shit?
What does he want to talk about?
He's unlocked now. He can ask his question.
Thank you, by the way. First of all, second of all, I just want to say, like, I've been a long time member of the Flat Earth, channel. I come in here, a long time. Anyways, I'm not gonna ramble about that. I'm just saying the dictatorship in here. Somebody got to handle that. Like, y'all removed
Okay,
my
is that
cat
what you're
privileges.
going to talk about? Is that your proof
No,
of will?
no, bro. Let me get to it, bro. I can't even talk. God damn. I was gonna ask about the question which you said earlier about you saying something along the lines of conducting experiments, saying I know for a fact. I can't remember exactly along the lines, but I know that Mir Mir was also agreeing with me on this point. You were saying something about going to the beach, conducting experiment, and saying that you saw something that you never did. So I was just gonna ask, how did you do that? How did you
Well,
see something you never did?
let me correct you. Or did you
Can you
not feel
correct
like you
yourself?
were done? Let me ask you if I cut
Go
you
ahead.
off. I apologize because I'm expecting you not to cut me off when I like how you
I
just did,
apologize. Go
but
ahead.
I may have cut you off first. So continue.
That was the question. That was it. I just wanted to know,
All right.
how
So
did
let
you
me
do that?
correct you. So let me correct you. If correction is needed, it from anyone, is that accepted or no? You tell me.
Sorry, what?
If correction is in fact needed, if conditional,
Yeah.
right? If
Yeah.
is that okay?
From anyone or from you? Is that what you're asking?
I'm included in the anyone. If I can correct someone because they're incorrect, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. So let me correct you on something. I'm not the one that said that I would be going to the beach and conducting experiments because it's not an experiment. I would never say that. What I did say is I've gone to the beach and based on the size of the globe they claim we live on, the horizon is supposed to be a measurable, well, a calculable distance. What I've said was that calculable distance isn't valid.
Right. And then what you also said was that I can go to the beach in a hypothetical sense. You weren't
Okay,
saying
but I
that you
have.
did.
Well, I
Okay,
have.
well
I'm
that's
telling you
that's
now.
contradictory to what you're saying now is contradictory to
Well, it
what you
doesn't
said
matter because I have.
prior.
I
Well, it
have.
does because you said something along. I mean, hey, could I ask
First,
a
do we
mirror?
want to fight about
Mirror,
it? Do we want to fight
Oh,
why
about
not
dude,
it?
fight
what
about
he
it?
wants to do from the chat, what he wants you to do is he's trying to get out some punchline that say you're broke without saying you're broke, that you can't afford to go to the beach. Is all he's trying to get to.
No, I
No,
wasn't
but
actually calling anyone in
but
here broke besides you, Triangle. I was actually
everyone
calling you
knows,
broke, and I could
but
clearly tell
everyone
that you
knows,
are poor,
but everyone knows
financially
my,
incompetent.
but everyone knows my whole
Where
the
he
way I
lives.
use the black swan. Everybody
Yeah.
knows where I live. Everybody knows the black swan and the way that I use it. That at Coney Island Beach, you can see the shore of New Jersey 6.2 miles away, and you can see the horizon adjacent to that further than that. Therefore, there's no earth curve there. Because for my height as a 6 foot observer, the horizon is supposed to be 3 miles. That's not the case. The end. I've
That's
told that
supposed to
story
be
many times,
like
though.
a 6 foot observer. What I mean, what does that have to
Well,
do
like
with
I said, though, I've been to the beach.
opposed to
I've
a
told that
5 foot
story a
10
million
observer?
times. I've told that story a million times. I've been to the beach. Everybody knows that. You're
He
just
acts like
being
it costs
ridiculous.
a lot of
Is there
money to
anything
drive
else you
to a
wanted to do?
beach.
But is there anything else you wanted to say? Now that the point is, I have been to the beach and I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I don't think that you do, because I mean, you believe that the Earth is flat, correct?
So that means
Yeah,
you've
but
never
you
been to
don't.
the beach before.
But you don't know
I live
me,
in California. I've
and
been
you
to
don't know.
plenty of times.
So you don't know me, and you don't know anything about what I said because there's nothing. You don't have to believe in what I said, like you have to believe in a crab nebula. You can just go to the beach since you live in California, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
I said that's the thing. You don't have to believe me like you have to believe in crab nebulas. You could just go to the beach.
I know what a crab nebula is. Give me one moment while I go ahead and inform myself here.
Yeah.
Okay, what does that Crab Nebula have to do with this conversation?
Well, a Crab Nebula is something you would have to believe in if you thought they were real, because you could never validate it for yourself. But you could go to the beach and validate whether or not I just lied.
But like, how does things? But he was making the point earlier that things disappear in the horizon, though. So if everything's flat,
Got
why
too
can't I
small.
see?
Remember, you weren't listening. I said things get small.
Yeah, but I've been to like I've been to Milad Tower in Iran. You know, it's like really high in the air, and didn't change anything.
No, but nothing got smaller when you went up. There was nothing that in the distance that was smaller. Everything in the distance was just as close as it was when it was right next to you. Everything was the same size, right?
What do you mean the same size? In what sense?
I don't know. For some reason, you think going up in a tower
vision?
means the Earth is a ball.
Well, I mean, you can see the roundness of the Earth.
No,
you know,
you
from a
can't.
certain
Stop
point.
lying in here. People are listening.
You can see it, dude.
Have you guys seen the Felix Baumgartner video where he jumps from space? I just looked this up.
I've never seen it because space is
the
big,
bottom
so
is
I've never seen
I
that
have.
before.
In fact, if you look at actually SpaceX's Instagram, they have multiple videos that literally show the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, that's 2 ounces.
You know, on video footage. But you know, and I used to come in here a year or two ago, and like I used to bring those videos and showing to people, you know, and then people would just like disregard
SpaceX?
them.
Yeah, SpaceX
Yeah.
is
And then
that's
yeah.
just a TV
And
show.
everybody's about to say AI or some bullshit, and it's like,
No,
you
it's
know
just a
what? Like,
TV show.
Bro, I've
Like
seen
Ancient
SpaceX
Aliens.
rocket launch. I've literally
Travis,
seen
why don't you
rocket launch.
use voice, bro? You keep saying stuff in the chat.
You can put it down if you start doing anything.
You can see the roundness, yeah, bro.
Roundness.
Yeah, you can actually, though. You can literally see that it's round.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if you can see that it's round, how come you can't measure it?
You probably could from space.
Well, nobody. How do you measure things from somewhere else? How do I measure
With
the Eiffel Tower
lasers?
from Ohio? So if I get a laser, I can measure the Eiffel Tower from Ohio.
Okay, wait. So then riddle me this: why when I travel to Iran, which is on the complete opposite end of the Earth,
Nobody cares about Iran.
I'm just
Obviously.
saying, the Middle East. You feel me? Anyways, in general, the Middle East. How come when I fly there, I don't fall off the edge of the Earth?
Why would you fall off the Earth? Where are you going to fall to?
It's flat. It's flat though, right?
If
So
you're
why
flying, bro, I would. If you're flying, I would suggest that falling is not.
I want to hear his where we're going to fall to story. Where are we going to fall to,
Earth,
son?
You know, it's not on the other side of the Earth.
Where are we going to fall to?
Well, let me ask you this. So if I'm flying from here to the opposite side of the Earth,
Okay,
right?
AK, you're asked a question. Where are you going to fall to?
I don't know. I'm asking you because the Earth is flat,
he doesn't
right?
know, so we can move on to something new now. He doesn't know where we're going to fall to. He said, "I don't know." So
why are you trying to shut me down so
Dude,
abruptly?
you said you
let me get
don't
my point out.
know. Why do you want to talk about something that you don't know about?
Wait, but no
Well,
one
you're saying
answered
that
my
the Earth is
question
flat.
about the Felix
is flat.
Baumgartner video.
What about it?
Check the side chat. Check the side chat.
They think that
Check
this
the
GIF
side
is gonna
chat.
fucking. They think a GIF is gonna fucking.
What GIF?
Well, okay, AK, you explain to us. You're supposed to be on a ball that's rotating. Felix Baumgartner went up in his little shuttle. He jumped out of it and floated down. In the time span that it took him to jump out of his shuttle and land on the ground, the Earth should have rotated X distance. Do you agree with this?
Gravity.
Yeah, that's him going down. The Earth should be rotating underneath him. Okay?
He's rotating with it, and he's rotating with it.
How can he be rotating with it? He's up in the fucking sky.
Gravity.
You're in Earth.
You're a clown show. Seriously, kid, you got no idea.
Did you just say gravity pulls things sideways?
Not sideways. It's pulling things down, and it's the same. It's the same physics.
What if you're not going down? What if you're not going down? What if you're going up? Are you still being pulled down?
No. If you're going up, or if you're, just where Felix Baumgartner is.
if you're falling,
No. If you were where Felix Baumgartner was, who wasn't falling, and it took
still
like
in the
what?
Earth's orbit.
How many hours for him? So you're saying that the gravity pulled him sideways with the Earth spin?
He's moving in accordance with the
So
Earth.
you
Yeah.
are saying that gravity pulled him sideways with
Pulls
the
you
Earth?
sideways, right, kid?
We don't experience sideways in physics. In physics, it's just motion. It's going straight down. You're not
So
experiencing that
sideways is
sideways motion.
down. Sideways is down. This
So
is
I'm
the shit.
asking.
See what I'm
So
saying?
let me ask.
This
So
is
let me
what
ask you
everybody
this.
thinks, though. That's what I'm saying.
So
When I said where North is, and you
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you
for
this. If
whatever
I'm shooting
reason
a
answered like
cannonball,
he's literally.
west, if I'm shooting a cannonball west, would it be going slower than if I shot it going east? No, dumbass. It's gonna go the exact same fucking speed in any direction because of
That's because the
gravity.
Earth's not moving.
Because of gravity.
Because the Earth is
So
stationary.
gravity pulls it
You're
to the west or
dumb.
to the east.
You're dumb,
Sideways to the west or east does gravity pull.
Yeah, bro. I hope you get in a car accident and then you experience the physics firsthand, and then you understand
Would
laws
that
of
be going
motion.
sideways gravity, or would that be going
And
down gravity?
then you're gonna
Okay. Don't.
You're gonna be like,
You're claiming that things are going sideways. Exactly. I knew it was coming.
You're my favorite person in the group, Banhammer. Honestly, I must
Really?
say that. By the way, yeah,
that's not what I usually get.
You're just you're straight to the point, bro. Honestly, I must say, even though I completely and totally disagree with you.
You disagree? What? Do you agree that gravity pulls things sideways?
With the Felix jump, where is he? Mirror, I know he's there somewhere. With the Felix jump, he's gone up in his little shuttle. He's up in the air. He's about to jump out. In the time frame that he was up in the air, the Earth should have rotated underneath him. Here's what's the most insulting thing of the lot of it. He actually landed in the wrong direction of Earth's rotation, or claimed rotation. So what? The Earth magically went backwards 37 miles, or 87 miles?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
I was just looking at the video, and my question was like, the Earth looks round.
Oh, it's because it was a GoPro event. Do you know who GoPro is? They make
a company. I don't know.
You don't know who GoPro is? Well, they make cameras or fisheye lens cameras for skateboarders and shit. They sponsored the event, so why do you think it looked like that?
I wouldn't think it makes.
Because they were testing their brand new fisheye lens cameras. That's the proper answer. Not I don't know why GoPro, a fisheye lens camera company, would have a ball looking like it's through a fisheye lens. Don't say I don't know why. That's it. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of this. My favorite part is that the ball that you could see from those fisheye lens cameras, it was all New Mexico, I think, right? So it's like Planet New Mexico.
So it's a plane actually, but it turned it into an orb. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Mirror, check this out, bro. Hold on.
Listen.
Check this out, dude. Wait, wait, hold on. Mirror.
I've just let 5 people talk through me, dude.
Oh, were you trying to talk before? Never mind. Go ahead.
Yes.
You first.
Okay. In the side chat, I posted that video with Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? And he explains to you that Felix is not looking at the curvature of the Earth. It's a fisheye lens. And he explains to you that Felix is like millimeters off the beach ball that he's holding in his hand right there in the thumbnail. And he says that that stuff is flat. And Felix, in the video, if you watch it carefully, monitor the horizon. The horizon changes from a convex to a concave and flat while he's falling. And if you look at the horizon and compare it to when he's close to the ground, the horizon also has the same curvature rate on the ground as it does in the air. So that alone tells you that the camera is causing that Earth horizon to curve like it does.
Some of these images don't look like a fisheye lens, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, good call, Jimmy. That's what I was gonna point out. If you start at the beginning of the video, where the camera's actually filming when he's on the ground, you'll see that same curvature over the horizon. Yeah, good call.
He won't watch that part.
I watched the whole video.
You didn't see the curve at the beginning, did you, when it was on the ground?
Yeah, take a second look, dude.
I mean, I just started it again.
So if there's curve on the ground when you're standing at the ground with the camera, does that mean it was a fisheye lens camera or it wasn't a fisheye lens camera?
Well, there's multiple cameras. There's like several cameras.
You know why there was multiple cameras?
To get all the shots
because
that they need.
Sponsored by GoPro. Why do you guys get these fucking answers wrong?
Well, I mean, usually when you have a video production, there's multiple cameras.
Because it was sponsored by. Say it, dude.
That's fine, but it's. I mean,
it was sponsored by GoPro. That's why they had cameras everywhere.
A company that specializes in fisheye lenses, yes,
and cameras in general. They don't have only fisheye lenses.
That uses the cameras that they use. They use the specialized, in their specialty, the fisheye lenses in their cameras. Yes, because cameras come with lenses. But you gotta. Hopefully, your camera does come with lenses, right?
Yeah, but they don't only have fisheye lenses. They have normal lenses too.
Mirror. The point here is okay. Check out. Yeah, he's deflecting. He doesn't want to acknowledge this point. Okay, you're pointing out
deflecting. I really am not.
Then check this out. Okay, if you're gonna watch the video again, look for the part in the video. Then keep an eye out for the part where the same camera, right, that observes the alleged curve of the Earth when it's up in the air. Keep an eye out for when that camera, is being looked through or presented on, in the video, when the thing's on the ground, and compare that horizon line to the other horizon lines from the other cameras when it kind of shuffles around, right? Because it's a production, you're going to get multiple angles for different periods of time and shit.
I got already both pictures.
There you go. Thank you very much, Over Fences.
Okay.
So is that Earth curve?
So I see what you guys are saying, but I don't know if that's all the camera shots. I think some of the camera shots from the shuttle are with a different camera.
It's going to change shape then, or is it always going to be curved? How's that going to work?
No, I just think it's a different camera. It's a different type of.
That's the same camera. That's the same camera.
You think they used the one lens for every shot?
Camera overlaid on the other one. It's the same camera.
Yeah, dude. In the comparative shot that Overfences put,
I agree in that shot.
Now, but check this out, right? From one camera to the other in the entire production, it's acknowledged that they're different cameras. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying.
Take a look at the individual shots from individual cameras and compare the horizon lines. That's all you have to do. And that will indicate to you that the lens, right, is having a particular effect on what the horizon line looks like. But people focus in on this one and say, oh, it looks like a ball the most. And they, then they hyper focus on that and say that that's actually the curvature.
Okay, so you guys basically think it's just the camera.
It's not just us, though. This is what we've been trying to highlight to you. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson goes on a whole fucking rampage up on stage talking about this.
Yeah. He was actually saying that he's upset with these people using GoPros to make the fisheye lens curve horizontal lines. He's saying it's disingenuous for them to be using those lenses that way. And then saying, look, you're seeing the curve of the Earth.
And he's a globe earther. He's not even a flat earther. He just doesn't want people to be distracted by crap that's not real.
What? No, I just asked about this video. You guys have clearly looked into this. I haven't looked into this.
Oh, good, dude.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson's reason for saying that stuff is flat at that altitude He's a globe earther. He's not even a flat earther. The reason why he said that is because it's so damn fake and people were believing that it's real, and he doesn't want people to be distracted by things that are fake.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, so the geometry of the Earth at that height is the horizon is flat, according to the geometry.
Anybody got the clip of the guy?
No, I believe you guys about that. It's fine.
You never heard it?
No, I've never. I don't know when you joined. I told you guys in the beginning that I've spent zero time looking into this.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll get. Just even in passing, you've never heard him, blurt that out. Yeah. All right. Even more reason to, if anybody's got that sound clip. Who's got the soundboard? Come on. All right, whatever.
But here's the thing: he actually spent as far from as long as I've been conversing with him, he's actually been looking into it for 2 hours, but has stopped himself from garnering any information for that 2 hours.
Yeah, no, I've been looking into. That's correct. I've been looking at stuff for 2 hours now. Isn't that's actually wow.
No, the point is like you're sitting here lying to yourself. The psychology
I'm
behind
not
that.
lying to myself.
No, you're saying you're not interested, but you at the same time you're saying you're not interested and you're never going to look into it. You're in a
You
place that
are
shut
misinterpreting
up.
my statement.
Shut up. You're in the place
That's rude, by the way.
okay. You just you interrupted me. That's why I'm telling you shut up. So
You've interrupted
you're
me a lot.
listen, my girl just heard me just unmute for the first time and I don't know how long. Like all she's hearing is you're interrupting me.
Yeah, you
I didn't
haven't talked
interrupt.
in a while, but okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Thank you very much, Al. So, the bottom line is you've been here talking to us, telling us that you're not going to look into it. You're standing in the room full of it, saying you're never going to look into it. That's why I told you to kick rocks 2 hours ago.
No, you're misrepresenting me. I said prior to me entering this room, I have not spent more than 1 hour looking into this topic. That is the correct statement. You
No, what I
misrepresented
said
me.
was you've been in this room for 2 hours and have not looked into it at all because you've deflected any attempts of us actually trying to show you anything.
No, I've
That
talked
we
to you guys. I've answered your questions. You've answered some of mine. Like, that's fine. I don't see what
know
the
you
big deal is.
said you don't want to engage in the math. You're not interested. That's what you said.
That's what I said when I first entered, dude.
That was when I was interrupting you. So funny how things are conveniently necessary when they need to be necessary for you.
No.
In the moment. Interesting psychology there.
I've spent now I've spent 2 hours learning about it with you guys. So now I've spent 2 hours.
You haven't learned
Previously,
shit.
I had only spent 1 hour, maybe at most.
Okay. What from me have you learned about?
I've learned that.
Listen to what I'm saying.
You want me to tell you?
There's an audience in the background. They hear me trying to ask you a specific question. Like
What's up,
sounds.
audience?
So, look, what have you learned from me pertaining to how specifically the Earth is measured flat?
Okay, if I answer your question, will you allow me to ask you what have you learned from me?
Why? My point is to tell you you haven't learned dick about why we're here. So you've said what you said. My point in asking you what I'm asking you is because I know not only is it not on the recording, you can't give me a response because you've not once allowed or said, okay, look, I'm listening. Tell me how it measures flat for me to tell you. I told you.
Let me answer your question. So one, I feel like when I've summarized your what you guys are saying, I've been pretty accurate and I have actually understood you.
So what have I?
What have I learned? I've learned that you guys have a particular interest in certain experiments that yield results that you believe, and maybe other people believe, are contradictory to the math that is considered to be accurate in regards to the shape and size of the planet Earth.
Yeah. Okay, that's the synopsis. Give us the meat. Where's the meat at? Like, because you could have learned that in the first 2 minutes, because that's the first thing we say. So where's the meat? Where's us giving you the example and telling you exactly how?
Well,
Because
that's been a
hold
little
on,
hit and miss. That's
hold
been a
on.
little hit and miss.
Did you learn anything based on what he said, or did you just hear him tell you what I could tell you? Did you learn specifically
Yo,
about no?
audience, give me a little bit. Come on, guys. I've been listening. Come on.
What did he tell you anything
They like
specific?
me. I think the audience likes me a little bit. Come on.
The answer is no. So that's my point, man. Like, even in saying that, yeah, sure, I'll give you this. So you understand that we're saying the earth doesn't measure to be a sphere.
Yes, I feel like I understand you.
Congratulations. You're like 2 steps above my newborn. Now, the problem is you don't know why. So it doesn't. So I don't know why you're here. That's my, like, you can be here. I'm not telling you not to be here. But you spent 2 hours doing dick squat because you don't even know why we're here.
Nah, I mean, it's been interesting for me. Right? I didn't join really for you guys. I joined for my own interest.
But you don't know anything. What were you interested in?
It's been interesting to hear how you guys think about it.
What do I think? What do I think?
I've learned a lot about how you guys think. Whether
No,
you want to believe that or not.
You haven't responded, and we responded to that. That's all. That's not learning.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think I understand you much better now or 2 hours ago?
You have not opened your mind up or yourself up to a single bit of information. So
I understand you much better and how you think about it.
Like what? What's an example of? Like what? Like I asked. Like what?
I don't agree with any of your experiments. I haven't run them myself, bro. What do you want me to say?
An example of something you understood.
What experiment do you want me to talk about that you
Give me
provided?
an example of anything you understood in the last 2 hours that had to do with something.
One of the experiments that you provided that proves that the Earth is flat.
Experiment to derive the shape of an object.
What?
Stop
Jim?
saying experiment. It's an observation. It's a
Okay,
measurement.
whatever.
I told him
He doesn't know.
He didn't even know.
They get confused.
Too many of you guys are talking at once. Give me an experiment and I'll tell you if I understand it, or an observation, whatever. And this has been really interesting. I know maybe you haven't enjoyed yourself, but I've found it interesting.
I mean, the question, the point here is not is more to elucidate that in the last 2 hours of people actually giving you examples, you're unable to re-articulate them.
No, I mean I've answered a lot of questions. Okay,
that wasn't the point.
So there was one.
Hold on.
I can go through it.
Wait. Okay, well then do that, because that's all that was being asked of you.
I can bring up one. So we were talking about the beach, right? And one guy said that it actually doesn't disappear, and it actually just gets really small, and you can no longer see it. I don't know if I agree with that, but okay. And then really early on, we were talking about how to measure a table. I think the measurement method I provided was fine, but no one really answered my questions. I was trying to dig into that, and no one was really answering my questions. All you guys kept saying, you were like, "Oh, is it flat if it's measured flat?" And I was like, "Well, it's different if you're trying to measure
Something is measured
Earth.
flat. Is it curved?
I'm not going back to this because we already talked about it.
You can't answer that simple question. Everybody else in here can answer that.
I answered it about the table. If you measure
flat, is it curved?
If you measure a table with a laser at infinite points across the surface,
it's still going to be flat when you use the average.
Yeah, it would be flat, but it's harder to do that with
when I ask you
the Earth
question,
because it's really big.
When I ask you this question, say it the right way. Answer it the right way.
I don't like this question.
If something is measured flat, is it curved?
I refuse to answer that question because I don't get it.
You guys can't even answer the fucking questions
because it doesn't make sense.
We don't answer questions.
No, dude, check this out, right? It's obvious that type of question. Okay, it's inherently and on purpose tautological.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? But it's to prove it's to elucidate a certain point to you. Now, by you saying that you don't want to answer it, it kind of implies that you see what's coming and you're uncomfortable with it, which is kind of weird.
I don't like it because it is tautological. That's the problem.
Yeah, but there's a reason. No, it's not a problem though. Okay, there's a reason for that. It's because it is very simple. Yes, it is. Now check this out. Earlier, okay, I heard part of the conversation, and when you kind of hinted at it a minute ago, where it's like you don't think that type of question is relevant or applicable here because when something like a table is measured flat, okay, it's flat. But when we tell you that the surface of the Earth is also measured flat, it sounds like you just don't believe the method is appropriate, or there's a different method than the one applied to measuring a table. That's fine. We're not saying anybody's going out there with a fucking ruler or something. That wasn't the point of the question. But you seem to have been harping on that, like that was actually a problem. Right? Those details were not being mentioned to you in the questioning. But it's like you were 2-3 steps ahead down a road that nobody was actually going to. See what I mean?
Just don't like the question because it's like asking, like, if a ball is it round? Well, yeah, of course.
Well, yeah.
That's obvious.
But you would answer. But you would have no problem answering that question, no matter how obvious it is, right?
Yeah, but the reason I don't like answering because you have to define measured. It's like, what's the method of measurement? That's the problem.
Perfect. Okay. Well, there you go. So had you actually answered the questions fluidly, we would have gone down that route to describe to you the methodology. Had you
I asked that in the very beginning, and no one would answer. They just kept saying, "Answer the question, answer the question, answer the question." I was like, "Dude, what do you mean by measure?"
Fair enough, right? So I didn't actually hear you ask that question. It was probably a little bit chaotic, and that's fine. Now, had you actually just answered the question, yes, because it is, of course, yeah, if something's measured flat, it's flat. Okay, good. The next step would have been demonstrating how that's so.
Yeah, of course.
Fair enough. But you didn't allow
do that.
The point is no, you didn't allow for that because you were apprehensive to answering such a stupid, simple question. Because you thought it was going to go down a route that was not the route that you expected.
No, I was expecting the route. I just said, well, what do you guys mean by measure? Like, how are you going to measure it?
But you didn't. But I didn't hear you ask that. If you did, that's a whole other point.
I swear to God, I asked that.
Now, check this out, right? The only way that we could verify that is if we go back in the recording. I'm not down to do it. No, but check this out. I'm not down to do that. I'll take your word for it. It could have been lost in the sauce. That's fine. Okay. Here's the point. Now that you're actually willing to listen to an explanation as to what the methodology is, that's fine. We can start on a new footing. If anyone wants to take that, go ahead. But just
what do you guys do with the recordings, by the way? Like,
they just sit there
or something.
Yeah, if you go to the top there, you'll see 2 YouTube bots.
Save it for later, so when you get a job and you become a flat earther, I can blackmail you with it with your bot. I do the same shit you guys do to us. That's what I do with it.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah. It's at the top. Take click on the icons, follow the links.
Okay.
It's all there.
Well, Yeah. I did ask that. Okay. That's all I can say.
All right. So if you're actually interested in that, if anyone's willing
and then
to,
I actually, beyond that 20K, I even proposed how I would think you would conduct that measurement. And everyone just kept yelling, if it's flat or answer the question, answer the question. I was like, guys, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we
is
heard you the
going
first
on?
time. We heard you the first time.
Yeah, I know. I explained this like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Okay. So in the last 2 hours, did nobody actually get a chance to mention the fact that lasers are used to conduct this test?
I proposed using lasers.
Okay. The reality is there is an entire channel list full of already existing tests that were done over many years doing exactly that.
I proposed using lasers. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Fair enough. So are you willing to actually look into some of the tests that were done?
Yeah, I'm going to spend 30 minutes tomorrow looking into this, and I'm going to see what I find out. Or maybe an hour. Maybe I'll spend an hour.
Whatever time you want, dude. You know, it's your call. If anybody's got any links on hand, feel free to throw them in the chat for the gentleman.
Great. You've been the most respectful, 20K. I appreciate it.
I'll go try and find something for you. Give me a sec there. Yeah, let's save these. Where did I put? Here we go.
Yo, and you better not try to blackmail me, by the way, Professor. That's crazy, bro.
No, dude, he's fucking around. Don't worry.
I know. I'm kidding.
Why not? You guys do it to us.
What do you mean, you guys? What the hell? I'm an average person, bro.
Yep. Those average Globers do it to the average flat earthers. Try to
I am
dox
not
them,
gonna
get
try
a hold
to.
of their job, their bosses.
What?
They've tried to get people fired. Yep.
Trust me,
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
not going to do that to you, bro.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Just know that this is kind of a little bit of a war zone in certain areas. So, you know, factor that in and you'll understand why maybe some people are a little bit on edge.
Well,
all right. Okay, dude. Don't worry about it. Okay, so in the chat, 2 minutes past the hour, 3 minutes past the hour, I give you 2 links. First one is an hour long. You don't have to watch the entire thing. Chop it up into maybe 15 minutes or something like that. There are four or five tests in that first one. So, you know, watch it at your leisure in parts. And then the second one also. Okay, these are graduated tests. So in the first one, I think they start at 10 miles, another one at 15, 21, and I think maybe 25 or something like that. I think maybe one's at even 40. I forget. I saw it a long time ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll watch this. And I even at some point, it was a second discussion. I was like, yeah, you could maybe use like a salt plane or something. And so we kind of discussed this. So I don't really,
So some observations were done. Yeah, you're hinting at, you know, the right stuff. But there was never a chance to really get into any of the nitty gritties. And that's fine. Okay, everyone, you know, there's a lot of different characters in here. And it's all, you know, from a good place, different styles of communicating, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, everyone I was talking to a while ago is gone. So,
in your what you pointed out, but the salt flats is another interesting one. I'm not aware of any laser tests done over the salt flats, but there were observations done on particular qualities of days, I should say. You know, clear skies. You know, after Yeah, clear, maybe not clear skies, but the humidity is low, et cetera, those types of things, where the reflection on the salt flats, right, is basically almost a perfect mirror, if not outright a perfect mirror of the clouds and the sky and shit like that. And some people have done analyses on that, demonstrating that it is basically, a perfect mirror image. There's no convexity to the reflection. Shit like that. Like a lot of people can go very deep into this, dude. So the more you're open to it, just ask the right question. Somebody's gonna have an answer for you.
Wouldn't like water settle at a level surface though?
Yeah.
Like
That's
no
the
matter
point.
what it's in, like even if it's in a bowl.
Well, that's it. So if you have a bowl and you put put a rock at the bottom of the bowl, okay, the surface is still going to be flat. It's not going to be lumped up just with a rock on the bottom, right?
So wouldn't you need an empty lake technically that's perfectly flat?
No, we're talking specifically about bodies of water. That's actually it's arguably one of the most perfect tests, because over a landmass, right? There's undulations, there's hills, there's valleys, and shit like that. It's hard to get right, but still, water finds its level.
Yeah, but isn't
right?
it always going to be perfectly level no matter what?
Well,
if
see,
the Earth was
this is actually part of the. No, well, it depends. Okay, so this is where the conversation becomes a semantic thing, because on a curve, on a ball Earth worldview, level is kind of like various levels on a ball is kind of like concentric rings or concentric shells of an onion, right? You know what I mean by that?
No, but you can continue. I'll probably understand.
Think about it, right? Take an onion. It's got multiple layers, right? Each layer and the distance between each layer are different levels. Okay, so the distance between the center of so any elevation or distance from the center of the onion or the center of the ball, that's considered the same level as another if it's at the same distance from the center. Okay.
Yeah, there's
right. So that's one. That's
sure.
one. So that's one conception. That's one conception of the term level. Right, in this particular worldview. What we're talking about when we use the term level is it's literally horizontal, flat.
Yeah, no, that's how I'm talking about it. Yeah.
Okay, but here's the weird kind of mind-boggling thing, right? If you can't settle, I'm not saying you, but the royal you. If one cannot settle or reconcile the differences between those two definitions, one can find themselves very confused. How can you have flat surface, perfectly flat surface on a ball?
You could, right? So if you had let's just say we had like a giant, like a ball that's like 5 feet diameter. And then you dug a half circle into it. And then you put some water into the half circle. It would be flat. It would be flat, right?
I mean, at our scale, arguably, it would appear flat. Now, technically, it wouldn't be, according to the heliocentric model or the globe Earth model. The surface of water is not actually flat. It's smooth, but it's not perfectly flat. You see what I mean? Think of like a perfectly smooth cue ball.
I think it would depend on the size of the lake, I guess.
Well, this is where it gets wonky, dude. At the size of the scale of the Earth that we're, in question here, right? All the oceans are connected, right?
Yeah.
So there's no like pocket of, a 10 by 10 square kilometer or something like that we're talking about. You know what I mean? We're talking about the oceans, dude. The oceans themselves, there's no measured curvature over them. You follow? We're not talking about.
I'd have to think about it with the ocean, but I just know with the small ball example, it makes sense that if you dug a hole into a ball and you put water into it, the water would be
Well,
flat.
at our scale, yeah, you take like a fucking orange or something, right? Carve out the top, pour some water in it.
Yeah.
It's gonna look flat to you, right? But when we talk about like the physics and like all the things involved in the globe Earth conception, right? Gravity is pulling everything down more or less uniformly.
Yeah, I
Right?
would think the ocean is not flat though.
Well, there you go. So this
Yes.
is where the conversation can open up. Okay, this is where Eli. I think it was Eli who was going on with you about horizon distances, right? If the curvature of the ground of the water excuse me, if the surface of the water is curving at the necessary rate for it to be conforming to the geometry or the stated geometry of the ball, okay, it would be curving as, you know, whatever, approximately 8 inches per mile squared using the parabolic approximation. With that, we would expect a horizon line at a certain distance, depending on your observer height. So when there were tests done over the ocean, right? There's one called Black Swan where you have
Scheiß, was labert der dann wieder für eine Scheiße?
English, please.
Jetzt, mi scusi.
Okay. When tests were done over over in California, right? We have oil rigs. Well, Eli, weren't you going over the oil rig thing with this guy before? Somebody, I could have sworn somebody was.
Nah, no one talked about oil rigs. Oil rigs are not very far apart though, probably.
No, I talked about Coney Island in my example. I didn't
Pretty
talk
sure there
about
was no server height involved.
Mr. Joe Biden, second draft. It was the point. The point is, right. So even if the ocean, even at the with observations over the ocean, dude, right, where you would expect the most kind of like largest curve in question, we don't find it.
You're telling me the ocean in an experiment shows no curve?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I find that
this is part of the argumentation. Anyone got the Black Swan available? Who wants to talk about the Black Swan? Where's Banhammer when you need him? He's got everything. Before we go too long there, can I ask if you at least got a chance to copy those links that were sent to you?
No, but I guess I can. I'm new to Discord. Can I not like look at the history later or something?
You probably could if it doesn't get deleted. Okay, I think there's a cleanup that happens every 24 hours or something like that. And at the rate that people chat in here, you probably wouldn't find it even if it doesn't. So I would highly recommend it. Copy paste the links, put them in Notepad or whatever, and go get to them later. Okay, there's no rush on that.
I copied them, bro.
Cool. So I'm just wondering, Travis, weren't you in here? Aren't you? Yeah, Travis, you do a good job with the Black Swan. You want to demonstrate to the gentleman the whole Black Swan thing?
I do not have it on here. I'm sorry.
Dang it. I don't have it on hand either.
I'm going to look up some of this stuff later. I got to take a piss, guys. I'm going to take a little break too. I'm going to stay in the chat and maybe I'll come back in a bit. I don't know.
All good, man. It's been fun. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, guys, it was fun. Even you, Big Daddy Flurf. I know the audience, by the way, wherever you're at. I know they respect me a little bit, bro. I can sense it. I can tell I have some fans over there. But yeah, everyone else, I don't think anyone has left from earlier. Yeah. Well, whatever, guys. Like I said, it was interesting for me. So maybe I'll be back. We'll see.
Maybe we should have done the triangle test on this guy.
Oh, what are we talking about right now?
How nobody has ever measured Earth curve.
Type.
High tides.
No, I said type.
The Earth is obviously not flat.
What's going on, guys? Has it been a lot of flurf activity in here lately?
Why is everybody muted?
How many members around the globe do you have?